Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. McCullough, Merlina McCullough from Arkansas, and this is our Zoom number 98, and it's May 17, 2025. I'm looking forward to talking to everyone. This organization, ITSA, International Teacher Support in America, has been founded by me, and this is to help teachers to teach in the US. So this is to support you. So thank you for coming on. I see Karen. Let me get everyone entered here. Is this Karen? Is this is this for your wife or somebody? Is this it's named Karen, but do you don't look like Karen? Is this your wife that's using this Zoom?
Yep,
Okay.
but it's me who is right now on the
Okay, yeah,
camera.
you're early. I'm early, but go ahead and tell me about you.
Uh, Good morning to you. It's already evening here in the Philippines.
Yes, good morning here. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Alan P. Argardo. Right now, I'm here in the Philippines, and I had an opportunity to discover one of your posting in one of my Facebook wall,
Okay.
and it says there that you are open in the following dates: May 17, 31. June 14, 28, so on and so forth. So I took the privilege of acquiring that information and joining us
Good.
for today. So
Welcome.
again, my name is, yeah, thank you. My name is Alan Tergardo. Right now, I'm in the Philippines and I'm now teaching uh, and is part of the social science department.
Okay.
I've
Social
been
system.
with the government uh, public school system for the past 8 years. But prior to that, I've been exposed to the academe way back more than 18 years ago,
Okay.
handling primary, secondary, as well as the senior high school department.
Okay.
And with the span of time, I was able to somehow acquire a lot of experiences locally here and privileged also to be exposed to international schools
Okay.
as not only as a teacher, but also as part of the administration. Part of my philosophy in teaching includes the principle of John Dewey, the learning by doing, because I do believe whether we use technology or not in today's generation, unless the student experiences, explore whatever you're imparting to them, then and only then they can appreciate and understand it well.
Okay. I agree. Okay. Tell me about your degrees and what degree you have
Okay.
gotten and all that.
Okay. My first bachelor is in psychology, major in education, minor in clinical as well as industrial relation. And I also took my master's in education, major in childhood education. Furthermore, I was able to acquire another master's in human resource, particularly in industrial relation. And it also includes a lot of foreign courses that I got as a scholar. Uh, I do believe that in the field of education, every now and then we ought to upgrade ourselves, especially with the trends of today's generation. So I was able to acquire programs given by Harvard University, also by Stanford University, and a lot of certification in the different organizations located in America.
Okay.
Uh, such, in, Such includes research programs, uh, marketing, so on and so forth. I do believe that as a teacher, we ought to be flexible when it comes to our way of doing things, and that includes we should be somehow a jack of all trades when it comes to subject matters.
Yep. I agree too. That. Why do you want to come to the US?
Actually, ma'am, last year I tried applying. for one because I do believe I don't have anything to prove anymore here in the Philippines. I've been not only a teacher but also a committee head, a coordinator, to the point that our principal would oftentimes look for me every now and then. So I'm now looking for challenges, as well as somehow I really love to discover a lot of things, and that includes diverse culture. And part of my part-time teaching job 2 years ago includes international students. I do believe that being exposed to various culture as well as various countries would somehow further enhance not only your experiences but also your ability to communicate with other cultures and thereby allowing yourself to somehow be effective in cascading whatever education or learnings they ought to have.
Okay. Well, thank you, Alan. The you have the experience. You have the because the number of experience requirement is going to be 2 years in your area. The issue would be your alignment with your alignment with your degree and your credential because your credential is on psychology and education. You have early childhood, and then you have human resource masters. Those do not match with your experience in teaching social science in elementary and high school. So that would be the concern that the J1 sponsor would be concerned about because there has to be an alignment between what your experiences have been and also your degrees. So, for example, in your degree, since your degree is going to be on in the education part is the early childhood, the only ones that they'd be looking at would be your kindergarten, if you have any kindergarten experiences. Do you have any kindergarten experiences?
Exposure, man, but when it comes to actual teaching, I wasn't able to somehow acquire those experiences. I was able to handle before from grades 1 to 6, then from grade 7 and to 10, then 11 and 12. But I wasn't able to handle uh, preschool level.
Yeah. And see, your degree is early childhood. And then for the, like, for example, you have the BS in psychology and minor in education. The thing with that is not a BS in education. So, did you teach any psychology classes? But then still in high school, you still need a secondary teaching degree, you see? If it's gonna be in high school experience, you're gonna have to have a teaching degree, I mean, experiences in high school and a degree in high school, which is secondary teaching. So, you're very well educated. Sounds like you are very lifetime learner because, with all your master's degrees and also your courses at Harvard and Stanford and all the different research programs you've studied. That's really good. That's the only concern that I would have is that the J1 visa sponsors will not okay it because of the misalignment. They would call that misalignment. So if you ever decide to do like a special ed master's. I hate for you to have to go to school again, but that's what most people have been doing. And also, so while you're doing that, see if you could request well, having an opportunity to teach special ed. But I know in the Philippines you are doing your inclusion. So your teaching, experiences will be okay. It's just the degree in education is what I'm concerned about. But what I would recommend you is uh, Mike is here. Mike is my co-host, Mr. Sir Mike Roca. Mike, do you mind putting the link to the designated visa sponsor, please? If you
Sure.
can, yeah, if you can copy and paste this on a new browser or a new document for you, look into this and contact this J1 visa sponsors. These are the only ones that would be able to sponsor any applicant. So these are not third-party agency. These are the people that could, the only ones that were approved. So this is an important link. And then contact them and tell them about your situation and see if they would say the same thing. Just like just like when we have a diagnosis in medicine, we always need to have second opinion.
Yeah.
It's just what I'm telling you are things that I have heard through the many years that I've had teachers, but the sponsors will be the one that would really know the exact answer. That's what I'm saying that they might say, but for them to really say it, you'll have to like write an introduction letter to them. And I would even go as far as Mike would also post the two things, Mike, the school spring mic plus also the job postings in all the 50 states. If you can do that too, to those three links, those other two links would be the ones to apply directly. And when you get a job offer, for example, because you are going to do so well on interviews, you're very natural. Your English is really really fluent,
Thank you.
and yeah, and you have really, you look at me and you just visited with me, and that is what a successful interview would look like. Is that you just visiting with me? You're not looking at no, even if you look at glance at notes, but you are really looking at me, which is really what you need to do. And since you have all the knowledge already, you'll do well. But that's all that my concern about is, will somebody give you a job offer? See, what happens is that the visa sponsors will be more open to talking to people that already have job offers. So that's why I'm saying, if you the first one that Mike is posting, well, let me look what she posted because I the first one is on the sponsor, and the next one is in School Spring, and School Spring would have, if you filter it, it would have the 50 states. But I also have a different one. Mike will maybe looking for it. Is the one with said job postings, Mike, with 50 states. So the one with 50 states I had compiled, and I even had posted lately, Mike, the one that with the surrounding states. I should include that on this one, I guess. You have that one, Mike, where I just sent everybody about the surrounding the different states around Arkansas. I emailed it. I don't know if you were able to get that. But anyway, so if you, these are really important links, Alan. So if you want to do
Thank you.
that, then yeah. So step one is apply. Okay, because
Yeah.
you have really impressive credential. But job two, I mean, when you have a JO or job offer, then you contact this visa sponsors, because your first part of your email should be my name is Alan, Arcado, and I already have a job offer. So that's when they see that, they're gonna respond to you, because they're gonna be a lot of people contacting them, but the people with job offers will be their priorities.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why your step one would have to be applying at schools and then try to get a job offer. Well, you can also at the same time, be looking at sponsors. I think GEC, Global Educational Concepts, or what's the other one, Mike? Um,
Green Hearts,
Green Heart will be
Cultural
another.
Vistas,
Yeah, Cultural Vistas would be another. Um, those are the ones that
Faces.
had
Yeah.
sponsored our folks here. When Minga Foundation, if you Google Minga Foundation.org, Glenn at Minga.org, or Minga House, I don't remember. Anyway, so if you look for Minga Foundation, Minga House Foundation, there is a Glenn would help folks, but he said you have to apply to schools with 100, with 1,000 or more students. So don't apply to the smaller ones because it's harder to get visa sponsors. That's what he said. He said right now he only has 20 left in his,
Really,
yeah.
really.
Yeah. So they're
1,000.
really, see, all this the sponsors, they are trying to get rid of their visa slots right now. And then the new ones will come in for the next school year is October 1. But this summer, they're going to be actively, of course, schools are going to be actively looking for teachers. But then while you're waiting for the visa slots to open, you could be doing your other paperwork that they require. So, but October 1, there'll be a lot of visa slots open. But right now, there's only a few left at every one of these visa sponsors. They're trying to get rid of it now so that they can have more in October 1. So, but yeah, don't get discouraged though. Don't What I said should not discourage you because you have all the experience. So maybe, um, the thing with social studies is that I feel like everyone will start over anyway because it's a US history here. So what I would like recommend you to do is really beef up on Arkansas, US history,
Yeah.
Yeah, all the major, history is if you're gonna do PDs, do anything in US history, because that's gonna be one of the world history and US history will be your two huge topics in social studies in America. So in your interviews, they're going to be asking you about that. They said, how much do you know about the US history? But if you apply in a state, for example, Arkansas, you're also going to have Arkansas history. So that the state history will also be important, but really the US history and the world history will be really hugely important for social studies teachers. So that's what I would recommend you beef up on, but at the same time, also apply at schools. Okay. So, because I think you will do so well teaching in America. You got all this knowledge that
Thank
you
you.
could impart.
Thank you.
And the reason that you come in here, I love that you didn't even mention money. A lot of time people would say, well, for greener pasture, whatever. You didn't even mention money.
Yeah.
You're pretty much the first one
Well,
that did that.
yeah. That's
Yeah.
that's already a reality that we have to
Yeah.
face.
Well, that is a given. I guess you can say that is
Yeah.
a given.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you're able to communicate well, and so that's good. And all this other knowledge that you have. So you just use the word cultural exchange. This is an I
Cultural
love the
exchange.
cultural exchanges, between,
Thank you.
the students learning about the Philippine culture, but you also learning from your students about the American culture. So that's something you might
Culture.
want to include. That's it. But everything
Yeah.
else, just visit with them like you did with me, okay?
Thank
So
you.
anyway, so Alan,
Uh,
we wish you the best and feel free to
thank you.
attend anytime. This is the same link we use. So keep that
Sure.
link, yeah, every other
Can,
Saturday.
yeah, can I ask you something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because last 2023, a certain school in America
Uh-huh.
emailed me and
Ah,
responded to one of my application. Their worry would be if they will be giving me a job offer, how will they be assured that I will be joining them? So uh, on that specific year, I am not yet aware of the visa sponsorship. Only last year that I was able to somehow discover that for an applicant to be successful, he needs to have a visa sponsorship. So perhaps I can now email back this previous school
mm-hmm.
and inform them that I am now somehow acquiring my business sponsorship based with the
Job offer.
following links. Yeah, you
Yep.
have posted.
Yep. In getting the job offer, and I think there is let me think. I have a document also that I do not know if Mike has it, where there's a step-by-step directions for for the for the schools, Mike, in order to get their visa for to help teachers with their visas. Do you remember that document, Mike? I don't know. Anyway, it's in
Yes,
my.
but I will try to search it for that.
Yeah,
I'll try.
I think the word step by step would be in there. But anyway, so this is the process, and that is a good thing that you mentioned
Thank
that
you.
they
Thank
are
you.
gonna ask you, especially if they've never hired any international teachers, they're gonna ask you like like pretty much of like what are the process, what are the things that we need to what things that we need to do. You can give them my email address, mcculloughmerlina@gmail, and I could give them a lot of resources, links, and I don't mind helping them also to process
Thank you.
papers. And so you can refer them to me, send them a link to my YouTube or my Facebook. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't, and
Yeah.
and then yeah, share with them because all those information will be important to them. And because at first they're going to be afraid, to like, oh, I don't know what we're doing or whatever. Because it's complicated. Well, just tell them that if you're doing J1 visa, that's like a teacher exchange, like a student exchange, program. International teach students, you are international teachers, you see. So you are so once they have hooked up with J1 sponsor, all they have to do is provide the J1 sponsor a JO, a job offer for you. So once you've done that, they take over the rest. They'll do everything for you. They'll tell you the requirements and they will pretty much guide you. Okay. And a lot of times the school would actually have the money maybe to help the J1 visa. But for J1 visa sponsorship, a bunch of the sponsors would either have some like little charge for you. A good visa sponsor will not charge you too much, like maybe 500, $1,000 possibly for some kind of, to some kind of fees that they charge, but a lot of them do not. and then they just want the school to pay. So if you're lucky enough to find a school that has the money to pay, then you should be okay. But for J1 visa, it could be as also as the extreme of a school does not have any budget and that you are responsible for paying for everything. And that's about between $5,000 to $6,000. So that's about 300,000 pesos, something like that in the neighborhood, and to 400. And so anyway, but if you want H-1B visa, that's when the schools would be paying for everything, anything visa related, except for bringing your family. They won't pay for that, just for you. But H-1B visa is the other visa that you could get. And all these information about how to do it, like instructions, all you have to do is Google H-1B visa US or Google J1 visa US, and it will have the form. And in the forms, the US visa forms, it will have instructions. So the instructions will have the directions on, and you could send these links to this to the school, and they all have to do is read the instruction, and that's exactly what to do. So it's just a matter of reading the instruction on what to do on the visa because they list exactly, the requirements and everything you have to do. Okay? For the H-1B visa, it has to be paid by the school. The school has to be your sponsor. So that's the best visa to get, but it takes longer because there's a limit every year. And also, most schools do not want to do that if they do not know the teacher. So a lot of times H-1B visa is used by schools like after they get a teacher for J1 because J1 has a limit of 5 years. And then you have to go back to the
Yeah.
Philippines and teach what you know for 2 years. So then the second time
Yeah.
around, they might say, okay, we want you to come back. But then you request, can you please use H-1B visa this time because it's a green card path. It's a 6 year. That's what Mike has, and so you could within that 6 years, like within second, third year, you apply for your green card. Once that's approved, then you can get your green card. That's good for 10 years, and within that 10 years, after 5 years of being in America, you could actually apply for your U.S. Citizenship. So the green card is a path, the H-1B is a path to green card and then citizenship. So that is the best visa to get. It's just hard to get though. Some another option for you would be a private school. If you
Yeah.
apply at private schools in the US, they do not have to worry about the alignment for you because private schools do not have that requirement because they have a waiver for that. Well, public school will not. So yeah, that's what I
Uh,
would say. Yeah,
Actually, my next question would be, let me now mention this school. The school who invited me before and got worried because of my visa is the Uncommon School. Is the Uncommon School a private or public school?
I don't have any idea because there's so many schools in the US. You Google
Yeah,
that. You
yeah.
Google that,
Okay,
find their
okay.
website, and then
Yeah.
on their website, you would have an about us that would tell them about themselves.
Okay,
That's
okay.
any time that you have an interview, that's the first thing you should do is Google the school, find their website, and then read all about them, what they are, what their mission, vision, their discipline policy, their teacher handbook, their student handbook. Read all those and their board meetings. I would read about their board meetings so you kind of know more about that school that way. So yeah, that's what I would do before I even would even think about working for that school. I want to know more about that school. And
Yeah,
the
of
next
course.
step, yeah, step two is know about the community. For example, I live in Arkansas, so in the north. For example, if it's Little Rock, Arkansas, then you Google Little Rock, Arkansas. Community that usually you use the word Chamber of Commerce. So you put Little
Yeah.
Rock, Arkansas, and then you put Chamber of Commerce, because it will have all the information about that community if you use the word Chamber of Commerce. Okay, so you can put those in quotations. But anyway, it's so nice talking to you. Is there any other question that you
My
have?
privilege is man. Yeah, you have mentioned earlier that will it be okay if I'll ask for your email address?
Yes, it's mcculloughmerlina@gmail. It's just my last name. Look at my mcculloughmerlina
Okay,
at
yeah.
gmail.com. Yeah, it's just last name, first name
Okay.
at Gmail. Yeah,
Last name without any
no dot,
spaces
no
between
nothing.
and small letters
All small.
or
All small.
okay
It's
at
mcculloughmerlina
gmail.com.
at gmail.com, and feel free to email me anytime and
Sure,
feel free to
sure, sure.
give away my email. It's okay with me. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Nice
Thank
meeting
you
you.
for, yeah, it's nice meeting you, Alan.
So,
Thank
Mike,
you
thank
for
you.
watching our videos and all that,
Thank you.
subscribing.
I'll
Okay.
just copy your posted links.
Yes. Yes. And yeah, and the links that Mike, thank you for posting those. Mike's awesome. Yeah. Well, anyway, well, it's nice talking to you. You are, the early worms get the, what's that? Early worms get the bird, or the bird early
Yeah,
gets
yeah.
the early worm, whatever.
The early birds, but
The early
yeah,
bird gets the worm.
usually gets,
Well, you are
yeah.
the earliest, yeah, bird.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. But anyhow, well, to introduce myself, I don't know if you know more about, anything about me, but I actually came to the US when I was 19 years old. So this was in 87.
Ooh.
I got married to my pen pal. I like
Ooh.
writing. Yeah, my husband.
Wow.
We've been
Really?
married this is our 38th year. So
Wow.
yeah, so 38 years of marriage. And then we have two kids. So we have Stephanie, who is now a doctor, she's a psychologist in Hawaii. And then we have Jet. She's 35 this year. Stephanie is, and Jet is 26. And he's a network specialist for computers. So we have our
Wow.
kids out. So we are now empty nested. Or empty nest. And so, but I had all my degrees in the US. So I got from Arkansas State University, I have my BS, my MS, so my bachelor, master, specialist, and doctorate in curriculum, and then ed leadership is my doctorate in. So I was a former administrator, and I
Wow.
taught for 15 years, but I was an administrator for about that long. And so I have experiences in both. So I have been able to be on the other side where I was actually interviewing teachers. So I have, so I kind of know what we're looking for. What are the things that like nonverbal, for example, you have a very positive nonverbal. I could read that you're a happy person, you're going to be a positive person, all that. So those are things that we could read without you saying anything. We can just see from your reaction, you have open, growth mindset and all this. So those are some good things that will be that's going for you. Okay.
Thank you.
And yeah, and so I have founded this organization about 4 years ago, Mike, about, and we have brought in maybe 100 something people now here in the US, and we don't charge
Wow.
for that. It's actually a nonprofit, but how I make money usually as a consultant, because I retired now since 2016, is when schools would actually ask me to come and help the teachers. I have contract with schools where I would come, like I have right
Nice.
now with my school. I have a
Wow.
contract to come every week, once a week, and then I would actually observe my teachers, the international teachers, and I would comment on the feedback, giving them feedback, grow and glow, the positive and the challenges that they may have, and then I will give them suggestions on how to improve it, and then next steps. So then I will share this with them so they know exactly what I saw, what I observed, and then I will debrief with them, plus share it with their administrators. So it's a very transparent, process. They know exactly what I'm telling the administrators about how they did, and so it's been actually effective because my schools are planning to have us again for the fourth year now.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a weekly visit. So I think last year I had about a dozen schools, but this is not just from ITSA though. I work for another company that I am a consultant for them. So not just for international teachers, but every teacher, any teacher across the state. I'm only doing our company is in 13 states, but I'm only doing Arkansas.
Wow.
So I travel within Arkansas and do training for, usually I either do high impact tutoring for students where I work with small group of students. I've done high school lately, literacy, I'm a literacy specialist. And so then I also coach teachers and I have coach principals. So kind of
Wow.
they call that consultation or educational coaching. So yeah, so I'm an educational consultant now. So that's something that you can do because with all your knowledge, that's something you can do I don't know if in the Philippines that is common, but it's very common here in America. And that's where the money is because we charge a lot. We charge
Yeah.
a daily rate and it's not cheap. But anyway, so yeah. So having this time, though, this is my favorite time is to visit with educators, across the world, really. We have some folks now from Ghana, from Nigeria,
Wow.
from Cameroon. So anyway, we have some folks now from other culture in Africa. I'm so glad to see that we are attracting them to come. And some schools in Arkansas, they've really been pushing, for example, for multicultural teachers. So they want teachers not just from Arkansas, I mean, from the Philippines, but also from other parts of the world. And the advantage of that is that I did not realize that for every school, for every country, there's also a limit of the number of teachers that they can bring according to the sponsors. So they want other countries as well. So if the limit in the Philippines is always reach first, then then they will go to another country, other countries then. So I could then send them, okay, this folks also need jobs, so you need to, consider them, please. So then so I send my list. So if you send me your resume and cover letter, because you have my email now, and then I
Sure.
will include you in my list and I will send it
Thank
to,
you.
all these administrators
Thank you.
across
Thank
the
you.
US. Yeah. So anyway, all right. Nice talking to you, Alan.
Privilege is mine, Doc.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
I'll
Yeah.
stay around and listen to everybody.
Listen, yeah, that'll be fine. We are here for usually about 3, 4, 5 hours sometimes. But anyway, but you feel free to leave anytime. Just
Thank
feel
you.
free. Yeah, because
Sure.
this is going to be recorded. And if you send me something, then you will be in my list and you can get all the copy of our recordings
Thank you.
because I
Thank you.
send a link to that. Okay. All right.
Sure.
Okay. Bye-bye. Okay.
Bye.
Okay. Mike, are you starting a list for us, Mike, on if anybody wants to talk? I would encourage
So
everyone.
for product, I don't have any list now.
Julie Ann says, good morning. Is that Julie Ann? Yeah, good morning. Let me see my glasses. I am always squinting. Okay, Julie Ann said, good morning, Doc and Sir Mai. Good morning, fellow aspirants here in the Philippines. Good morning back, Maria. Leonora, hi, good morning there in the USA and good evening here in the Philippines. Thank you for your greetings. Giselle, thank you. Good morning, Dr. Merlina and Sir Mike. Good evening here in the Philippines. Thank you. And good morning to everyone. I was actually early. Alan was there early, so I went ahead and talked to him. Even Alan was even earlier than Mike. Right, Mike? That's the first time that actually, somebody beat Mike on being on. So I'm like, okay, let me just let him and talk to him early. But anyway, I was thinking, Mike, today we need to be talking about interview questions, really, like really talk about it and ask them how they answer that so that you could comment on what needs to be added. What do you think about that? You think it's a good idea? Intro
Yes,
plus
Doc,
question?
it's a good idea since you remember I mentioned to you that I act as one of the interviewer last time.
Mm-hmm. Now
Yeah,
you have experience. Oh, that
yes.
that is a good
I
that is
have
a good
a
feather in your hat,
question.
Mike. Mike is now putting another thing on his resume that he's actually sat on a committee to hire teachers and they hired somebody. So that's really a success, Mike. So see,
And to be
I told,
honest, and to be
huh?
honest, Doc, and to be honest, she's here.
Oh, cool. Okay. Well, we cannot do any announcement yet, but some
Yes, yes,
unofficial things going
yes.
on. But I would like to talk to Betsy. How do you say that, Betsy? How do you say Betsy? How do you say it?
Good morning, Doc. Betchy
I
po, Betchy.
Bitsy. Okay, good morning. I have heard about something, possibly something good. Well,
Hopefully, Doc.
yeah, it's not official until you actually get the visa. So yeah, I would always hold my breath, for that. But it sounds like a really good interview. Mike, give a comment if Betsy don't mind sharing what are the things that Betsy could have improved. Like what are the things that she said that she did right and that she did really well, and then something that she could have improved a little. What was there something that you noticed? Because that is something that is unique that you can actually hear from somebody. That's the best to me. When I did my dissertation, you have to defend it. So your dissertation defense is before you become a doctor, right? So one of my friends was in the committee, and she was telling me, she said, "You were telling me, Merlina, this is what they said. I'm like, oh my God, that is so unique that I got to hear what were the behind the scene type thing. And so this is something unique for you, Mike. Any comments for Betsy?
Yes, Doc. Um, First time that I did an interview, I'm not biased during that time because before I got all the questions.
Mm-hmm.
How many questions is 12 questions to be exact.
Uh-huh.
I already informed her about the possible questions
Okay.
because like what I've told you, I also experienced to be interviewed on that school. That's
Mm-hmm.
why I know what are the possible questions,
Mm-hmm.
and those questions are the same. Those are the
Okay.
questions.
Yeah.
Yes, those are the questions that I asked
Well,
her
that's a heads up for you.
during the
That's
interview.
good. Yeah. So, Betsy, whenever you heard that, did you feel like those questions are going to be doable for you, very easy for you to do? What were you thinking?
Doc, actually, it was a good help. So I
Ah,
could like prepare for my answer. But
perfect.
when you are already on that spot, you
Yeah,
can't really remember everything you prepared for. It will
that's
just
right.
come out
It comes
naturally.
out
And
here. Yep, from your
yes,
experience. That's the one
yeah.
that always comes to you are the things that you really know by your heart, right? Yeah, because you know this, you've experienced it. So did you give some examples when you answered? Like, give me an example of a question, Mike.
One of the best examples that I asked her is, how do you manage to keep up with the paperwork required of a special education
Okay, this
teacher?
is a specific for special ed. That's a good question, Mike. Yeah, how would you do that? What did you say, Betsy?
Doc, since I'm a working mom here in Qatar, I have two kids, and my husband is really like workaholic, and I do all the household chores. And Mike knows that in our current school, we really have tons of paperwork. So I still manage to pass or do all the paperworks on time. Um, like I think, like what Mike said, it's the term there is just have your time management.
Yeah. That's right. Time management is something that you could focus on that. That's right. So sounds like a good answer for you. And I love that you use your personal example. And you have to remember whenever talking to some Filipino applicants, they said that the paperwork here in the US is about half of what it is in the Philippines. So it's actually not too bad because everything is digitalized here, digitized. It's everything is digitized, so you don't have to do much, really writing on your paper. It's all on computers, so it's very quick. It's all bunch of apps or websites or whatever that you have to deal with. And so there's a portal for teachers, a portal for students and parents. So that's what they do. Everything's in that portal, so very, very handy. So that's something that they will train you. So don't worry, they'll train you in the beginning. That's part of your orientation. So any question that stumped you, like you did not know, oh my gosh, I did not have very good answers on this. You felt like you need more preparation on.
I think, Doc, the question about how will you know the lesson? Like,
It's
I think
effective.
about the Arkansas standard, something.
Okay. So what was the question like, Mike? What did it say in the question?
Yes, Doc, I remember that. That is one of the question that I gave her. A
What did you
little bit, not
say?
too low score.
Hi, what did you say, Mike? What would a question like?
Yeah, it is explain how you prepare students to meet grade level academic standards.
Okay. So what was the how did she answer, and what were the things that could be added to her answer?
Yes, Doc. She need to be specific on the curriculum or the what you call this, the Arkansas standards to meet the the goals of the students, especially the students of the IEP, and we need to align the goals of the students to the standards.
Very
And
good.
of course, through the help of you're going to adjust the lessons, and that what is that called modification, and also the accommodation on that. So the steps on how you're going to meet that or
Okay.
to reach the goals, yeah, to achieve the
So
goals of
what
the
are the steps?
students.
What were the steps expected that she should have mentioned?
Yes, Doc. First, you should study the IEP or the goals of the student, and then you need to adjust your lessons, your strategies rather, based on the needs of your student.
Right. And then the documentation for the standards of Arkansas is under Arkansas Department of Education. Okay. Under curriculum. It's gonna be the same for all the states. So you get the standards from the state. It's actually Common Core standards. So if you do ccss.org, Common Core standards, website, then it's really going to be the same on all the states. They just rename it differently. In Arkansas, we have adjusted it by putting more details. So the numbering will be a little different in Arkansas, but really essentially that's the same as Common Core. Very much so, 90, maybe 98%, because they just maybe added 2%, like, like extra details. But the core of it is still Common Core. I know that because I was part of the committee that I was the ninth grade leader when I was working at the Department of Education, and we were doing the revision of the standards, and I was the leader for ninth grade, and they pretty much just tweet, yeah, let's add this word, let's do this, they just kind of did that, little tweak here and there, and then they renamed the different ways of naming it. It's not the same as the Common Core. They're very close. But anyway, so that's what you need to do, is mention that I know I could find the documents for the standards in the Department of Education and whatever the state is that you are being interviewed in. So you need to mention that you know where to get the standards. And you should have that standards link, guys, in your document somewhere. And before an interview, you should be reading that. So if you're teaching literacy, I want you to go to, for example, Arkansas, you go to the Department of Education of Arkansas, and you go look in curriculum and then find ELA, English Language Arts, and then find it's going to be in a range like K3, like, I don't remember if it's I don't remember. I think it is by individual, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, whatever. So if you are going to be elementary, try to read the K6 standards. So if you're high school, read the 712 standards, and do the same with any subject area that you're certified in, because they may ask you something specific. So it's good for you to know that, according to the standard for the grade you're teaching, that this is what it says, and this is how you should teach the students. So that should be a must for you. On top of also going to the website of the school, you also need to actually go to get your standards. Okay, so if you don't have that yet and you are really serious about coming to the US, I would recommend you need to have it today, tonight, or if you get too sleepy, maybe tomorrow. But try to have it somewhere and be reading it. Be familiar with it. And you will see that if the Philippines, for example, is actually using Common Core, it's going to be similar. Is the Philippines using Common Core? Does anybody know? Can somebody tell me? Are we using Common Core there? Because I did all my education in the US, but I never taught in the Philippines. I was a student there, through second year in college, but I did not teach in the Philippines at all. All my teaching and administrator experience are from the US. So I do not know. So you're teaching me about how the Philippines, does it on teaching. So can somebody tell me? Anybody? So far, there's a few people here. I'm gonna start calling some people here, so nobody's raising their hand. There's RG, there's Dina. Oh, these are new. Nita Allegret and Faye Idnight. Thank you, Mela Flor. Thank you for coming on. Of course, Giselle. Thank you. And so anybody that would answer, Imelda Jobson, you're new. Janice, you don't have your last name. Julie Ann Celino, Karen. Oh yeah, that's Alan. Okay, and Melanie Lagari, see a bunch of you. I don't recognize your name, so you may be new or you've been there, but you did not talk to me yet. Rodina Kubalan is here. Wilson, Samsung. You have there's no name on you, just your phone. So if you might want to change that to your name if you want. So anyway, so any of you that would like to answer me, that would be good, because that way I'll remember you and you will be recorded. So Femela Flor, do you want to do that? So
Good morning, Doc.
good morning.
Good morning,
Any comments? Yeah.
everyone. May I ask again, what's your question, Doc?
Mike, what was my question?
I'm so sorry, I just got in, Doc.
Yeah, that's okay. I was asking something. Now I forgot now what my question was. Mike or
It's
Beth?
more
Can I
about
answer for that,
the
Doc?
core.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Giselle, what was it, Giselle?
It's about the
Is it
Common
about
Core, Doc.
the
Common
We have
Core.
Common
That's
Core
it.
here in the
subjects
Philippines.
being
Yes.
offered in the Philippines, Doc?
That's right. Are you using Common Core in the Philippines? That was my question. Thank you.
Okay, Doc. So here in the Philippines, Doc, we have core subject based on in our curriculum. So for example, Doc, in our in our school, we have a core subjects for science, English, mathematics.
What do you mean by core
That
subject? I don't understand. Are you talking about the standards under that subject? What are you talking about?
this is based on the curriculum being offered in the Philippines, Doc.
Right, but is that based on Common Core? Or do you know what the basis of it?
The basis for that, Doc, is depending on the uh, curriculum being offered by us. For example, this year, Doc, we have our Matatag curriculum. So we have a different
Those are the
curriculum
units.
for this.
Those are the units.
Yes,
Those are the things you're teaching. I meant the standards that you are, the skills. I meant like the one that would actually be used, whatever you're teaching is going to be what you're basing it on, is the standards that you have. Do not give me the specific concept or, or
Yes.
or theme that you're doing. I want to know the source of the Philippine standards. Where
Doc,
did they get it?
yes po. I think I got it already your questions.
Mhm.
Before I remember we have the competencies in
Okay,
each subject. So
that's
yeah, the
it.
competencies that we have in
Mm-hmm.
each subjects, and those are the essential objectives that they need to achieve in specific subjects.
Okay, but they
It's
still
yeah.
base it on somewhere, Mike. Do they, is that Philippine original, or is that something based in like Common Core? Because most in the world now, most of the education in the world is now based on Common Core. And so a
Mm-hmm.
bunch of folks, even not in the US, are now using Common Core standards as the basis of their standards. So I did not know if the Philippines one of those countries that adopted it or not. And I guess we should Google that. Did they adopt Common Core? Because if they did, then it's going to be very similar to here. It's good to know so that when you
Mm-hmm.
answer
Mm-hmm.
questions, you're going to say, well, it's very similar because the Philippines adopted Common Core in whatever year. So, Mike, is that something that you could Google for me, please? Did the Philippines
Yes. Well, yeah.
adapt CCSS, Common Core?
And then I think I remember, but this is I think the 2021 SEC curriculum. They have the anyway that is UD like that, but there's a specific
UDL,
objectives for
Understanding
each
by
subjects. Yeah,
Design. Yeah.
yeah. There's I don't remember it now, but you
That,
are
but
still here in the DepEd, ma'am.
Right, but UDL is also just it's really more of a program. It's understanding by
Yes.
design, but
Mm-hmm.
that is not the
In the
curriculum.
curriculum, yeah, it's under they integrated in the curriculum during
Yeah.
the
They're
secondary
using
education.
those are McTies.
Who
Yeah,
are
they're
here?
using that, but that's not it
Mhm.
replacing the curriculum. That is the standards, I mean, the standards. So the
Now
standards
they
should be
yeah,
based in some.
according to Sir Albert Gallarda, they change it now to most is essential learning competences. Yeah, and when we're asking like what Doc Merlin is asking, what is the basis of that core? Or yes,
Learning competencies. Yeah, where are they
yeah,
basing it from? Did they just come up with it? It says
yes, the
Philippines
basis. Yeah.
professional standards for teachers. Yeah, yes, we say that. We always own it. For example, we say Arkansas standards, but Arkansas standards is
Mm-hmm.
based in the Common Core. Okay, so we know that we call it our own, our state standards, Arkansas, but it's really originally based in Common Core standards. So that's what I want to know is the Philippines using Common Core standards or not? Because when that came out, a bunch of the countries jumped in and start using them. So of course, if you're gonna do IB, there's gonna have the IB thing going on, but the Common Core also considered, I'm sure, the the IB standards whenever they were when they were writing it, because that's a huge project by Gates Foundation. Gates Foundation, Microsoft folks were the ones that actually were heading that, and there's a lot of folks involved in the Common Core writing of it.
Good
So,
evening, Doc.
Ham,
Uh,
This is Janice. Yeah.
I am Janice David. I just want to stir the question earlier regarding the common core, whether the Philippines is using the common core.
Yeah. What
So
is the
I
answer
just
to that, Janice?
researched,
Huh?
and no, the Philippines are not using the core standards, which are also being used in the US. So we are using different standards. So the Philippines has implemented this K to 12 program where we added 2 years to the basic education. So we did not adopt the specific common core standards developed in the US. So instead, Philippines right now has developed our own curriculum with the K to 12, which is aiming to align with the global standards.
With the what
So right
standards?
now, the global standards. So
What which
we
globe? Yeah,
like
Common Core will be your global standards. That's what they call it now. Is the Common Core is considered the global standards. So that's the whole purpose of it, is to have curriculum that's going to be global. So that was the whole purpose of why they did it, because they wanted everybody to be teaching the same thing. So that if you have somebody from the Philippines moving to the US, if you have a sixth grade student, then they should have already learned the sixth grade standards. So it's going to be the same. You don't have to worry about, like, okay, they don't know this part, because they are teaching the same standards, really. But they just rename it, like we did Arkansas State Standards. They would name it Philippine Standards. So that's what I would say, that it is if they say the word global, that might be Common Core, but I wasn't sure because I do not know if that was publicized. You can actually check it by doing it. Can somebody send me the link, or send Mike the link? Mike can email it to me, or email the link to your Philippine standards, because I can compare it myself. I like comparing stuff. But anyway, so if somebody could, Giselle, maybe. Giselle, can you send me the link to, email it to me, the link to your Philippine standards, the source of it, so I could, I want to compare, and in that way, on our next meeting, somebody reminds me, that I will actually tell you if it is based or not based, especially your English language arts. If you send me the English
Okay, Doc.
language arts K-12 source. Is yours published somewhere, like in the US? It's published in our Department of Education. Is that published in your DepEd website?
Doc, I already
Um,
sent it po
yes,
in
Doc.
our chat box.
Can you email it to me too, Mike, please? Because I can I
Sure
am in
po, Doc.
full
I will.
screen. Yeah. So let me see what Mike.
Do you want me, Doc, to share my screen?
Yeah, share your screen, Mike. I wanna see that. Yeah, there it is. Department of Education, say, yeah, okay. So it's under deped.gov. Okay, just kind of similar. Let me think. Let me look at, so they said basic education, senior high school. Okay, English. So they use strands then after that. Okay, let's see. So they definitely use different numbering, it looks like. Um, yeah, I don't think you are. It doesn't look like you are. I think yours seem to be more specific, like really specific. For at least for the English. There's some similarities, but I don't think it's really completely based, I don't think. But anyway, yeah. Well, thank you so much for sharing that, Mike. Yeah, it is a little different. There are a lot of similarities, but it's definitely not like just if they use the Common Core, they use it like as a reference, and then they kind of just did their own because it looks different. Like you can tell if it's Common Core, because usually it goes to 10 different strands there. So in and Common Core, they pretty much align per grade. Like Mike, go to Department of Education if you don't mind. In Arkansas State, the Arkansas Department of Education, and show them the curriculum of Arkansas, because I want to show them how it looks like, because you can see the difference, how you're writing it here. That it's called differently. It's a very different way of naming them, is what it is. And see, you can tell when somebody is using the Common Core because the naming of it is a little different, but the components of it will be the same. So so are you looking for it, Mike? Department of
Yes, Doc. Yes,
Education.
Doc.
Yeah. And I'll try to look for you too, with you too. So it's and I think this is something that you all should know. Like if you're planning to teach here, you should have this. This should be something that's the main thing that you should be looking at, because you wanted to make sure that on your interviews, or when you start teaching, if going to be similar to what you've always done, or is it something new that you have to relearn because it's so different. That's something that you should think about. So Arkansas Department of Education. And so once you go there, you go to DESI. DESI. Let me just go there. And I think there is a place there. You go to your DESI. Elementary education, the first one. You click on that and it should be under there, because you want to go to the part where you have letters there. You can search under curriculum. Come on. Mine is not going there. What are you on yours, Mike? Are you sharing your screen?
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Is that your screen we're looking at? No wonder I cannot control it. It's yours.
Yeah, yeah. I
Go
think
to the first one. That's green right now. Yeah, go to the first one and then let's look under curriculum.
which one to here, Doc?
You said
For example, the
secondary.
K2.
Yeah, go. Yeah, show me that. You said
Okay,
ELA.
kindergarten through grade 12. Yeah, this one. The Arkansas English Language
Yeah.
Arts.
Yep. I want to see that.
Let's start first wait, you can click, for example, we'll go to the kindergarten.
I had on. Let me see. I'm trying to see your screen. I'm only seeing people right now. I'm trying to find out what I'm doing wrong.
Okay, I will let you share your screen.
Oh no, 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 no. I don't. You go ahead and keep it, Mike. No, I don't. I'm trying to figure out right now why am I? Okay, let me see. No, go ahead and keep yours, Mike. I'm trying to figure out mine
Okay,
right.
so
Yeah.
okay.
Um, see the rest of my menu though. Okay, now I see it. Okay, so yeah, that's the one, Mike, English language arts. Okay. And then under that, you go under ELA standards. Yeah.
Yes,
And
po,
then
Doc.
click on the, yeah, kindergarten to 12th. Yep, right there. And then let's scroll down to below. Yeah. And go to the standard itself. Keep going. There you go. See the numbering of that? This is kindergarten. See the numbering of that? Go to the first grade. See this, they start with the grade. See, and they would,
Protocol,
yeah, that's
okay,
kindergarten.
first
In the
grade.
first grade,
Okay,
it
this
would
one is
start with
first grade.
one. Yeah, it would start with one, and the FR is the foundational reading, and then they would have the numbering. And that's how we know that's Common Core, is how many is that? It should go to 10. Let me see, six, keep going, Mike. 6, 7, no, 11. It goes to 10 or 11. No, there's, on this one here, they got 19 on this one. So it may be similar.
Yeah.
But see, notice how so different it is, the naming of it. Like that one
Mm.
would be they're going to do reading and they're going to do writing and they have handwriting also. And
Yeah,
reading
fluency.
comprehension and so on. So it's going to be the same. And so what they did in first grade, that's going to be so similar to second grade. They're very aligned, is what they've done. Is that, yeah. So they got vocabulary there, they got the writing part in component. And if you go to second grade, Mike, and we could see the same thing, except they have changed up the verbs. So here's the convention, and then you to second grade. Look at that foundational reading again. And if you compare the first grade and second grade, for example, I think I could see my, let me think, my remember that checklist I have, Mike, with the little spreadsheet that I did on standards. Do you have that one?
I don't have that.
It's called K-12,
Standard. Yeah, I think I have that
K-12
now.
literacy standards that with check marks.
Okay,
Yeah, if you do that, then we could see it in one page per grade. Okay, let me see this. Let me share this in the screen. Copy the link on this one that I found. Okay. Now, where is the
yeah, the checklist for
yeah,
AR K-12 literacy standards, Doc.
yeah. Can you share that if you don't mind? Yep, that one. Okay, so guys, if you um, look at this. This is kindergarten, okay? And then that what I've done was I put this in one pager, or I don't know how many pages, but anyway, but it's very easy to see. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4 means quarter one, quarter two, or first grading period, second grading period, and so on. And so you just check it off. So if you teach that on all 4 quarters, you can just check it off, okay, in these boxes. And so then you can go through first grade and so on. It goes all the way to 12th grade. And you can see the alignment that you can see that it's different, but they just need to, they just change the verbs on it. And like I highlighted the things that are highlighted in green, that those are the tested, really heavily tested skills. So the one in blue is they are mentioned, but they're not heavily tested, but they will be tested in the big test that we do at the end of the year. So that's what we have that. By the way, feel free to share the link to that, Mike, in our chat. These are the standards in literacy for Arkansas. Okay, so this is something that if you're using Common Core, if you're using this is pretty easy to do. This is an example right here in eighth grade. It's an example of somebody of their curriculum. I think this was Savas. If they're using Savas books, then this is how they align them. Is this check off part? This one school shared this with me. So this is when they taught the different skills. So that's something that curriculum alignment is something that you could do using a document like this. So anyway, so it's pretty useful when I work with schools on curriculum alignment. we use that document because it's so easy. You know, everybody has the whole K-12 document in their hand, and I have them in all the areas. So if you email me, mcculloughmerlina@gmail, and I'll send you the links of all the core areas. So I have in social studies, science, and math as well. So the four core areas, I have them because I usually share them with principals and teachers. So that's public knowledge. That's all in Arkansas Department of Education website. So that's something that may be important for you to use before you have your interview, because you need to know the standards that you should be teaching. Because if they're going to ask you anything curriculum related, you should be able to use that as a reference. Like according to fourth grade, curriculum standards, this is what we should be teaching. Because I know that, for example, if they're going to know the theme and for example, character analysis or character, traits, where is it, how is it being taught at different subject areas, or the tone, or the, different components of literacy. When are they tested? When are they being taught and tested? So anyway, so that's what we have. So we're talking curriculum, very important, because these are questions that could be asked of you as you do your interviews. So Mike, why am I only seeing for my own screen? I'm only seeing the gallery. So how am I going to the other screen, to the rest of the thing? How come I'm only seeing? I'm only seeing the people, but I do not see anything else. How can I make this screen bigger? I don't know what I clicked. I see everybody, but I don't see the whole screen. I think what I did was I turned off my regular screen.
I think you are on your second screen though.
Am I?
Yeah, probably you split your screen.
No, I did not. I see the Zoom, but then it's uh okay, let me see. I put it on top, Mike, and now I can't get it from the top. So I don't know what I did. Let me see. I'm having technical issues. Okay, now I found it. Let me see. I just clicking different places, but anybody can you tell me how to get out of I just see the whole gallery of people. That's all I see. How do I make this like full screen again? Because I couldn't see anywhere to click. See? I don't know everything because I do not know this part. Mike or anybody, can you tell me how to get out of just the gallery screen? I just have that, like I could see y'all, but that's all I see. I could not see the rest of my screen. How do I make that big when I don't see anywhere to,
Hello po, Doc Merlina. I think you're going to click at the top. There's a
ah,
view there, Doc.
I could not, yeah, but there's no,
Beside the recording, there is view button. There's a close, minimize, maximize, and
well,
then
I don't see that part.
there's a view.
I don't
You
see
don't
that
see
part.
that part?
Nope.
Because that's the button that you should click so that you could choose your screen either for speaker, gallery, or multi-speaker.
Yeah, but I don't see anything.
Beside the recording.
I don't see it at all. That's what my problem is. I only see that's crazy, right? I have never had this that happen before. But I only see the people. Like I could not even see, like if I want to share my screen, I could not even do it because the only thing that's showing me, I'm gonna take a picture of it, send it to Mike. Maybe
Yes,
Mike you can help me if I take a picture of it, what I'm seeing. We're having difficulties, and this is part of my learning too. So this is all I see. Mike, I'm sending it to you. So, Mike. Okay, Mike, this is all I see. So how am I gonna get out of that when that's all I see? You see your message yet? I sent it to you.
Yes,
That's all I see. So where do I
yes,
click
Doc.
on
Wait.
that? I'm tempted to start over, but I don't want to do that to everyone.
Yes,
But
yes, Doc. Doc, can you try to click, yeah, press escape on your keyboard?
escape. That's it. Thank you. You solve it. You're awesome, Mike. Thank you. I know there has to be a solution, but I don't know what I did though in order to do that. But anyhow, so thank you. You solved it. Yeah. So any question on the curriculum? Can somebody comment on it? Like, do you already know it? Do you already have it? Because the curriculum question is going to be coming from our standards here in America, not from the Philippine standards. So that's why I felt like it's important for us to spend some time on it because a bunch of the questions will be tied to that. Do you agree, Mike?
Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc.
Yeah.
But I think we have in the Philippines, yes, we have our own competencies that we are following there.
Yeah. But if you really sit down though, I think I'm going to do that. If somebody sent me the link, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to print it. And I'm going to do a comparison of where things are being taught. Like, is it this, like, are the skills in first grade being taught in first grade? You know, basing on the comparison between the American and the Philippine standards. That's what I want to do. I guess I'm I'm retired. I have time. So I'm gonna sit down and see if you are really teaching the same kind of grade level as we do, or are you ahead or are we ahead? I'm curious about that. Being a literacy specialist, I'm very familiar with the literacy standards. So I'm going to look at the literacy. So the English language arts, what I'm going to be looking at, and I can tell you once I get done, and I can share with you I will make one kind of like I did with the checklist for the American standards. I'm going to make one for the Philippine standards, so that way I could compare it better. So
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
what I'll
I
do.
think we can ask them on
Doc,
examples of
can I add
the
something,
skills
Doc?
or the lessons, Doc. For example, Mamira Flor, what grade level are you teaching po?
Currently, sir, I am teaching grade 8 science and grade 10 MAPI.
Okay.
So, sir, in the Philippines, sir, the Department of Education for the Philippines, we have implemented here the so-called most essential learning
Standards.
competencies, or what you call MELCs. This is the guide of the curriculum and instructions in all public schools here in the Philippines. So,
Mm-hmm.
for every year level, sir, the teacher and the student must met the learning competencies that are allotted for the school year
Yeah.
to be
Yeah.
able to.
The
But
same,
it's the
the
same
same
here
goals.
Yes,
too. But it's yeah, I still would like to do the comparison. So Faye, I thank you for that. But yeah, I'm gonna do the comparison because I want to see or compare orange to orange, not apple to orange.
Yeah.
But that's what I would
Yes, ma'am.
like to do.
Like for
Yeah.
example, Doc, what I'm telling them is, for example, in first grade, we are teaching, for example, the CBC,
Mm-hmm.
right? So
Consonant,
in
vowel,
first grade,
consonant.
if you are first grade, or is there any first grade teacher here? Are you teaching also CBC on first grade, or in what grade level you are teaching the CBC, for example, like that? Who can answer that? Yeah.
I bet they don't refer it the same term, Mike. I bet they call it differently.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's why I'm curious how it's being called in the Philippines too. So that's something that would help me help you because if you were going to be talking here in Zoom, then I would know how it is being used in the Philippines because some of the terms, some of the things that we do here in the US different and or it's similar, it's just called differently. And that's what I'm finding is that it's being called differently. So instead of just standards, they say competencies. So anyway, so it's not the
I
same
think
but
term, but it's
then, Doc,
the
I have a friend there, Doc. I just hope you can remember her, Doc. It's Mom Harvey Zate.
oh yeah, Harvey, I know her
She,
really well.
yes, yes, Doc. She was my friend back here in the Philippines and my colleague as well. So I have asked
Colleague, your
her one
colleague.
time on the. Yes, Doc. And I have asked her on the subjects that are being taught in Arkansas.
Hmm.
So as I look at the curriculum and compared it in ours, so I can see, Doc, that it has similarity in our subject as
So the
well,
science, the
especially in science,
science,
Doc. Yes,
science has
Doc, especially in
similarities.
science.
Okay.
Yes, Doc. But for the Philippines, Doc, it is spiral for the junior high school. Say we have, for example, Doc, grade 8, we have a um, for example, physics. So for grade 7 to grade 10, we still have physics for subject in science, Doc. So that's the term for spiral, Doc. So we still taught physics, biology in all year level for the junior high schools
Okay.
in science.
Yeah. Well, same here. They have all the areas. They have all the branches of science. So they would have earth science, physical science, and so on. But it's gonna be it's they are doing it. Well, I think you are using the, what do you call it? G generation, the G standards, the GS. What is it in science called? I forgot. Anyway, so the standards in science, I thought it's all has also been revised lately. The next generation science standards. Do you use
So
that one?
for this year, Doc, we started the Matatag curriculum, Doc.
Yeah.
So it is being piloted for kinder, grade 1, grade 4, and grade 7. For this year, we will be going to have our training for the grade 8 for
Okay.
the Matatag curriculum.
So they have named it in our own words. They changed it from English to our own words, sounds like. Because
Yes.
matatag means strong, right? Is it matatag means
Yes.
strong? Okay. So strong curriculum. So that's what they're calling it, but it might be called differently here. Okay. So
Yes.
that's just, I think that's a way of a country to own it. Is to change it in your own words, to change it in our own words from the Philippines. But anyway, but still, I would like to see the meat of it, like the content of it, and see if it's going to be similar. And so you have the link. Is that same link that Mike shared with me, or somebody had emailed me about from the Dep Ed? Would I be able to find all the content areas there too? Is that right? Was it you that emailed me, Giselle? Who
For
emailed me?
Actually po, Doc,
No, Doc.
if you're
yes
going
po.
to
I send
excuse
it po, yung
Somebody, go
curriculum.
ahead, Betchy.
Doc, if you're going to check po the website of the Department of Education, and you will find po the Matatag curriculum wherein the competencies of each year level is there, so you can check po.
Yeah. So as long as it's in one website, I can look, I can see them. Okay. Okay, that's what I'll do. That's my homework for myself. I'm gonna write it down. Homework, compare Philippine and versus US standards. So I'm making me a note on that. Okay. Well, thank you so much. So Betsy, let's finish our conversation. What was your comment on, like, when you finished with your interview? What did you feel? Was it hard? Was it easy? Was it something that was just like you're visiting with them? How did it feel for you?
Doc, I think knowing one of the interviewer makes it a lot different, and I think honestly, I was nervous even more that Sir Mike was there.
Really?
It would
Really?
have
I
been
thought it would be better. I thought it would help you.
yes, Doc, but I think it would have been better if I didn't know any one of the interviewers. But still, it helped, Doc.
Yeah. You
I
should
think
feel the support. You're like, he's rooting
yeah,
for
yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of what, I've been in at least three, maybe four interviews where I was invited to come in. And most of the candidates that interviewed, they said, well, it really helped when I saw open the screen and you're there. And it was, a little help, there's a lot of help that I know you're there and you are for me. And I'm like, yeah. So that should not be an extra nervousness for you, because then that's not helping. We should not be making you that. Yeah. But
Because Doc,
uh
Mike asked me the most difficult questions than the other interviewer.
Mike, you're mean. Mike, you're funny. But anyway,
No,
no.
no, because we are two and we are giving the questions alternately.
Okay. So he
Yeah.
just happened to be Betchy. He just happened to be
Yes.
the one assigned to it. At least we're gonna think that way. No, kidding. No, I don't think he's giving you a hard time, because he had been in your shoes before, and being asked the same thing. So anyway, so For folks that are getting ready to be interviewed in special ed, Betsy and Mike, what do you suggest that they should prepare? How will they prepare themselves?
I think, Doc, one very important thing that you should do is to prepare yourself because you cannot give what you don't have. Like, you have to research a bit about the school you're applying for. You have to be yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Do not memorize your answers.
Yeah, just visit, right? Just kind of talk to them, right?
Yeah, it's like having a conversation with a friend or a colleague.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what I told you over and over. And like, if you're
Yeah,
just visiting with them, you had a good interview. Because if you
it's
just like looking
actually
and so nervous,
um
no.
Doc, before the interview, I attended the Zoom like a week ago, and it helped because I heard from other teachers who are already there, so it helped me
Good.
like be myself and be a little more confident talking with the interviewers,
Mhm.
and yeah, it helped me prepare for the upcoming interview.
Okay, good. That's always a good comment for us to hear that what we're doing here is not a waste of time. I know you're giving up some of your sleep, and I'm giving up part of my sleep on a Saturday, but it's worth it because you are being helped on it, you know?
Yes, Doc.
And so what specific thing that like there's just something specific that in your mind that like, oh, I learned this from the Zoom? Was there something specific that you can think of?
Um, Actually, Doc, I learned a lot during that day. And I said, I think I cannot say everything, but attending that Zoom meeting, I think I said, this Zoom meeting really prepared me for this interview.
Good,
Hearing those experiences of the applicants before that are already there in the
good.
US,
So this was
it
Zoom
made me
97? Is it the Zoom number 97? Is that what you're saying? 2 weeks
before
ago?
this, Doc, like 2 weeks
97.
ago.
Yeah, this is 98
Yeah.
today, so 97. So good. So that is
Yeah,
something that's a good reference for folks then. That if you want to get ready, actually, all our Zoom videos are actually getting you ready for interview. Don't you think, Mike? That everything that we talk about here should help you in not just in your interview, but also in your classroom. And I know I've
yes,
said
Doc,
to Giselle
yes.
and others, they're like, you know what we're talking about here is not really just for interview. It's really about good teaching. Because the
Yes.
five core national board propositions is about good teaching. So if you know your students, knowledge of students, knowledge of content, and your assessment, plus your reflection and curriculum and collaboration, you have good teaching. You know,
Yeah, and
yeah.
some of the questions actually, Doc, that came up during the interview was actually brought up during the Zoom. So I got some of the questions
Like
during.
what was it? Mike was laughing. Which one particular one, Mike?
Like I've told teacher Betsy, always remember the five core propositions. All the questions will only it will tackle there,
Yeah,
like knowledge of students. So how are you going to know your students? How are you going to for example, here, how are you going to manage the behavior of the students? First, you need to know
know your
the
students.
IEP of the student.
Yeah,
Everything that you want to know about the students, always consult or always check his or her IEP.
yeah.
Everything is there. And then on how do you tell us the process you use to regularly assess the progress of your
That's assessment.
students.
That's the third one. Yeah.
Assessment,
Mm-hmm.
yes, and how explain how you have collaborated with general education teachers
That's
to benefit your students.
that's core five. That's number five. Yeah.
Yeah.
Collaboration.
What have you done in the past to encourage parental involvement in learning,
That's
student
collaboration
learning? What
again. Yeah.
else?
Yep.
What else I miss? Knowledge of
Strategies. Were there a
students.
question about strategies, Mike?
Strategies, yes, Doc. There is. Wait, I'm going to look for
I
it.
think that's about how are you going to deal with a student if a student misbehaving.
That's still
Mm,
that's gonna go back to knowledge of students for that question.
yes, po.
Strategies
And
would
then
be
how?
to meet the content.
Uh, this one is for how have you ensured that each student receive the right type of support?
Yeah, that's
It's
differentiation. That's still knowledge of students and knowledge of content. Yeah, that's both. That's number one and two. Yeah, so
what
so
else?
you have to remember
Reflection.
though, Mike, I don't know who made up these questions, but if this was made up by your superintendent, Mike, Dr. Poole is a national board certified teacher. So as an NBCT like me, we always ask questions that are tied to national board core propositions. In fact, anytime that I talk about education, I always use the national board core proposition as my checklist in my head. Okay, so when I'm answering any question, I would always tie it to, okay, what do I know about kids? What do I know about strategies? How do I assess? How do you reflect and how do you collaborate? Who do you collaborate with? So those are the things that I always put in my head anytime that somebody would even talk to me about education. Those are my checklist in my head. So if you use that in your interview, then you should have a good interview because you have this good checklist, 5 things that you have to include. And it's always the first two are the most important. Your knowledge of students and your knowledge of your strategies, of your content and strategies. Because, you won't know what strategies to use unless you know your students. And you have to know your content. So anyway, and of course the assessment piece is important because you have to know where they are and where you're going with it. And then of the reflection, okay, so now I taught this, what can I do to improve this, or where do I go? Do I reteach or do I continue? So you always assess before, during, and after your lesson. And then your collaboration. Who do I collaborate with this? Do I collaborate with a special ed teacher, with a gifted teacher? They call them GT here. The gifted teacher, or was it the parents? Do I collaborate with this? Do I bring in speakers to come in and make this whatever I'm teaching better because I'm bringing speaker from the expert in the field, for example. Okay, so those are the pieces that would make any teaching great. Okay, not just good but great. Okay, so to me, when I took my national board certification in 2001, so this was 24 years ago, that's to me was the best PD I have ever received. And that's why I've always been a very big supporter of national board because to me, I became a better teacher. And I didn't realize what kind of teacher I was, and I was okay. I was okay, but I felt like I was better. I was maybe good to great kind of type situation because I knew better, because I was always doing things that I thought, oh, this is good for kids, but I never knew the reason why it was. But then when I did national board, I'm like realizing, okay, yeah, this is good for kids because of this. So I really became more confident because of what I learned. And so if you ever have an opportunity to come and do that, Maria, my very first one I brought here in Colorado, she is now a national board candidate. So hopefully she'll get it. She will be the very first ITSA member that would be an NBCT. That would be awesome. I would be so proud of that. So she was sending me some of her entries the other day, her narrative, and I was giving it comment, and I used ChatGPT to okay, let me see what kind of comments, because they have their standards on what they're looking for. So you have to be analytical and reflective. She did not need to just write what something is. She needs to explain how and why. Why and how are you making these decisions in order to impact student learning? Those are the ones that you always need to think about as a teacher and as a national board candidate. So anyway, so I'm biased about national board. So I used to travel all over the United States for national board. I used to be a consultant for them. So actually, did training for national board all over. I went to Miami, Florida for it. And so they would fly me on a weekend after, I was doing it while I was teaching. So I would fly in Friday night. I would train 50, 100, how many people there that Saturday. And then I would fly out that Saturday night. And then I'd come home for that Saturday night. And I'll be home for church for Sunday. So it's like a 24-hour thing. But it was so fun, because everything was paid for by the school. Whoever was hiring me was paying my daily rate and my hotel and my airplane ticket, my food. So it was a nice trip. But then I got to see like-minded folks, national board candidates that were so excited about national board, and they were having really good questions and so on. And we had my partner and I, you have a training partner, and she was flying from New Jersey for that particular one. And so we had to have a few minutes to just talk about it. We have the PowerPoint already, but we just kind of talk about what what examples we're going to be using, because the examples will have to come from the trainer. You know, they do not give you the example. You have to give the example from your own experiences. And that's the beauty of it. It makes it more customized or personalized. So that's what you should do on your interview. That's what you should do in your teaching as well. So anyway, so that's what it is. You were just so we did a standards, very good at content. And then we did about interview. And so Betsy, last thing that you could say that could tip for others.
I think, Doc, just join the Zoom regularly so you could learn a lot.
Oh,
Prepare
good.
yourself.
Yeah, and if they cannot join the Zoom, they can look at the videos. We have it.
Yeah,
I
and
always post it on Facebook and in YouTube. Guys, I only have 600 YouTube members, and I know I have 8,000 members on ITSA. So I only have 600 on YouTube. So I could use some people there. My goal there is 1,000. So I'm 300 away. But on Facebook, my goal is 10,000. I'm already 8,020 the last time I checked. So we still need 1,980 on Facebook. I like that because once you have that, then you have all these ads and it could generate some income that I could go back and actually help others, teachers. So anyway, that's the goal for this organization is what I would love to do that. I would love to, we have ordered some shirts. I don't know what happened to it. I have maybe a dozen or 2 dozen orders of shirts that I turned in the order, but then he hasn't gotten back to me. He said his last thing was, "Oh, I'm ordering the t-shirt, Merlina, so we could print it." And then now I need to check. Every time I go by, it's a local guy. So every time I would check, his place is closed. So he went somewhere to install some signs or whatever. They do signs and t-shirts. But anyway, so that's something that we could do. All right, Betsy, thank you so much. And hey, I'm
thank you, Doc.
waiting for really great official news one of these days. So yeah, so Mike, sounds like you did an awesome job as an interviewer. Yay. Do you know what happened? When Mike told me about this, I said, Mike, you'd make such a great administrator because this is a good administrator experience. Most of the times, that's one of the important things that we did was as administrator was to interview folks because the key to having good teachers is a good, having good interviews. You screen your folks right. And that's what Mike is already experiencing. And I said, Mike, you already have your master's. Why won't you get your specialist? I told him specialist or doctorate. And that way, if you really, because he's got a green card, he's going to have a green card here. It's going to be like me. He's going to be, she's going to be naturalized, I hope soon. So anyway, so that, you can actually be thinking about doing administration because I never thought that I would go into administration. I always thought, I'm going to be a teacher. I will always be a teacher, whatever. And then my sister was joking like, yeah, she crossed the dark side when I went into administration because what happened was I was talking to the retirement folks. They always come to visit schools, to talk about people about retirement, the teachers, older teachers about retirement. I was still young at that time. So I'm like, I want to know what I will be getting for retirement, Oh my gosh, when I start talking to him, he said, do you know that as administrators make about double the teachers on retirement? And I'm like, oh my gosh, really? And I'm like, I know some administrator classmates of mine, at that time I was getting my specialist. I didn't have my doctorate yet. So I said, I could be as good as them or even better. Of my administrator friends that are in my classmates in Arkansas State. So I said, what if they can do it? What can't I? So I decided, you know what? I'm going to do it. So I decided to do it, to get my license. I took my test for principalship and went into interviews, got a job. And so I'm like, so now my retirement is double what my sister would be, which is she's a teacher. She's going to retire next year. So it's going to be double because I went into administration. You only have to go 3 years because how it is in the US is that your highest 3 years doesn't have to be your last year, but most of the time it's just your last 3 years would be the average of that is the basis of your retirement. So you only have to do 3 really good years of high pay, and then that will be the basis of your retirement. And so that will be what you get for the rest of your life. So what I did wrong was I retired 3 years earlier. So it was So they took off 15% of my pay for the rest of my life. But it's okay. I decided to spend time with my husband instead of like going 3 more years because I had a wreck. I had a car wreck that time. And so I was in pain, a lot of pain for 5 months. And so I thought, well, you know what? I don't think I can handle going back 3 more years of this. And I still have back pains a lot when the weather changes. But that's something I think it's a God thing. I really needed to be home because I was a part-time wife. I was I was staying in Little Rock 3 hours away for 5 days and then coming home on weekends. And so I did that for 6 years. So my husband was joking, and I think partly true. He said, "Well, I wish I had a full-time wife again." And so when I heard that, I'm like, well, you know what? I really need to retire. So I did. I was able to retire because I was in a retirement age already, except that it was penalized because they wanted me to do 3 more. But anyhow, that's what it is. And it's so weird because here in the US, every state has a different way of like when you could retire. Some states they would do it like certain, when you're a certain age. And in Missouri, I don't know if it's still true, but I think your age plus your number of experience has to equal to 80. So, but I don't know if they have a minimum number of like teaching. So if you're 50 years old and you have 30 years of experience, then that's 80. You could retire. So, but in Arkansas, it's like 25 or 28 years, 25, 26, 27, 28 years, you could retire. It doesn't matter what age. That's why I was 48 years old and I was already retired. So I've been retired for 9 years. Do the math. I'm 57. So anyway, yeah. So that's what it is. So Betsy, it's nice talking to you. Is there somebody? Let me check and see what the chats are. Matata curriculum. Okay, Julianne, thank you for that, Mike. Nice links there. Alan, just wait for the said link for curriculum awareness. Thank you. And Faye you sent so Faye or somebody, did you email this to me, this particular link? Let me see if I could do that while I'm here without messing up my deal again. I'm gonna email it to myself. That's what I would need to do. Philippine standards. Anyway, so anybody else that would like to introduce themselves? I see a lot of new folks here. So does anyone want to introduce themselves? What I want is that just your professional info, your name, your degrees. They really would require a master's degree. So number of years of experience and maybe extracurricular if you have any. And then why do you want to come to the US and you're teaching philosophy? Those are the pieces that I would love to hear from you within 2 minutes, maybe an elevator speech, they call it. Try to sell yourself, hire me as a teacher in 2 to 3 minutes. So any brave takers? So Melanie Lagari, you want to talk? Debbie, thank you for being here. I see you. I really love that wings thing in your background. I told you that
Hello.
before. Wilson, it's nice to see you. Okay, so
I,
Melanie. Yeah,
yes po, Doc. I introduced myself already last
yes,
time.
I
Yeah.
see you. Yeah,
The 97th Zoom meeting.
like last time. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And do you have any question for us or any comment or input from this conversation?
As of now, Doc, I have none. I'm just listening because I'm planning to learn more
Okay,
for if ever I'll be getting another interview soon. Yeah, so that's
okay.
why I'm here
So
again.
Melanie, what did you learn? Sounds like 97 was a good learning video, a lot of learning information. What did you learn something from last time? What did you recall?
Yeah, you told me about my answers should be more like focusing more on students. Yeah, what for those interview questions, more focusing more on students and yeah. So that was really one of the points I should consider when answering interview questions. And then I've just received my result for my interview. It is a fail, but somehow I learned from it because it was the feedback was nervousness.
Oh, really? So you were not
Yeah,
as confident.
one of those.
If you're confident like you are doing now with me, just talking to me, laughing and so on, that's perfect. That's what you should be because you're not nervous right now, are you? Are you
I'm not
nervous?
nervous right now.
You
Yeah,
are?
but during the interview, no, no, doc.
Okay.
But actually, it's really different when it's during the interview. The feeling is really different. I already have this experiences talking with different people, but I always have that feeling, the nervousness feeling.
Mhm.
Yeah, before I talk like that. But during or in the middle of my talk, I kind of feel more at ease.
Oh, it
Yeah.
is. Yeah, but you
So
should start
maybe.
with that. Yeah, you should start with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because during the interview, I already I really told them that I was nervous. Literally, I told them.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that
yeah,
might
I
not
need to
help you
improve
though
that.
when you say that. But I would
Mhm.
what Mama used to say to me is that when you're nervous, you kick your feet 3 times like before you come in the room, or yeah when you're sitting down, like this, just kick 3 times on your, just kind of do 3 times, and that seemed to help me. And I guess maybe like more of like, Merlina, you need to get, you can focus or whatever, kind of like self-talk, I guess. But it helped me because I had a stage fright growing up. That's why I could never imagine myself doing what I do now, doing training for 800, 1,000 people. Because when I was fourth grade, fifth grade, I would be coming to the front of the room and just doing a presentation or whatever, just she speaking, and my knees are like trembling. My knees are like trembling, and I'm like, so I cannot believe that I grew up and I am doing this for a living,
Yeah.
because you could never tell though, your students that might be nervous in your classroom will become an author someday, something. That's what I'm working on, is being an author. But yeah, it's something that's going to be a confidence thing that they're looking at. So they're looking at your fluency. So you're fluent enough, I know that. But then they're looking at, if this teacher is as nervous as this and she is in front of students are going to eat your lunch. That's what they call it here. But eat your lunch means
Yeah.
they're not going to abuse you. They're going to try to push their luck, because this teacher's nervous. This teacher doesn't act like she knows what she's doing. Okay. So you
Mhm.
have to fake it until you make it, girl. So I always say that, like, you just act like, okay, I know I have a lot to learn, but I'm going to act like I know it. Don't be a
Yeah.
know-it-all. Nobody likes a know-it-all. Like, I know it, I know, don't. If you don't know it, you really say, I don't know it yet, but I know I have resources I could use. I could ask Dr. McCullough, I could ask, some of my friends that are already here, things like that. But you do not act like a know-it-all. That's very different. Very different in the confidence, or just be a know-it-all. Nobody, I'm
Mhm.
telling you, nobody, as a teacher, as administrator, if you act like a know-it-all, nobody wants to be near you or hire you. And so I try to be,
Noted.
yeah. And you try to be like a servant leader, a servant,
Mhm.
leadership style like Jesus. You're being humble. You might know more than but then they know, but you don't need to show that. You need to always be humble. I'm here to serve, and I'm here to learn. So,
Mhm.
if they ask you for information, for input, yes, you give it, but you're not gonna be like being braggart about it. Like, oh, I have this, no, 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 I am this. No, nobody likes that. So,
Yeah.
it's humility goes a long, long way. And I've said this, Debbie, have I said this over and over, right? And Mike and Giselle, that humility, I'm telling you, if you are humble, people
Mhm.
can tell by your eyes, by your actions, and all this, and that you care, you're passionate. People have told me that, Merlina, we could tell that you are passionate about education, because when you start talking about it, you're like, your eyes just light up, and you're just like, I'm excited. And the more excited I am, the fastest I talk, which is like, I need to tell myself, Marlena, you have to make every word count. And that's what I'm telling you, my professor, Dr. Cox, he's deceased now, but he said, Marlena, you need to make every word count, because I get so excited. I'm like, I just start doing this. And so now with Zoom meeting, it's actually helping me to slow down, to slow down, look at your audience and see what their body, just like you do in the classroom, you look at their reactions, their faces. That's why when you're smiling back at me, I'm like, yeah, good, I'm doing okay. So it's almost like a feedback for you. Do the same when you interview. Kind of like,
Exactly.
okay, I'm excited, show your enthusiasm.
Thank you.
And you're excited about being here. Thank you for your time. I know you are busy, and so they will introduce themselves first, and then before they even ask you, they will tell you, I'm so and so, the first person that would, more the leader in there, usually the highest, either the highest role in that group, superintendent or principal, and then sometimes it will be the HR, human resources person. Like in West Memphis, it's Mr. Barbie. So it would be depending on how they do it in their school, but a lot of time it's gonna be one of the administrators that would introduce themselves. So yeah, so always thank them at the end, and I always say write a letter, an email saying thank you for your time. I really enjoyed visiting with you all today, and I'm looking forward to hearing back from you, feedback about the interview or something like that. So those would mean a lot if you do something like that. You thank them at the end, and like here, I would always say, if you're going to introduce yourself, try to greet me, but also greet Mike or whoever it is that's my co-host. Don't ignore them because both of us really are here. And a lot of times, Giselle or Debbie or Myrna, when she's here, I would ask them to help me. So yeah, thank you so much. I'm glad that you learned that. I think you'll do well on it, huh? So every interview that you have, you
Hope
learn
so.
that, right? Do you agree with me? How many interviews have you had?
I
You only have one?
just one, doc.
Yeah, so
Yes, so
you'll
I'm
be a
very
better,
API.
yeah. So if you have an 80, then you'll have a 90, hopefully next time.
Hopefully.
Yeah. You want an
But
A,
at least
right?
last time I was talking here, like I was really demotivated and like that, discouraged and everything. But somehow I'm moving forward.
Good. See,
Yeah,
that,
moving my way
yeah.
forward. And
I,
yeah, seeing this is a positive side and a positive end because I keep learning from those. And actually, I'm trying to face those like mga rooms for improvement. Like I was really uh thankful with our master's classes because somehow with a Zoom meeting like this, I know it will improve my
yeah.
skill when it comes to this.
You
Yeah.
have to, because your communication skills will improve, your knowledge will
Yeah.
improve, right? And yeah, and just the practice of English with no nosebleed. I remembered, I remembered I was in high school, right? And I came from a public school, right? And then I went to Saint Joseph Academy, which is a branch of Saint Teresa's College. Really nice, nice school in high school in Mandaue. I was living in Mandaue back then, and most of these girls are like rich, because all girls school, all rich people with cars. And so I was poor, I'm like in tricycle. But their English was so good because in where their private school, they were speaking English, right? And in the public school, they were not as strict with us, So I remembered asking one of my best friends at that time, I said, I want to say this in English. How do you say it? And she was teaching me, and I'm like, gosh, gone are those days, now, you start thinking in English, you get better, and I got better the second year. I got better in the third year, but they've had it for like since kindergarten to sixth grade. They have 7 years ahead of me than in English, because I didn't have it in the public school. I was valedictorian, so I was able to go to any of the high school for free, and so that's what I chose. But I felt like, because they have money
Lucky.
and they had all these nannies or whatever drivers,
Mhm.
I felt like they were so much privileged than me. We were poor, but we're really, I mean, we could eat and all that, no problems with food. It just didn't have any money, with 6 kids and our parents working. But my mom had a food service business, so we never ran out of food, but we just didn't have money, right? And so clothes would be different. Thankfully it was uniform Monday, Tuesday. We have a civilian day on Wednesday, so you can wash your uniform and then wear again Thursday or Friday. And I remember dreading Wednesdays because I did not have nice clothes to wear, like, the branded clothes that others are wearing because they're rich. And I guess I've always been lucky to have good friends. Like, I maintained friends and they were always giving. They were like, oh, you want this or whatever, go to visit. I said, no. And I'm always like, mom and dad would always say, nobody, everything you should earn. You should not be like, no free loading kind of type thing. So they would force me like, well, this would fit you or whatever. And all that. And so, I would always ask permission from my parents. I'm like, is it okay? So and so give this to me. Is that okay? And all this because, I don't want to get in trouble, especially my dad was so strict, you know. But then at the same time, you have I went to, we also had a neighbor that I know were a little poorer than us because remembered giving them some of our clothes, but then one of them got so insulted. The mother was so mad, like, why do you think of that? Why did you give it? I'm like, oh my gosh, somebody gave me something. So I thought I would also give something to somebody. And I know that person also needed it, but the mother was so proud. And that's what taught me that, like, you know what, when you give something, you need to make sure it's okay, with the parents or, because there's a pride thing going on. Even with our students, I've experienced that where I want to make sure that the parents are aware. If I'm sending food on Friday on their backpack, because I know the kids were writing in their journal that they didn't have food on the weekends. So I would fill up their backpack with food because I always had lots of food in my filing cabinet. I have like peanut butter, peanut butter, so sandwiches, things, and so on, those things, filling things. So I would just put things in her backpack so that they'll have something to eat. And so I would have 4 or 5 kids that would do that every weekend. But I always made sure that I asked the parents, is it okay? I have all these extra snacks. Is that okay if I share this with your child? Is that a problem? Oh no, thank you. All that. But if somebody would say, no, wait, okay, we're good, because they're so proud and I'm not gonna force it. If they don't want me to do that to their child, I'm not going to force it. I am here to help, but I'm not going to force it, to a parent that would be mad because what do you think of us? You think we're so poor or something we can afford to, feed our child or clothe our child. Here in America, we have Goodwill or some cheaper places where people donate things and it's cheap. And so we would buy things, my sister and I would, like if we see somebody with shoes that are really bad, so we would ask the parents that, okay, I have this, I always use things like, I had this child, my child, usually my Jet or Stephanie, I have some Jet's, shoes that he got for Christmas or whatever, and he just wore it 1 time or 2 times, little fib, little white lie. Is that okay if I share it with your child because I know they have the same shoe size? Is that okay? I always would ask that because I just do not want to, be parents to be mad. I don't want them going to the principal like, who does she think she is?
Mm.
Why did you feel like she had to give my child clothes? So you be careful about that too. So there is such
Um,
thing as a pride thing. Yeah.
I
What
I
what do you do in
actually
the
can
Philippines?
relate.
Huh?
Yeah, I really can relate to that, Doc, because I grew up in a very, like, let us say, unfortunate circumstances like that.
Mm.
When I was in high school, like I can relate to what you said. Like my classmates were wearing good clothes, while me, I was just wearing these clothes used by my older sisters,
Hand me
like
downs.
that.
Mhm.
So I can relate to that. And
Yeah.
then, so with my experience, na that is why I built some like YouTube channel, and then it is already earning just a little. No, I'm
Oh,
not
good.
bragging
Oh,
about that.
okay. Let
And
me.
all the profit goes to like the students in the remote school. Like
Ah.
last year, yeah, I earned from that last year, since last year. So what my commitment was, every amount I earned from that will be donated to those students who are in the
Oh,
remote school.
nice of you.
Yes, Doc, because those are the students feeling emotion.
Yeah,
Because
that's
those are
cool.
students. I was teaching back then in a remote school when these students would tell me, teacher, um, we haven't tasted spaghetti like that. And then their clothes
They've
were
never
really
eaten that, yeah.
torn. Yeah, they don't have shoes. That is why I choose those students in a remote school po.
Oh, that's so nice. Now, how many followers do you have on Facebook?
I think I have around 4,000. I am not sure.
Nice.
Doc. I'm not checking on it.
So
Actually,
they
I'm not
must pay better.
updating.
Do they pay better there in the Philippines? Because they pay like silch here. They don't. Oh, you must make good content because here you get $1, $2, not very much at all.
I already have 7,900 subscribers. Actually, it's more in reading because yeah, I'm not really a specialist in reading, but during pandemic, reading was really a problem.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, here in the Philippines. That's why I encourage kasi nga yung the kindergarten here, Like most parents would say, it's okay just like that because they're still kindergarten. Like they don't give much foundation in it. So
Oh,
that is why I am starting like, oh, this is the good foundation for their literacy skill. Yeah, so I started like phonics like that, the Marongko approach,
nice.
we call yes that one.
E-
For Filipino only. Then I also have that basic sight words, but I stopped making video for a while now because I don't have a technology to use because my
yeah.
laptop is having trouble
Oh
like that
no.
would.
Well, email
Yeah.
email me your link because I would love to will advertise you in our ITSA if you want to.
Oh no.
And do the same with us though. I want you to feature our ITSA link and also our Facebook because some parents may be able to learn some things, from I have other videos there, not just the Zoom. I have more than 500 videos on mine on my YouTube. So anyway, yeah, if we can help each other that way. But you must do much better on engagement than me because I want to say my highest one was like $8 something for that month, and it's like, so what would that be like? Um, what's that? 400 pesos? Yeah, 400, 500 pesos for the month. That's nothing. That's little.
Actually, it's not much for me also. Though I've got million views for these videos, but I just earn like,
Million. That's awesome.
yeah, some when accumulate all the videos, the views, yeah. And about the highest for a video like 100,000 like that.
Wow, you
Na
are
views
big.
for a
Because my
video
highest is
because
only 12,000. My highest is only
it's
12,000.
more on reading, so guess many would watch that one, especially the parents. And yeah, especially during the training, I was asked to share some insights of mine when it comes to reading. So maybe that's one of the reasons also that I was able to have more
Right.
audience. Yeah, because I was asked by my principal to share. Because our audience at that time, our participants were the kindergarten parents.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Mm.
congratulations. I'm proud of you. That is so awesome there, Melanie. That's good. I didn't realize that I'm talking to a Facebook star over here.
Yeah, but actually, I just don't want to show my face
Oh
there. Yeah.
no,
So
it's a
yeah,
good
so there's
idea
no
to
really face.
yeah to promote each other though, to kind of support each other that way. So any of you watching this, if let's promote each other because it's gonna be we have channels that are helping others. So if we can share it, because mine I always feel like some of my videos are going to be good for parents as well. We have a lot of times I would post something on the ITSA Facebook, and I would say things like, I would just, hi, you might want to use this or whatever. And sometimes I would say this is for teachers, whatever. But a lot of times it's actually for parents as well. So are you part of our ITSA group already?
Yes, po, Doc.
Yeah, you are.
Yes,
Did
Doc.
you do
And
the
Facebook and
educators,
in YouTube.
the international teachers helping each other? Do you have that? Let me type that. It's
Not yet.
international teachers, was it helping each other? I think helping each other, and find that, and then
You,
that's my
that's
official
in
business.
YouTube.
Yeah,
YouTube,
it's in
Doc.
YouTube. No, that's on Facebook, but on
Facebook.
YouTube it's gonna be under ITSA, and then my name. So you put it
Yeah. I
and
already
Dr.
have
McCullough.
subscribed to it, Doc.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, the
Mm-mm.
international teachers helping each other is my official business Facebook. So I don't, the Merlina McCullough is actually my personal. But some people had asked me to be friends there. That's okay. So I went ahead and had friends there too. But my official ITSA business thing is actually the ITSA group itself with 4,000 followers. And now
I've seen it.
the international teachers helping each other
It's
has 8,000 something. And that's the one
yeah,
that
I've seen
I
it,
built.
Doc. I'm
Yeah,
following it
you're in there. Okay,
right
good.
now.
Yeah. I think it's good to have that because combining all of us, we have lots and lots of people following us. And then the more that we promote, each other, the better, for chances for teachers to be able to come here. Because we still do have shortage of teachers in the US. We do. And so in Arkansas, for real, we have shortage in the Delta area, and that is in the eastern area where they are in the Delta, that's close to Mississippi River, to the Mississippi State. If it's close to that, that's where the needs are because that's where poverty high poverty exists. Yeah. So
Like I remember Tom Sawyer, the
yeah,
story
yeah.
of
A
Tom
lot of
Sawyer in
times so were
Mississippi.
thing, setting going on there. Yeah. If you imagine the setting of that, you could see that in person where they live. So I live about 3 hours from Mike and about 4 hours from Helena. So I'm pretty much 3 to 4 hours away from everybody, seems like, from one end of the state to the other. And then in 30 minutes, I'm already in Missouri. So if you look at the map of Arkansas, I'm on the top. So I'm very close to the Missouri line. So yeah, I could shop in Missouri. Yeah. And every state has a nickname. Like we are the natural state. That's our nickname of Arkansas. Arkansas, the natural state. In Missouri, it's the show me state. So I used to joke with my students, show me your answer in math because I shop in Missouri. And they think that's funny because they knew about the show me state. We studied it. And so, yeah, I shop in Missouri. Show me, show me your computation. Show me your problem. So anyway, yeah. So those are some things that you also would like to know. Are the states What are the states? Because I was so ignorant whenever I was still writing to my husband. I thought that Kansas and Arkansas, I thought they were the same thing. My God, they're 4 hours, 5 hours from each other. But because I just thought maybe it's Arkansas and then Kansas, they just kind of shortcut it. You know how you do nicknames in our country. Maybe that's just a nickname of Arkansas is Kansas. It's like- and then he had to tell me that no, that's totally
It's
two
two
different
different
states.
states.
Yeah. And just like when my family would say hi to my cousin in California. Oh my gosh, I'm like a 24-hour drive away from California. Yes. So I'm like, yeah, it's far away. But my daughter in Hawaii, she lived far away. I mean, it's like going halfway to the Philippines, so far away to go see her. It will take about maybe 10, 12 hours, just to get there. And so half a day, that's by plane. And so, yeah, it's very, very far. And people do not know the geography. And you know what? The sad thing is that even the American children and American adults, some of them, they also do not know their geography. You will see things on TV where they would ask, like, when you take your citizenship test, when you have been here in the US as a green card holder for 5 years, you can take your citizenship test. Mike will be doing that when he gets his green card. So you wait 5 years as a green card holder, and then you can take it. So they gave there's 100 questions there, and they give you that. I mean, you could ask for that. You can Google it or whatever. There's 100 questions on this page, and you can practice. That way you'll know, right? And so they were asking these adults on answers to these questions, and they do not know. Like they would simple questions would be like, who was the president during the Civil War? Does anybody know that? During the Civil War, this president is on our penny. Mike should know this now. Mike,
Yes, Doc.
who was the president?
Wait. It's on the South Dakota, one of the presidents in South Dakota, Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
I'm
What?
right, Doc.
Who is it? The 16th
Wait,
president.
Doc.
It's Abraham Lincoln.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
Lincoln.
That's one of the questions. Who was the president during the Civil War, during the First World War One, the First World War, the Second World War, all those things, Korean War. Who was the president during that time? So those are some questions. What are the 13 colonies of the United States, now? So what were the original 13 colonies? You have to name all of them, so things like that. Like they would ask you things like, who is the president now? Who's the vice president? Who is your senator in your state? Who's the congressman, the congressman and all this. So you have to know those basic info, about the US. And see, a bunch of the adults did not know this. So how do you expect your kids to know it? So when I was teaching fourth grade, I was so passionate about political stuff, about social studies things, like let's know all our states, let's know all the capitals, let's know their nicknames. What are the, in Arkansas, what's our national flower? What's our national bird? Not national, state bird. What's our state bird, state tree, state whatever. So my kids knew that because we had Arkansas history as one of our part of our social studies, course. So anyway, those are some things that you may want to know, especially if you're a social studies teacher. Guys, if you are a social studies teacher or planning to teach social studies, you have got to know these things I mentioned, from the 50 states to the history, especially the Civil War, World War I, World War II. Those are some major wars that you really need to be aware about. Or starting with the Revolutionary War against England in 1770s. You need to be starting from that, how the U.S. became U.S. before, it was still part of England before. And then they have the revolution in the 1770. We were free in 1776. And so then we built the United States of America. And it started with Texas, we just had the first star, so the first member. And now we have 50 stars because each star represents the states. So the 50th state was Hawaii. The 49th was Alaska. So they were the last two members. And this happened in the 1900s already. So yeah, so it depends. If you see a U.S. Flag, you might want to check and see the stars. Then you can tell when those flags were were made, because that's when anytime that a state becomes a member, they are represented with a star. Just like the Philippines have different meanings on a red, white, and blue, they also have meanings on those. The stripes, there are 13 stripes in the U.S. flag. That means the 13 colonies. Okay, that's the meaning of the stripes, and the stars are the states. So they have different meanings like that. Of course, there's a meaning for the red, white, and blue also. I don't remember it, but yeah, I used to teach it. But that's a million years ago, seems like. But anyway, Melanie, I'm so glad that you're able to gain some things. And that's what we want to have, is that, some learning going on, for all of us. Me, I'm learning a lot from you guys. So thank you so much. Mike has taught me a lot, technology. He's a technology person. So I'm always asking him, Mike, how do you do this? He asked me, he helped me with that chat group thing. He's doing that now. And then the website thing. So yeah, Mike, thank you. So anyway, Mike and Mabel are just amazing folks. So Melanie, any question for us today? No new question?
I don't have any question, Doc, but I would like just to say it again that Abraham Lincoln, you told me last time, he tried for 9th time now before he was able to become a president in the USA. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I am holding into that.
Yeah.
And hopefully being able to get there soon.
Yeah, but I don't think it was even for the US thing. I think it was just to win an office. Yeah, just to win a first office. Yeah. So very
that's
patient.
what that's what I am putting in mind and still in mind.
Yeah, and in the Bible, the patience of Job, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, so yeah, you can think of those folks that are very patient. Anyway, let me see what else. Giselle, I have received a lot of folks asking for your recommendation survey thing. So sounds like you've been so busy, girl. I have completed them as soon as I got them, but they were a lot. That was at least 4 or 5 already, Giselle. So hopefully you get interviews off of them. Have you gotten any interview invitation yet, Giselle?
I don't.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yes,
I have Hope, Little Rock, North Little Rock. I don't remember the others, but you had been busy. And you know what's a good sign that they're asking me for your survey? That means that you already on the next level. Because the first thing they do is they look at all the candidates and they would look for 10, 12 people that they want to interview. So you made it there. And those are the people that they will send a survey to the references. I'm one of your references. So they send it to me. And then from all the references, from all the responses, they would then look and see who they want to interview. So you already kind of made on that first list. So good for you. So that means you look good on paper. So that's good. So now you look good on an interview when you get one. Yeah.
I just want to say thank you. Not gonna talk so much today because I'm very much emotional today. For this past few days, but I'm so like I'm so very I'm just here. Just got a lot of problems lately, but I'm not giving up on that.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry. We have all the crosses we bear, but you have borne a lot. But anyway, but I hope that this will turn out so well for you. You know, sometimes they give us those tears, and then that way our smiles and laughters will be even sweeter. So sorry that you're under tears right now. So, but in your interview, I know you got emotional whenever, like some people would like that, but some people might not. They might think of it as a weakness, Giselle. So try to be really kind of tough a little bit, okay? Because they're going to think about if you're going to do what you're doing now, they're going to say, I don't know if this teacher will be able to control these kids. If they see she shows this weakness to them, they might just like misbehave, especially, well, you elementary, you'll be fine. But high school teachers, they're going to be like, oh, I can get away with anything with this teacher. She's pretty weak. They might consider you that. I know you're not, but they may label you that. So just be aware of
Yes,
it.
yes.
And I hope everything will goes out
Yes.
will come out okay. Okay? That will come out okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
Poor lady,
sorry
poor
for
girl.
this. Yeah. Thank you. It's
Yeah.
early, yes, thank you.
We
Yeah.
have things like that in our lives, Even with me being retired and my husband, we just empty nester, there's still some stresses that would still come. So I think that's part of it. Seems like God always gives you um something to worry about, because otherwise every perfect, and we're not in paradise, we're not in heaven, so it's not going to be perfect. There are going to be some tribulations and trials. So I hope that you will get over your trials and tribulations and be able to overcome everything, okay? That's I think I always would say things like, you know what, if something does not break me, it's going to make me stronger. So it builds character. And so I said, I must be really full of character now, because we had to suffer quite a bit, from childhood to adulthood, really, with a very abusive dad, emotionally and physically and all that. We have to go through that, all six children. And so to overcome that, that's something I share, in my speeches to motivate, teachers that, you are not a product of your childhood. You kind of can overcome it. You can, although you have to go through a lot of pain and suffering, that should not define you. It should just make you grow more. And just like as a teacher, you may have lots of personal issues or whatever, but do not let that define you as a person, as a teacher, because you're stronger than that. You pray, and you are a praying person, and I know you'll be okay. If there's something I can do to help you, though, email me, okay? Personally, and
Yes.
I'll answer you. Yeah, but anyway, and that's what it is, empathy, okay, guys? Everybody show our empathy. When I hear somebody have struggling, whatever, I always want to give them time. That's what you need to do with your teachers, with your fellow teachers, with your students and parents. Sometimes the parents are mad at you. Sometimes it's not because of you, it's because they have a rough life. Maybe they have a abusive husband. Maybe they just don't have enough money to pay the bills. And so a lot of times you have to step back and say, you know what? It's not about me. It's really because of what this person is facing. So I need to be a more empathetic person. I need to be understanding that it's not about us at all. It's the cross that they're bearing in their lives right now. So consider that always. When somebody like, and I guess I must have gotten better as I grew up, as I became older, because when I would go to some office and they would be so mean or mad or whatever, and it used to bother me personally, like, oh my gosh, why is she acting like this to me? I always took it personally, but now I would say things like, you know what, I bet she's having a bad day. I bet there must be problems that she had, either personal or professional, or maybe there had been customer that were so mean or not nice, so I need to be more understanding about this person. And so I would be, oh, you must have a bad day, huh? I would just like joke like that. I would say, oh, I'm sorry, your day must be like mine or something like that. I would kind of say something and to make them smile. And a lot of times I get them, they get me, and they would be nicer. And I would, sometimes I would say things like, oh, I really like their earrings. And I really mean it. I really do like their earrings. So I'm like, where'd you get those earrings? I love those. Those are nice. That look really good on you. And I think it might fit me okay. I don't know. But anyway, I would say I would comment on something that I like about their hair, about their earrings, but I'm not fake about it. It's really something I like. I do not just say I like it and I hate it, because it's obvious. You cannot, I mean, I'm not a good bluffer. You will say if I hate something, you're gonna see I hate something. But yeah, that's when we're dealing with people, not just with our students or parents, anybody in general. Just be understanding because everybody will have a cross that they'll be bearing for that day, for that time. But anyway, so yeah, I think it makes you a better person that way. So anyway, after my car wreck, it made me really more understanding that, you know what, this could be your last day on earth. So I've always like made it my point of like, you know what, if this is my last day on the earth, then I need it to be to be a good one. It would be impactful to others. I'm able to help others, that I am not all about myself. It's about helping others. And that's kind of what, it helped me, I guess, get there because I felt more selfish before that, before my car wreck where I nearly died. I felt like I was more into myself, like it's all about me type thing. I was not that bad, but within myself, reflecting back, I felt like I was more into that more than now I look at people's perspectives. Like, what would these people, if I were in their shoes, what would I be feeling? What would be my perspective if I was seeing it in that person's perspective? So if you can do that more empathetic that way, then that would be better. So I'm trying to be empathetic. So Giselle, we're here for you, okay, sweetheart? Yeah. Um, oh, Maria's nice. It's okay, mom just okay. Well, anyway, okay, you said Faye said this avenue helps me a lot of coping up in life aspect despite all struggles. Yeah. Well, thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, it does. I've looked forward to it. Like, oh my gosh, Saturday, it's time for Zoom. My husband was like, you have to wake up early. I'm like, yeah, but I'm excited about it. I wanna talk to everyone. But a lot of time he was like, can you cancel it? You don't have to be up early. I said, nope, I'm not canceling it. They have people that are also looking forward to talking to everyone, not just to me. So anyway, Faye, thank you for your comment. Maria too. So
Thank you.
Becky, so wants to leave. I understand,
Go on with
Becky.
life, ma'am.
Huh?
I said, let Ma'am Giselle, just go on with life, ma'am.
Yeah, let's pray. Yeah, we'll have to yeah, just do a prayer. I looking back, some of the things that I really kind of broke my heart. Looking back, I would say, you know what? That's why I went through that because God got me ready for something else that became tougher because of this. And then I became ready to handle the next situation he gave me. So he kind of his way of getting me ready for that. And that's kind of what looking back, I look back a lot. If you are becoming a reflective person, you look back a lot. You look back and say, okay, why was I given that test? Why did God give me to me? Like, for example, why did my principal give me a choice of teaching this particular subject? Well, because later on through the years, I became a principal. I became a curriculum director. I have to know all the subjects. I have to know most of the grades in order for me to be ready to do that job. It was challenging, yes. But then when I faced the bigger challenge, I'm like, oh, I'm glad I had those little things that I suffered in because I was useful to me later. And so those are some things that I've always reflected, like, things that happened later, he got me ready for. So hopefully Giselle is the same situation. He got you ready for something better. Okay. Remember what I say, that if a door is closed, the window is gonna get opened. So maybe a window will be open soon for you, Giselle, okay? If a door is closed. All right, so moving on. Okay, looks like somebody's introducing herself. Uh, Oluyedi. Good day, everyone. My name is Afiz. Oh, Nigeria. This is my first live Zoom session. Thank you. Hey, Afiz, talk to me. I feel like I know you because you have really done so well on responding to our ITSA, to our ITSA group on Facebook. You've been so active. Talk to us. Hafiz is one of those that I said, we have folks from Africa and he's in Nigeria. Nice. So can you talk to
All
him?
right. Hello.
You have a
Dr.
camera on?
Merlina.
Yeah, you have a camera on?
Can you see me?
We don't see
Dr.
you. We see
Merlina,
dark.
can you hear me?
Now, there you are. So that's where you are. That's how you look like. Okay. Well,
Yes,
it's nice to meet you.
yes.
It's nice to meet you. How did you find us? How
Okay,
did
nice
you
to meet
find
you
us?
too, Dr. Merlina.
Did you see us on Facebook
I
first or YouTube?
mailed you. Remember, I made you like a few days ago.
Yes.
I've been following you on Facebook, but now I mailed you. I sent you a mail
Yes.
concerning the issue that I have. I'm
Okay.
having
Yeah.
an issue concerning my job that I had earlier.
Yes, I remember that now. And
Can you hear me?
yeah, I sent it to
Okay.
Glenn, and Glenn said try to go
So can I introduce
school.
myself, please?
Yeah, school that has 1,000 or more. Is that the one you're talking about? So were you able to find a visa sponsor
Okay.
yet?
Okay. Yes. That was what he said. All right.
Yeah.
So
But were
allow
you
me
able to
to
find
take my
another one?
invitation. Should I introduce myself? Not yet, ma'am.
Not
But I'm
yet.
still on it. Not yet.
Okay, if you scroll back on our very first one,
Not
Mike,
yet.
yeah, Mike had posted the designated visa sponsor link somewhere in the
Okay.
beginning. Let me see. Yeah, visa. I'm gonna repost it right here now, Afiz. So here.
Okay.
My latest one that I put in is that's the link to the visa sponsors. So you might want to email them and just
Okay.
introduce yourself.
Okay, I will.
Yeah.
I will do that.
Yeah.
Please permit me to introduce myself.
Yeah,
Can I
do that,
take my
please. Yes.
official introduction? All right. Good day, Dr. Merlina, and good day, Mr. Mike. You guys are doing a wonderful job. Once again, my name is Afis. I'm an IB teacher, international baccalaureate teacher. I work as a PYP ICT facilitator here in Nigeria. And I've had a job, a bachelor's degree in early childhood education, and I also had a master's degree in educational technology. My educational philosophy, I believe that all students or learners have the ability and the capability to learn and achieve excellence if provided with a very conducive environment. I'm talking about providing them with a good physical environment and also providing them with an excellent and a trained teacher. And again, as a teacher, it's important for teacher to also not only have the knowledge of contents, but like you always say, a teacher should have a knowledge of content, should have a knowledge of the students, very important. Should have a knowledge of evaluation, also have a knowledge about collaboration and reflection.
Good job, 5 core,
So
yay!
all my life, what I've been doing so far, I've been revolving around children. All my entire career, I've been involving around children. In my present position as an ICT teacher, I help students to learn how to use technology effectively to really improve their skills in technology. And also, if you walk into my class, I don't just teach them about technology, I also teach them about online safety. We do digital citizenship all the time. We teach them about online safety, about how to stay safe online, how to relate to strangers on the internet. And in recent time, I also do other stuff, like teaching them about the AI. AI is everywhere now. We are trying to guide them, try to teach them the best way to make use of AI, artificial intelligence. So that is all about me in brief. Thank you very much for the opportunity to have you.
Very good. Good
To
job.
have me here.
Good job, Afiz. How do you say say your name again, Afiz?
Hafiz. AF is Hafiz. Hafiz.
Afis, yeah. So I'm saying
Afis.
it correctly. Yeah. So there were
Okay,
some
yes, yes.
broken, yeah, your technology, your maybe your reception there has been broken back and forth. So when you watch this video, you will see parts of it were like missing but I was able to understand that you have your,
Okay.
yeah, you have your BS in early childhood, you have your master's in ed technology.
Yes.
I got your philosophy
Educational technology, yes.
and hang on.
Okay.
I love that you have the 5 core proposition. Thank you for including that. That's
Yes,
good.
yes. I'll be
And that's
following your
awesome.
Zoom all right.
You did. That's good. So how many
Yes,
videos did you watch? Did you watch one?
a lot, countless. I
Countless.
just
You're obsessed. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you
I
so
can't
much.
believe it. Yes,
Did you subscribe
yes, thank
yet?
you
Did you
very much.
subscribe to our
Yes, I
Insta?
subscribe. I'm a subscriber on YouTube. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay,
I'm always
good.
there.
Okay. Well, I love that you mentioned AI. Have you noticed that I have some AI things there in my video, in my YouTube? Do you know
Sure,
that some
sure.
people
Yes,
really
I
don't
know.
like it? One of them is funny. My son, Jet, right? He is a network
Mhm.
specialist. This is technology. His degree is in computer science. But do you know that
Nice.
he doesn't like AI very much, I guess, because he said, Mom, you're posting too much AI in your YouTube. I finally unfollow you. And I'm like, thanks a lot, Jet. Oh, I unsubscribed. And I'm like, oh my gosh, he's very honest. He would tell me things. And I'm like, well, Jed, I understand. Some people do not like AI. She said, Mom, you're just putting too much of it. So every time I would use one, with AI generated pictures, for example, and that really seems
Okay.
to bother my kids, I guess, my son especially, that I think about that. I'm like, okay, how am I using it? So what I've used it is like I would take a AI of like I usually use the picture of my wedding because to me I felt like I had really good makeup. So I was well made there. And so I would use that, but I look younger, right? And so, but then AI even enhances it. It doesn't even look like you. But I would use it as a picture for the things I'm teaching. If you notice some of videos like, that I would teach about something and I would use my
Sure.
pictures, for my AI generated picture. And I would use
Okay. Yeah, I've
Gamma
seen
that
it.
app to make my PowerPoints. So the PowerPoint would have their own image, and I would replace the image with my AI generated pictures
My
to make it
PowerPoints.
personalized. Yeah. But anyhow, so yeah,
Okay.
it's good that you mentioned AI. I love AI. And
Great,
just like, I would say to them,
great,
to Jeff
great.
and everybody that just like on anything, any tool, you could use it for good or bad. And AI to be used for good is going to help us, live a better life to me, because
Yes, definitely.
things that used to take hours and hours to do take just a few seconds or minute. Because I would say things to chat GPT, create a lesson for the whole year and 20 days in each month and on this particular whatever. And I would just say
Wow.
specific, we'll just
Well,
do it. And if
it's
it's
good
not
that
what I
you
want,
use
I would say rewrite this and fix it this way. And I would say things like align it to the Arkansas, literacy standards in fourth grade. I would say
Okay.
things like use this rubric and I would post the
Okay.
rubric and it grades things for me. So all kinds of things. I have been training,
Sure.
now that I don't have my
Definitely.
own classroom, I train
Definitely.
teachers. So I have teachers that were saying things like, "Oh my gosh, Miss Merlina, thank you so much for sharing this because it's making my life easier." And so thank you for what you do, Afis, because it
Okay.
is making lives
What
easier.
easier? Yes, definitely.
Yeah, because used to they would be reading the essays now with Google
Thank you
Classroom.
very much. Thank
Yeah,
you
they
very
would
much.
copy and paste the writing of their students, and they would ask ChatGPT to rate it
Sure.
according to this rubric.
Yes,
And
exactly.
ChatGPT
Yes.
you would say things like include
Wow.
rubric specific comment. So it would say things like, in
Okay.
Arkansas, we use like let me see first this rubric on conventions and your elaborations and all that, you would say those, you would use that same rubric, and then the chat GPT would tell you why 3 out of 4 because this one is missing, and yeah. And so anyway, so it's so cool to see that, and specific comments about the style of the students. What are the things that they are not doing well? They're using too many simple words, for example,
Thank
too
you
much
very much.
repetition. Yeah, those are some things that we cannot, like, we have to sit down for a few minutes to think about it. Now you can just do that pretty quickly. And I shared that with them, and they said, "Oh my gosh, I didn't even know these things exist." this kind of technology exists.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's so funny because some of the schools here, Afiz, they actually would block ChatGPT. You could not get their ChatGPT. So one school, I had to
Wow.
convince the principal to like, hey, principal, can you please talk to your technology director and ask him about unblocking this for teachers? Because this is very useful for teachers. And then I trained the principal, and then now she's becoming a very big fan of it. So then she asked this technology director to open this up. All the teachers should be able to access this. And then so when I went back, I'm like, oh, I'm able to access this. Thank you for doing that. Because there's no point of training teachers, and they can use it, right? Because sadly, some of our our technology directors here, some of them are so old school. They've not been doing the updates on their training, that they are thinking negatively about AI. And so they're blocking all those, that's one of the filters that they have, is they block those. Well, I could see their point also, because some students in high school especially would cheat. They would write their essay using ChatGPT. But then you have and you have zerogpt.com that will check. So zerogpt.com would check if this paper has been generated by ChatGPT. So I also taught the teachers, yes, use the zero GPT in order to check if this was written by computer, and so it will highlight those that are been, it would, I think, either bold it or change it to red, I don't remember. That will show them how many percent has been, written by AI. Somebody had really high grade, and I said, hey, let me check that for zero GPT, see if this student really wrote this, or because she used really fancy words. And so then we checked it, and it was original. It was saying it was original writing. It was not written by AI. So that student is really a good, gifted writer. Yeah. And so the teacher was like, oh, thank you so much for showing me this, because I would not have been able to know for real. So yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
So Afiz,
Thank
what have you
Thank
shared
you.
with other teachers or your colleagues, the AI things that you have shared with them? What are the things that you have shared?
Um, First, I have trained them on how to use it to generate what we call planner. Some people call it lesson notes. We call it planner in an IB school. We call it planner. We've been able to come up with a prompt that allows them to come up with a perfect planner for all their units or their concept they are doing. Then again, we created the curriculum in school, like AI curriculum to teach the kids. And I have a club to myself in school, after school club, called the Exploring AI. It's a very fun club.
Yeah.
We love it.
What's the first word? AI, what's the first word you use? What's the name?
Exploring AI.
Exploring AI. I love
Exploring AI.
Yeah.
It's an after school club. It was my idea. I came up with the idea.
Good job.
It's been fantastic. Okay, in our last class, we used to know to make music in our class, and you really need to see how happy they were, knowing that they can use AI to generate a rap song about their friends or about kind of
so cool, right?
It's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Oh, that is so cool. I love that. And you know what, Afiz, you should include that in your introduction. When you talk about your extracurricular, you say, I love AI so much that in fact I had formed an exploring AI club. And this has been working so well with my students because, and do that, include that part, because just because your degree is in technology and you're teaching technology. So that's a good example of your use of technology.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah, do that. And I wonder if there is.
Yes, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, you did a good job with your interview, with your introduction. I just wish that the technology is helping you where it's not, it's really blocking some things. It's really, I could not hear everything on the first part. So if you ever have a real interview from a school or district, make sure you go. I don't know how to fix that part. See, that's distorted again. I could not get that one.
I understand what's happening.
It's almost like you're in a cave.
The internet reception is a little bit
Yeah.
bad here where I
Okay.
live.
That sentence
Hello?
you just did, I could hear. The internet connection is bad. That's the only thing I could understand. The rest I could not. The one before that. Can you hear
Yes.
me okay?
Sorry.
Can you clearly
It's
hear me?
internet. It's my internet.
It's your internet. Okay. Well, I do not
Yeah,
know
the
if you
internet
have
is
like
bad. The
internet
internet is bad.
cafe.
That's all I was saying. Yes. Apologies for that.
No, no problem.
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Yes.
I will
Okay,
work
good.
on that.
Good.
I will work on it.
Yeah. Well, I want you to be aware of that so that if you have an actual
Or
interview
can
from
you
a
actually
district,
change my location?
what is it? We get cut off. Well, anyway, I'm telling Afiz that if he has an interview from an actual school or district, he wants to make sure he goes to an internet cafe or something with a better internet reception, internet there so that, you know, it could be understood because he's got some really good words to say, really nice things to say. But if you cannot understand it because of the distortion, that's gonna not be on his favor, right? So Afiz, you feel free to come back. I lost you. So Suzette, Suzette went home because I don't want to be overstaying. Okay, Suzette, you never overstay. Don't worry about it, okay? You can always stay as long as you want or as little as you want because this is recorded, okay? So if you want to stay long, it's good. If you stay short, it's good too. That's no big deal, okay? We still have a few people here. That's cool. Afiz, feel free to come back when you can. I lost you. Okay, next person. Rodina or Maria Leonora. Who wants to talk? Mike, do you want to call somebody? And
Yes,
if Afiz comes back, we'll call him back in too.
Dr. Merlina. Good
Yes,
evening.
yes. How are you, Leo?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone.
Okay, Leo.
Yeah.
What's up with you? What's going on? Have you had an interview lately?
Um, uh, Sad to say, I didn't make to the group the thing that have emailed me by Sir.
Oh, the KIP. They have not interviewed yet. I don't think they have not been interviewing yet. They must be busy at the end of the year stuff. So I don't not know if they even have their list yet together. We don't know.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, but it's surprised me the next day because someone have emailed me. Maybe it's somebody from the US that I had an interview last 2 days ago. I had an interview
Okay. How did
with
it go?
three.
How
Well,
did it go?
I did pass the preliminary interview, and then they are telling me to have a demonstration tomorrow. Actually, I am preparing my table this time for a demonstration tomorrow.
Nice.
A lot of
Yeah.
my table.
Okay. What are you teaching?
Yeah, but why I'm going to demo about the science, it's about the states of matter, and
Okay.
they sent me a uh, a kind of a lesson plan. I mean, the
Okay.
template that I don't know the template that they're sending me. That's why I message you in Facebook. Maybe you could answer me that right away.
What did you
But
answer?
haven't
What did you ask? Because I've not checked it yet.
I
What did
want
you ask me?
I want to ask something. This format of the daily lesson plan. This is not familiar for me.
What's the name of it?
Sorry, the lesson plan.
Right. Everybody does differently. What does it look like? Or what does it say there?
For a while, hold on. Please. This is the lesson plan. Downloads. Quick access. The lesson plan course name by course. It says here, like learning attention success criteria, welcome slide, warm up, direct instruction, teacher engagement activity, which is the WICOR. Wait, how do you pronounce it? WICOR?
Rigor.
The
Rigor? R-I-G-O-R? Rigor?
no, WICOR.
W-I-C-O-R. I don't
Yeah,
know. Is this from Wisconsin? What state is it?
from Texas.
Texas. I don't know. Wicker. I don't know. Texas. Did you Google this? Because I do not know about Wicker.
That's why I had a hard time to Google everything because I don't know how to put this inside the boxes that they are providing. And well, finally made it and sent them right away because I have this deadline, which is Friday. I think it's
Mm-hmm.
Friday there,
Mm-hmm.
and sent it a while ago. And hopefully I could meet it tomorrow for this demonstration. This is really a roller coaster of my application. I mean,
Uh-huh.
hard to navigate this interview and the lesson plan that they are preparing for me, and I prepared for them as well. And so maybe tomorrow I have this battle of presentation, and I prepare a lot in this table. Hopefully,
Okay.
I can make it tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did you check and see what grade did you say that you were going to be teaching it on?
I'm. I cannot remember how I applied this. Uh, Maybe this is an agency in the U.S.
Oh,
And I always put there grade 3, or I'm a generalist teacher, so probably could give me from grades 1 to 6, and
okay.
also in a special education.
But the states
But
of matter would be a very low area. That would be like second, third grade. So
yeah,
what grade did you assign it?
I am teaching grade 3. I put there always grade 3 experience.
Okay. So, did you look at the standard for that state? Go to Texas Department of Education and look at their science standards and see what should kids do for under states of matter. So that might be below level. And I wonder, let me look and see what states of matter is in Arkansas because they're going to be similar. K-12 science checklist. Okay, let me look at this for you. Third grade. Okay, third grade, it says, what area would that be? Because in ours, it's like physical science, life science, and then earth science, life and earth science. And that's it here. Yeah. So they have, let me look here. So the physical science, it's about forces and interactions, and then life science, independent relationship ecosystems, and then the inheritance, the life cycles and traits, the earth and space science, and then engineering, technology, and application of science. Those are the ones that we are addressing. So your area that you're doing is not even in our standard. So I do not know if Texas standard is different, but if it's going through the standards, new generation science standards, it's going to be a second grade thing, I think. Structure and properties of matter. That's a second grade thing. And it says here, second grade, first one is plan and conduct an investigation to describe and classify different kinds of materials by their observable properties. And the second one is analyze data obtained from testing different materials to determine which materials have the properties that are best suited for an intended purpose, and then make observations to conduct an evidence-based account of how an object made of small set of pieces can be disassembled and made into a new object. And then the last part of that is construct an argument with evidence that some changes caused by heating or cooling can be reversed and some cannot. So those are the only two things, that's only three things, one, two, three, four things that are addressed in the standards under science in second grade in Arkansas. So I did not know if if they're using the same standards as Arkansas, their comment for you could be that you are teaching a third grade level skill that's supposed to be in a second grade or a first grade. Let me see, what was first grade? What was first grade on that? Let me see what was first grade on that. Okay, first grade in that is, oh, that's literacy. Let me see. First grade is
waves, light, and sound. So that's light and sound for first grade. Let me see kindergarten. Kindergarten is pushes and pulls, weather and climate. So yeah, so that's not even gonna be on ours. So I don't know, maybe Texas is using a different standard. Did they send you a list of standards? Did they list?
No, just an email of informing me to demonstrate something in science.
Okay.
So that's why I prepare the grade 3 lesson plan, because I believe in my application, I put there that I am teaching in grade 3 level.
Okay. So
So
what are you planning to do in your lesson? What are you, if you don't mind to share with me, what are you planning to do? What are you going to be doing?
well, on my lesson plan, because I'm anchored to the Philippine lesson plan, which in the DepEd. And
Right.
so I follow that. I only focus for one state of matter, which is the solid,
Okay.
because they're in their lesson plan that I have to make it the whole week plan. And so every day I should have a variation of matters. And that's why I focus on solid, and everything, the characteristics of solid should be done in a 1 week period for that state of matter, which is solid. And the
How did you
following
break
week
it
should,
down? Like day 1, day 2, day 3, how did you make it different?
well, first I classify it by their name. They classify the object by their names. And the second day, their color. And the third day is their shape. And the fourth day, um, I put their the color, the shape. Hold on.
So
Uh,
Leo, I don't mean to put you in the spot, but do you know, as a I was a curriculum director, right? So what my comment would be is that that's too low. That's something that we in America we teach in kindergarten. That's a kindergarten skill. So I know in the Philippines, because English is a second language to us, that might be something that we do. But in America, where kids are speaking English as a local language, that's gonna be too easy, because that's more of a kindergarten preschool type thing. Okay. So I do not know what comments they were, but my initial comment would be that that's going to be too easy, that it needs to be something a little harder. And what I'll do is I will post the link to this science standards for you. And then that way you can have it for reference. Okay. Do you want that? I'm going to copy the link
yes, yes.
here. I'm going to
I wish I had talked to you before I made that
I
the
I
thing.
wish I wish you did too, because I would, yeah. I wish you did too, because I wish you sent me the link, you sent me and I could have helped you using ChatGPT to make it.
I'm very new. Uh, this is my first time to have demonstration and
Right?
first time to a lesson plan, which
Uh-huh.
is of Texas. That's why everything is new to me. But I hope I just could have the experience tomorrow. And
Okay.
I'm not possibly hoping for 100% a good result for this, but this is
Mm-hmm.
really a good experience for me. Though the interview was really hard for me, and I hope I can make it tomorrow. But as
Mm-hmm.
you have said, my demonstration tomorrow would be very low. And I don't
Okay.
know that because I just prepare a lesson which is really my experience here in the Philippines,
Okay.
which is the state of matter is introduced in the first quarter. That's
Okay.
why I made it.
That's what I would want you to explain, okay? You might want to say things like as a kind of more of a prelude to your teaching, to your actual demo, and say, I know, talking from, teachers in the US, I know that this lesson may be too simple for American children. I am aware of that. This may be taught at an earlier grade, for example, kindergarten, first grade, but in the Philippines, because English is our second language, we can teach it this way slowly, because of our limited language capabilities. We are teaching our kids in a sequential manner like this in our own. But I realize that America may be teaching it a year or two earlier. Just say that way they're aware that you are aware that this is might be too easy for that grade. Okay, so just say that because really, they really are not going to be worried about the content. They're going to worry about what kind of teacher you are. Okay, did you start with your objectives? Okay, did you start with all the pieces that they want? Did you start with an objective? Did you open with a hook? Where you're engaging them, whatever. The engagement. Yeah. And then all the different pieces that you're putting in there, that's what they want to see. What kind of teacher are you? And are you putting formative assessment where you're actually asking them questions? Okay, thumbs up if you understand, thumbs down if you are if you don't, and thumbs sideways if you're confused or not, because you're doing it in Zoom. You could have them to raise your hand if you have a question. Try to check with your audience on what they do. Not just be doing all the talking. You need to make sure you're talking as if you're doing it in your classroom and you're actually getting that formative assessment. You're really checking for understanding in the middle of your lesson. Okay, so that's going to be your key to getting a good job, a good performance rating, is that you're not just like, okay, let me just memorize this and I'll do my thing. You need to engage the audience. Okay, so just make sure that you have any question. This is what we're learning, and then at the very end, make sure that you wrap it up. Okay, so did we meet in the beginning of the lesson? I had this objective that we're gonna learn this, this, and this. Did we meet it? Did we meet our objective? Okay, so then you could ask somebody, okay, tell me one thing you learned, and then maybe one thing that you still have a question on. Something that you can wrap up your lesson to check that, to make sure that what you want them to learn did get learned. Okay, so those are the big hint for me, for you, that try to engage your audience. Don't bore them to death, because once you've engaged, you joke with them, do whatever, just kind of make it be comfortable and all this, and just like you would do in your classroom. Be a relaxing classroom where you just kind of have fun with your students, and just make it like something that they want to learn. Okay, make it real life for them. I want you to look around in your classroom and I want you to touch something, name me something that is solid. So they would have to go around and look, desk, pen, my phone is solid, all this. Okay, then I have water. Do you think that's a solid? Is that a solid? So anyway, so you can say things that are in their environment, in their room, and wherever they are sitting, and all this. So you kind of bring it to them, not just you bringing some new things, and also let them see around them, because that's what science is, all about your environment, right? It's about our world. So I was a science teacher, as you can I was also a science teacher before, but I did fourth grade. I have done fourth grade, sixth grade, seventh grade, and ninth grade science. So yeah, so those are some grades I have taught. But I have observed so many science classrooms as principal and a curriculum director. I have observed hundreds of classrooms. So hundreds or maybe at least dozens of classroom. And I was also a lead evaluator for accreditation. So I actually visited international schools and IB schools in order to do accreditation visit, where I did a report to say with our team if they accredit or not. So I've done that all over the world. So I have seen what lessons should be like. Okay, so make sure that you have good luck. Okay, I want to wish you the best because I want you here in America, Leo. Okay, and Texas is just next door. Texas is just next door to we're neighbors with Arkansas.
Yeah.
We share a border.
One more tip, Dr. Merlina.
Uh-huh.
How could I able to present my demonstration tomorrow? Because this is a very small space. Do I have to sit down or stand up? Because I'm using a laptop. Maybe I want to show something inside my room
You need to be
here.
seeing your whole body. So if you're gonna be do you have a way to like set up your laptop or something where you can be a little away, but yet you can still be heard and then be able to see as if you're in the classroom? Or at least back up yourself where they can see your materials right here and still be able to talk, but then they're able to see your materials. You have a skinny table or something right in front of you, and then you can be showing them, like this. That would be more visible. But if standing up may not be too clear, you can do both. You can do stand up a little bit, and then I'm going to sit down in order for you to see the material clearer, and then you start talking. Okay, so they can see your whole body, at first they see what kind of, what kind of stance you have or whatever, what is your body language looking like, open or whatever. And then later on you ask them, okay, I'm going to sit down for the rest of this because we're going to be talking about the rest of the lesson. But in my classroom, I will not be sitting like this. I would be standing the whole time. Tell them what's going to happen in your own classroom, but then tell them what you're going to do differently because of the Zoom situation. Okay? So
Yeah.
yeah, just tell them, talk to them. Okay? So you want to practice with us? I'll be glad to comment on it. No, you don't want to put in a spot.
I
Yeah.
do that.
But
One more question is this is my first time to have a Zoom demonstration. I really don't know what will happen tomorrow, but as you have said that I have to stand up and do the demonstration. And so how do I act in this way because I have no real students observing me for this
pretend
instruction.
they
They
are.
have to
They are your
yeah.
students.
So I need to be
Yeah, you need to
the
say,
one
yeah, you need
that
to say that you need to say for this administration, for this demonstration, I'm gonna pretend that you are my students. Is that okay with you guys? Is that okay that I'm gonna pretend you're my students? So if I'm gonna be asking questions, formative questions, in order to check for understanding, I'm gonna be asking you. So I hope it's okay that I put you in a spot. I hope it's okay that I will ask you questions. And if you don't want to answer me, that you don't have to, but I will just show you what types of questions I will be asking if I were in my classroom. Okay? So just explain to them what you're doing and tell them if you're doing it differently than what you're doing in your classroom because of the Zoom context of it. Okay? So yeah, that's what I would do if I were you. But I would really, I would maybe do this, like introduce yourself like this, right, what we're doing, and then back up and then show them the materials and so on. And then, teach for a little bit and then say, okay, the rest of the lesson, I'm gonna, in order for you to see my materials or for me to be able to talk to you clearly, I'm gonna be sitting. You can say that. Or do you prefer that you want me to stand, to stand the whole time? Because this is what I would have been doing in my classroom. I would be standing. So please tell me your preference. You can say that. Okay? But I have done I of course when I did a lesson presentation, I always like stood up. But I have a good setup here where I actually have a stand, a holder where my camera would be, I have a thing that will a stand that will hold my camera and that would follow me and all that. So if you don't have that type, you just kind of playing on I think what I've done before was I would have my laptop, right? And I put like a box that's above my laptop, and then I was leaning my phone. I was leaning my phone on top of it, so I was looking so that the phone was on top of the camera. So I had to be looking in that direction, right? And then what happened was I put my notes there, and then my notes was like in a what it would be scrolling. There's an app for that. I forgot the name of the app, but it scrolled the words, so it will have the right pause. Like it's the right, like it would disappear, and that's the pause. That's the right pause for me because at that time I was just sharing with them my experiences on being a consultant. So I had to share with them that. So I had like a little notes for me to kind of have a little keyword thing that I need to say. So I had my keywords, and then when that disappeared, I started on another one and so on. So that's kind of what I did. But for a lesson, you really need to just tell them in, what you would have done in your classroom. Because I don't have the right setup, for the camera purposes, I'm going to sit down. Okay. But in my classroom, I would be standing up. Yeah, that's what I would say. But anyway, and I think they're really looking for your confidence. Are you confident? And they're looking for your fluency. And how do you transition from one lesson to the next, and how did you explain? Okay, how did you explain, and how did you check if they got it? That's the most important part, is how did you check that their students got it? Do you understand this, or do you have a question for me? How about, before we move on to the next part of our lesson, tell me if you have any question. Raise your hand if you have any question. Okay. But anyway, yeah. Did you not teach during the COVID times? What did you teach during COVID? Were you were doing it online?
And we haven't teach face to face, but we do our asynchronous. We're giving these pamphlets that we prepare for our students. We
Right.
do not teach in our classroom, and we
Um,
do not also do Zoom.
Oh, you didn't do Zoom. Okay.
No.
Because but in for you to do well, you're gonna have to pretend that they are your students. Okay. And ask them permission if it's all right with you guys, if you are right with y'all, is that okay? If I'm gonna pretend you're my students. So if you have an answer a question, feel free to ask.
All
Okay?
right.
So, but if you don't want to answer, that's fine. That's fine too. But I will just show you the types of questions I will be asking and make sure that your questions need to be how and why, higher level question. How do you know that this is solid? How do you know, whatever? Why did you say that? Those explanation type questions, those are the questions you need to ask, not a what. Try to avoid what, unless you just really want more example, like in the example, like look around you and what are the solid materials you saw. Okay, and then they say, okay, how about this is a solid, I mean, no, the phone is solid. Okay, your phone, why did you say that's a solid? So it's not just a what, you want your thinking. Okay, so make sure that you do that. Okay, do not over just ask a what question, you're going to be marked low. That's a very low level, DOK1, depth of level one questioning. You need to be, application to real world would be the third one, and the extended strategic questioning, and then the application to real world, those are higher levels. Okay, and those are the how and why. Yep, you got it. So what questions were you preparing? Did you prepare some questions? A good teacher would prepare the questions they're going to be asking. Did you prepare some questions?
Well, questions for my students
Yes.
after my class
Yeah,
every time.
it should be, you should assess students before, during, and after your lesson. So you're gonna have to show these are I'm gonna do a KWL. What what they know, what they want, what they know now, what they've known before, and what they want to learn. Before I would start the lesson, because I want to know what they know. You can just mention it, and then this part of the lesson is during this, whatever. You tell them that, okay? And then, so your assessment during the lesson will be the questions you're going to ask them. And those are the set of questions that you're going to have to prepare. Okay. In my book, when I had a book, I have sticky notes that I stick in there so I would know that I'm going to ask question here. So for you, you may want to prepare like an index card or something where you ask them a question. So certain parts of your lesson. So if you're doing a 10-2 strategy, how many minutes are you teaching? 20? How
I've
many?
given 15 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay.
15 minutes.
So you can think of it as like doing a 5-minute increments or whatever, for 5 minutes. This is what I'm going to do, and this is the question I'm going to ask. For the next 5 minutes, I'm going to do it this way, and this is the question I'm going to ask. Okay. On the last minute, the last 5 minutes might be my wrapping up part, and this is what I'm going to be asking them. And then this is my end of the lesson question, my wrap up. Okay, so you exit questions. That's what you do. You could have them right in there. Yeah.
Dr. Yeah, Dr. Melina, if possible, I cannot. I hope I could pass tomorrow. Could you make a demonstration for us as
Me?
teachers and how
I I
someone?
just did that for you. I just did that for you. I was sharing with you. That's what I'm saying. If you do this demonstration, I'll be glad to tell you what are the things that you should add or take away. You don't have to do it in this Zoom, but if you make me one, do a Zoom video and send it to me. And I will be glad to like talk to you about it while we're watching your video, and we can talk about it. Because, or you can, after this, if you can, we can schedule one where you were actually, you can do that with me, and I'll record it. Because I really don't have being away from the classroom now since 2006. Well, no, 2006. So I've been away from the classroom for 19 years myself. I've been administrator and a consultant after that. So you're talking, about that long in the classroom that I've really not done. I've done a lesson like a sample lesson like during my presentations, yes, but not like having students myself. But I did some tutoring, some high school tutoring lately, but that's different because we were doing literacy, so we were doing a lot of writing things as I was not doing science things. So science was a few years back for me because I have been a literacy specialist for years now. Yeah, but before when I was teaching science, I was more of a generalist, so I was teaching all the four core areas. But yeah, but that's a really good, what you can do is go Google some lesson, go to teachingchannel.org. Teachingchannel.org is something with a bunch of videos on
Yeah.
science or whatever, okay?
I am watching videos actually on how to teach in American way
Mm-hmm.
because it's really big difference with Philippine setting of
Really?
teaching. We start motivation, which is I do in my school. I sing first. We do a singing first before
Then why
we.
would you do
Oh,
that in your lesson? Do that in
yeah,
your
I will
lesson.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will do that. Prepare a song, and after that, we have some questions regarding our past lessons. That is to review our past lessons, which will connect
Yeah.
to the lesson that I'm going to. I hope that this is the same
Yeah,
scenario that I'm
it's the
going to present
same. It's
tomorrow.
the same. And you know what? That would blow my mind if I were watching you and some teacher made up a song about the lesson and that's how they model it to their students. That will blow their mind. That would blow my mind because that's very creative way. You're gonna put yourself an edge over the other candidates because you are using multiple intelligences. You're using your musical intelligence, in order to share it with your students. And then later on you could say things like, then at the end I'm going to be challenging my students to write, in their science journal they're going to write their own song about solid, just like I modeled in the beginning of my lesson. I'm going to be asking them to make up their own and then share it on the next time we would meet, as a review. You could say that. That's a very creative way, Leo. I would encourage you to use the song as a beginning part. That will break the ice for you. That will make you feel more comfortable because you just now did the singing, and they're gonna make them more comfortable with you, and they're gonna pique their interest. I'm like, oh my God, this is so cool. This is a cool teacher starting with a song. Because that doesn't happen very often. So if I were you, if you want that job, you're gonna have to be Leo like you would in real life. If you open with a song with your students, make up a song or come up, you go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to make you a song about solid and then give some words there extra. Include these words. No, 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 no. And then it will form a song for you. Okay, you can even say things like, write a song using the tune Happy Birthday, or using the tune Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, or using whatever common, songs from America. Use that kind of tune. And then that way, when you read it, then you can sing it according to that tune. Happy birthday to you, happy
Oh my.
solid, to you, like that. And then use the tune of a common song, and then use your content with it. But then use ChatGPT to use your to put your content in. You have to really come up with it. Ask ChatGPT to do it because you will just give ChatGPT some words you want to include there, and then it will shape it for you. So the brain will be there for you, okay? So, and if it's too long, you ask them to do only 3 paragraphs, or, three stanzas or whatever that you want them to do. If it's too long, you can say, make this 50% shorter. Okay, if it's too short, make this 50% longer or 100%, whatever. So you can cut them or increase them. Okay, or if they did not include certain word, you need to rewrite this and include this word. Okay, and it will just do it just like that. Okay? So between ChatGPT and your song performance plus your demonstration and your formative question and your ending things, you should be okay. Okay? So just think of it as 5-minute chunks. And I'm doing a presentation to a whole school, the whole building. I'll be doing one on engaging strategies on depth of engagement, the DOK level, and then formative assessment. I'm doing 6 hours of that. So what I'm doing is I do two hours of each topic. So that's how I'm cutting it. Is I'm doing a presentation for 2 hours on this particular topic, and then the activities I'm doing, and then the next 2 hours this, and then next 2 hours this. That's how I'm doing it. So yours could be doing it done in 5 minutes increments. Okay. So just get those pieces in, the before, during, and after pieces. Okay. And then that song piece is very, very important. Okay. And if you are gonna put a piece there, some words that you want ChatGPT, and using the materials that you have in your hand when you're singing it, you can be racing it. No, you could be doing that, you see. So anyway, so yeah, I'm not creative, but with ChatGPT, it really gives you a lot of, ideas. Yeah. So when you do it, type your materials in. That way you can you can kind of show them. So anyway, yeah, do anything with it. Just pretend like,
Mhm.
okay, these are my students. These are not the people that are gonna be hiring me for a job in the US. These are my third grade students. Okay? And don't forget to remind them that this lesson might be too easy for American children, but this is actually coming from our own curriculum in the Philippines. But you have to
Right.
remember that English is not a first language for us. So we have to give our students extra support. So the things that may be taught in kindergarten, first grade there, we are being taught in second or third grade here because of the language. Yeah, you could say things like that. You could give them a little info in the beginning. Okay? Yeah. All
Thank you
right.
so much, Doctor, for that input.
Anytime.
It really helps me a lot for tomorrow's preparation.
Well, good luck, and I
Tomorrow.
want you to email me immediately so I know your reaction after the interview. Okay? So I want to know what you included from the things that we talked about. How did they react? I would love to know that. Okay? That will make my day if you just tell me.
Yeah,
Okay?
sure, for sure,
Yeah. All
Merlina.
right.
Thank you so
Well,
much.
good luck. Now remember the time difference. Are they aware of the time difference? Do they know that day and night difference for us?
I am used to that time difference they are giving me because the first time interview I made it to the evening time, and of course it's a daytime in your country. And so
Mhm.
this time also the same.
Yeah.
It's the same platform.
Sometimes it's at dawn here, at dawn there. If they're doing it after hours, it might be at dawn there. Yeah. So it could be at 2 o'clock in the morning for a 3 o'clock interview here. So anyhow, yeah, just be aware of that too. Because some of the administrators that have never hired Filipino teachers, they forget about the time difference. And they would like, Merlina, we're going to do this. And I said, do you realize that it's this time there? You're saying 3 p.m. here. That's 4 a.m. in the Philippines.
It says
And so they did not
says
know that.
here
Huh?
it says here 11:30 a.m. in your country. It's 11:30 a.m. in your country.
In the US or in the Philippines?
Yes, in the US.
11, so that would be 12 in hours there. So 12 p.m. That's 12, let me think. 11 a.m. That's midnight
Yes,
there. That's midnight.
yes,
Yeah. So it's gonna be pretty soon. Yeah. Right now it's 11 o'clock there. Close to 11, right? Close to 11 p.m. there. Is that right?
it's 10:53.
Yeah.
10.
10. Oh yeah, you're right. Because it's 9. Yeah. It's close to 10 here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, Leo, I want to wish you the best. Okay. I hope that you do well on that interview. And I hope everyone else had learned from that. That if you're going to be asked to do a demo, make sure it's hands on, just like Leo is doing. Do hands on, open with a motivation. He's doing a song that's awesome. And then make sure that you set it in increments. You have a 10 to strategy, 10 minute, and then process. But since you only have 15 minutes, do a 5 minute lesson and 1 minute processing. When you do processing, that means you're asking them a question. That's your formative assessment. And then another five minute lesson, and then ask them to do something. Okay, I want you to do think, pair, and share. Talk to your neighbor. You can do a TPS. Think, pair, and share. Talk to your neighbor and decide on what are the hard, the solid things that you want to share. So show them that you're not just teaching the whole class. Show them how you would do a pairing thing too. Think, pair, share. Okay. And then, of course, if you're going to do at the end, write in your science journal, whatever, what you learned, then that's also showing them that you're having them write as well in science. Yeah. So anyway, okay. So those things I hope are helpful. Those are things that I would want to see a good demonstration should have. Okay, and don't forget to remind them what are the objective. Did we get it? Did we cover it? Okay, at the beginning of the lesson, I said this, we're gonna learn this. Did we learn it? That's what the question in the end, you should ask them that. Okay. So then you assign them whatever you want them to write. Okay. All right. Well, I think you'll do well. I really believe it. So, yeah. Any comment from anyone? We just kind of debrief and shared Leo. Thank you, Leo, for being so brave and sharing your ideas with us, and you are not afraid for my comments. That
Of course, it
I'll
helps
take
me a
it.
lot.
Yeah, well, good. I'll take it in pieces and give it to you. But yeah, any comments from anyone? What did you learn from Leo's experience on deciding on a demo? What did you learn? Anybody? No comments? Remember, this is like a classroom. I'm always wanting to know. I would not just be the one talking. It needs to be a conversation. It needs to be a tennis or a pickleball, back and forth. Okay, pickleball. So anyway, I saw a really cute card. It says, "Age is like pickleball. Everyone eventually will do it," or something like that. I'm like, everyone? Well, not me. I'm not doing pickleball. I'm thinking about it that I really need to learn pickleball. Anyway, all right. So anybody? Nobody. Oh my gosh. Mike then. Mike or Giselle or Debbie. Those are my three go-to here. Debbie, do you have an input for Leo? What would you say? Or is she still
Good morning, Dr. Merlina.
working?
Mr. Leo, good
Yes.
luck on that. And I've seen you a lot in the Zoom, and I really believe in your potential. So you should believe it. Number one, when we are measured during interviews, we are being measured, right? But you should trust what you are and how you have grown as a teacher. So when example, they will not hire you, you wouldn't say like, maybe I failed, because you know within yourself that you are a good teacher. I think a lot of times when we have this demonstration or whatever, we are being measured up, we question ourselves. So start with that first. Be so confident in what you really are,
Mm-hmm.
in
Yeah, be
what you really
positive.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah, be positive, because that, we cannot give what we don't have. It will
Mm-hmm.
shine, it will show.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of factors, like Dr. Mali, at the time you're only given 15 minutes, it's in Zoom. These are factors that could ruin what you know of what you really are
Mm-hmm.
as a teacher. So be full of who you are and what you have somehow built up over the years of teaching. Because, and then number two, again, be very sure of your core as a teacher. And have your number two is be time conscious on all the tips of Dr. Melina. Like, be very conscious that you are student based, like what she was having transition within those 15 minutes. Make sure that when you practice your demonstration, that within that time frame of 15 minutes, you have done your, like, the motivation at the very beginning, at the middle, and at the end. Make sure all of that, because at the end, all they want to see is your skill. You have
Yep.
the heart already in number one, and number two, your skill.
Mm-hmm.
And then number three, at the end, when they will give your comment whether they will hire you or not, you have done your best
Yeah. I think I
from who
got you.
you are.
I
And
agree
at the end,
completely. Yep.
yeah, and at the end, you will not say, maybe I'm not good. No, you are good. It's just
Mm-hmm.
that to their measure, it may not be, and it may not be for you. But at the end, you are performing. You are doing it from your core,
Mm-hmm. From your
with
heart.
your best, given all the tips of Dr. Melina. And I could see you. I think I've seen you in my 3 months here. I've seen you a lot, and I'm very confident in who you are. Really, I don't know you personally, but I could tell you're a skilled teacher. So yeah,
Yeah.
don't be so consumed with, what if I will not measure up to their standard? No, no, go with the Dr. Merlina tips within that 15 minutes. Just be very conscious with the 15 minutes. And when you practice demo, time yourself,
Mm-hmm.
video yourself.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I think Leo, you are not doing, like, video yourself, have another phone maybe in front of you, and then like be like Dr. Melina always say, and I've learned it a lot from Dr. Melina, be self-reflective, like be honest with yourself. We can, yes, be confident of who you are, but also be honest with yourself. Like, well, I think you did not do well in this, Leo. At the end, make sure they learn. As your audience, they are learning, they are engaged, uh, because that's what I'm getting from Dr. Melina. I'm sorry, I'm talking to.
No, no, no. You did well because Debbie, you have really addressed a lot of great things because the reflection part that you address, if Leo would find that in because he was so nervous and he would be at the end like, oh, I did not do as well, he could do a reflection there. I just want to explain that because I was a little nervous at the beginning, I should have done this, I should have included this and didn't, and all that. So you could actually, because that's part of your reflection. Okay. And so on your on your lesson to make sure you also include your differentiation. Like my special ed kids, I would do this. I would make sure that they have a partner. They would have a partner in order for them to not be behind when we're doing this, whatever. So make sure you also, even though you're not doing it there, you just mention it. That for differentiation, this is what I would do. Okay, so I make sure that they're partner up with somebody that's have a higher ability, so that they won't be so they can keep up. That's what it is. Okay, good comment, Debbie.
Have fun,
Yeah, have fun
Mr.
with it.
Leo.
That's right.
Have fun, have
Human
fun.
being.
We
Yeah,
believe in you.
yeah,
Your students for sure. If they know you're doing this, they will celebrate you. They
yeah.
will cheer on for
They'll
you.
be
Just
rooting
think of
for
that.
you. Yeah, they'll
Yeah,
be
they'll be
rooting for you.
rooting for you. Have
Yeah.
fun, have fun.
Well,
Make sure
thanks.
they know that you love teaching and that you are having fun doing it as well.
Yeah, good
Okay.
comment, Debbie. Always have a great comment from Debbie. Anyway, thank you. And Suzette wants to add something to that too. She said that, can I share something for this demo? Yes, Suzette. Thank you again, Deb. And Suzette, go ahead and share with Leo and everyone what you've learned from that or what comment that you have.
Okay. Okay. Good evening here. I'm here in the Philippines right now. Um, so when I have my interview last 2024, in the school in California, I have my backup plan because we should expect that there should be technicalities of like when laptop back down. I have my LED wall TV. I have my laptop. I have my printout of my lessons and my instructional materials. So if everything goes wrong with the gadgets, you can have your backup plan. And also, you should have your expectations. It should be clear. Sorry, because I am at the highway, so our house is on highway. It's quite noisy here. So
Clear.
and also, I tried to sing also that I tried that one, mom, and so that's why I passed. That's
Hmm.
why I went to California. But there are also like what's we call this there's also like expectations that are not, because I came to California the last week of October, so I was not able to have all those trainings. And so I just have 2.5 months teaching there, so I was not able to meet expectations. And if you are a skilled teacher who like to you have 20 years in service, they're expecting more, so we should always be prepared for that.
Ah,
So when singing is good, they really appreciate that. I believe that I believe in Dr. McCullough that they are really amazed when you sing and dance, because I've been teaching kindergarten there in
mm-hmm.
California. So as a tip, you should have your expectations, sir. Every now and then, and every subject of, but you only have science, so you have to put the expectations for science, and you should have your routine,
Mm-hmm.
like what I did. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Suzette, why are you in the Philippines right now? I thought that you were teaching in
So
California.
they canceled my sponsorship, so I have to go back in the Philippines so that I can have my reputation back. So I should not be overstaying, so that if ever I will be having another H1B sponsorship, I can go back.
Why did they cancel it?
They're expecting me more. Why I just teach 2.5 months. I didn't give me a training at all. So curriculum and concept and the culture is different. So I didn't get. I was not able to get that training, and you just like give me a write up. after a 1 month, like I teach November 15. So they just giving me a write up after December 14 and another write up from on January. Wherein I was not being oriented on what to do. So I don't know why,
Was
but
what?
my
Yeah. What
but
was the?
my contract was at will, so they can just like
Oh,
take me out even if
oh.
they don't have a reason at
What
all.
was the write up? Was the write up on the on the student behavior
Yeah,
or
they were
content?
referring like a violation of safety, like because I don't know, but in the Philippines, when it's normal to children to quarrel, but in America it's different. Like when one student like there is a student with disability like this going wild, and that if you cannot control it, so it will be your fault. So it's different in California, ma'am.
Well, what I know, but when somebody does that, you should have like, what do they do? Like the teacher from last year should have. Did you read your students' records and see what they did before? Like I would
They
always
didn't show
read
me. I've been asking me on what to do and like just like a short coaching like for 1 week and then they let me teach. Where I've been trying to grasp everything, and when I did that last when I was ready that I was able to grasp and they fired me. That's it. I was not able to give it a chance like to prove myself that I am good at teaching, and they didn't allow you like to have your own strategy. So you
Wow.
have to abide with the curriculum. What is being said, you should read everything
Yeah.
on the yeah, because it had the slides, the lesson plan. It's
Mm-hmm.
already made. Yes,
Oh
that's
wow.
it.
So that's called an authoritative leadership style. That means they want to control everything. And
Yes, that's
so
it.
yeah,
Because when I tried using my strategy, my coach told me that I was not teaching the content. So I think what that's so I stopped that and tried to like read everything in total of what is being written in the curriculum in the lesson plan. And also like I get confused with that. Use the slides and again another thing, don't use the slides. So I don't know. So that was I try a hard time grasping everything that they told me.
I'm so
And they don't
sorry.
even yeah, I know. At least it's been an experience for me, ma'am.
Yeah.
That's why
Well, I'm
I've been telling teacher applicants like to do this. Like when a student like have a cut on her hand, you should immediately report it because there's a rule for there. But in Philippines it's different, right? So that's why if you are in America, you should be culture shock.
yeah. Yeah. But obviously they have not been writing down. If they give you like a teacher handbook, everything should be written in that teacher handbook. You should not feel like they.
Well, I have the that we call the playbook. But the playbook doesn't state every specific. It's just what's the expectations like the safety, like the increase of the reading ability, like school expectations, like
Right.
yeah for
Uh,
improvement. They
yeah, they
don't
want you.
literally specify what should be what should you do in a particular situation.
Yeah. Well, they obviously that's a very sounds like a negative experience for you. I'm sorry you had to
Yeah,
go through
yeah,
that.
it's okay, but I've been learning, and when I have my training for a substitute for an agency, I've learned so much. That's why I'm sharing it so
Yeah.
that they will have like be prepared and everything because it's so be pitiful like the teachers doesn't know that and then they would just like have a negative impact. So at least they can prepare.
Yeah. Well, I'm very proud that you're very positive about it though. Yeah, you're not
Yeah, that's
discouraged.
why when they
Good.
fired me, I said, I thank you so much for all the insights that I've been learning. I will use it in the future.
Good job. Good for you. You have a very positive outlook, which is
And
going to help a
Dr.
lot.
McCullough, I got a call before I went home from Arkansas. I think it was Rogers.
Roger's a good
Yeah,
school.
yeah. They've been contacting me, but I don't know why. I don't know now because I just went home here last Friday at dawn. So I just updated my profile so that they can still. But well, anyways, my number is still working here in the
Are you
Philippines.
an ESL teacher?
No, I'm a kindergarten teacher.
Well, you need to call them, or you need to email them back and say, yeah, I'm open to
Yeah, I'm
for
updating
interview.
it right now. I have jet lag, mom.
Yeah.
I've been sleeping all day and now I'm up. It's too hot. I'm taking a bath in the middle of the night.
Yeah. Well, hey, thank you so much for attending, although you have a jet lag. So I appreciate your input, Suzette. That's very nice of you to share. But anyway, you're gonna miss that income, the good income.
Oh yeah, I know I'll be back because I didn't have to wait to go home. Well, that I'll be overstaying because there once happened that a teacher, she overstayed, and then luckily she got a job offer. But when she was started working and the employer filed a petition for her, it was denied.
Denied because
So
they're blocked for so many years if you stayed for so
yeah,
many. Yeah.
that's why my church mate told me that you have to go home
Yeah.
before your 60-day grace period, so that
Yeah.
when you have another offer, you can immediately go back to America.
Yeah. You cannot. Yeah. You can't overstay,
Yeah.
guys. Even one day, do not overstay. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of opportunities when some one door is closed, there is another one. I
Yeah.
know.
There will be some good for you being positive about
Yes.
the potential. Yeah. All
And
right. Well,
I'm also trying to finish my special education right now, so it's a big blessings too.
yeah. Okay. Well, good for you, and I hope to see you again on Zoom, and then because you have some really great insight there about an experience in the US.
Well,
But
if they
that's
like,
sad.
Bob, I have also a routine that I can share with notes. If they like, they can message me,
Mhm.
and I can give them the notes, the routines, and what to do,
Okay.
like for the kindergarten.
Okay.
If that's they want, mom, if they really need
You can type your
I
email
mean,
at the chat thing. You should type your email, so they'll have your email if you
okay,
type
thank you
it
so
there.
much, mom, for giving me time to share.
Ah, okay, yeah. So, what do you want to do? Do you want to do three things sharing? Share three things for us, if you don't mind.
So it's like so you have to be positive and be ready, and you have to be yourself. That what the it's like the way in how you teach, you have to trust yourself. That's
Yep.
it.
That's like Debbie said. Yeah.
Yeah,
Very
thank
good.
you so much,
Yeah,
mom.
thank you so much, Suzette. I appreciate you, and I'm sure Leo does. So anyway, but yeah, that's also a learning for everyone that depending on your visa situation, some schools would actually give you like all 5 years. Like when they do the papers, they would say they give you the 5 years. That's a limit, so they'll give you the 5 years. But some schools, especially private schools, they only do 1 year at a time. That's at will. Okay, so some public school too, but I would want you to encourage your future employers to give you 5 years, and in that way you're pretty safe. You know that you will be here in America for 5 years. So, and anybody that would ask me for help, I would always tell them that. That's like, hey, can you please put 5 years that way? You know, they can, oh, you can always go back in the summer. You know, that doesn't mean you have to stay 5 years in a row here. You can always go back in the summer if you want, you know, vacation. We have a lot of folks here that would vacation in the summer. You know, we had like Abby who brought her kids from home, you know, three kids back when she came back. And we had some people that just visited, you know, their parents or, you know, some relatives there. And so I would always ask, like, hey, bring me some dried fish. The dried fish in the Philippines are so much fresher than the one you can buy here, you know, especially the ones from the islands where they have those really fresh fish. Cebu, Giselle, right? The one, what do you call it? Tabuan. The tabuan dried fish are so good. You know, they're just coming fresh from the islands. So yeah, those are things in America. That's part of a culture too. That if you, depending on where you are gonna be teaching, like California would have a lot of Asian stores, but like in Arkansas, I have to drive like 45 minutes to go to the first the Mammoth Mountain Home Asian store. Luckily, she's Filipino, so she carries a lot of the Filipino ingredients. But in some places, they have to drive an hour, 2 hours in order to get to an Asian place. You can always buy rice in Walmart or in General Dollar Store. That's in every community they have those. But the other things like magic sarap, like those little sampalok thing for soup, and you know some tropical fruits that like guava. I miss guava, so I have to go like to Memphis, you know, to buy guavas. And you know, you have jackfruit, all that stuff that you cannot get normally. So I would want that. And I think our source in Memphis, Cordova, really, Cordova, Tennessee, it's like a international farmers market. They're mostly from Mexico. So Mexico's as you know, Mexico's weather is like the Philippines, so they kind of carry vegetables and the fruits that we have in the Philippines. So I like to go drive there, or when I go visit Mike and them, in the Delta, then I would stop by in Memphis and would buy some of those things. So that's something to consider. So that's something that when you do your research and whenever you're hired, try to find out what's the closest Asian store, because you are going to miss our food. And a bunch of folks actually bring them. Like they would bring their favorite, like if they have their favorite sardines and things like that, they could pack. Try to be careful about, like, some people would bring like those things that are liquid that might stink up stink up your clothes. Be careful about those. If you bring those, make sure it's sealed, and then put a lot of wrap it up really well and all that, so it will not stink up your clothes. And then when you come in your port of entry, they're going to ask you, are you going to be declaring something? So declaring something means, is there something that you brought in that we need to know? Well, you need to tell them that. You need to say, I brought some dried fish. I always tell them that. I say, I brought some dried fish from the Philippines. And like, okay, yeah. So you declare that, but do not put it in your carry-on, because Manila, when you get in there to go, they're going to take it away from you if it's in carry-on. So do not put in carry-on. Put it in your check-in bags. Okay? Do not put any of this food in carry-on, that the airport folks can end up with them, because they would confiscate it. Okay? I have a lot of teachers complain about that. They say, oh, we put a bunch of dried fish, in the carry-on, and they took it away from us. Yeah, don't put it there. Put it in your check-in bags. Okay? All right, so that's what we have in there. And so Zed, thanks again, and Debbie. And what else do we have, Mike? Mike, we said something about questions. We did address it. What other thing? We did mention the 5 core propositions already. What are the other things that you have questioned? And by the way, guys, this is the time that there are going to be a lot of interviews going on. So that's why we go ahead and have these meetings, because you're getting ready to have those interviews. And even though the visas might be nearly gone, but they are, you still have time. By the time you process all your paperwork, the October 1 comes, all these new visas are going to come in again. Okay, so continue to apply. I know Giselle is really active in applying. That's good. Yeah. Mike, are you driving somewhere? Where are you going?
I dropped Margo po
Oh, yeah.
in the church. Yeah,
Church.
because she will be having her practice for the first communion tomorrow.
Oh, cool. First communion.
Yes.
Congratulations. Tell her that. Are you having a
Yes.
party because of that? Are you having, an excuse for a party for us?
Now, it's like a simple gathering in the church po.
Okay. But you know what I noticed with the teachers here, you're very active in the Catholic Church, and a bunch of them are like choir members. And so I would encourage you, when you come to America, be active in the community, be it in church or just form your own club. Like I form my own chess club here and mahjong club. So I would try to see what are the things that I could help in the community. And I do this in the summer, every summer, June and July. I have kids come in, and I have a partner here that owns a building in the downtown, and we would have the practice there. They have a restaurant there. So I'd get donations in order to feed these kids or those adults that are there, And now we're actually doing our kind of initial club with there's 4 of us, and they come to my house every 15th of the month. So we did our second meeting the other day, and I posted that. Yeah. So yeah, good job, Mike, that you have your kids being active in church. Okay. Is Mabel also in the choir?
No po, Doc. My eldest only.
Oh, okay. One of your family members, and then Mike on another hand, two other extra things that he does. He's like the interior decorator now, interior decorator now of their school, right? Mike shared what was it the last time that you shared, Mike? The things that you
It's
were
on the
decorating.
preschool po, the preschool graduation, and yesterday was the kindergarten graduation.
Yeah.
We're using the same decoration, but since the original idea came from the kindergarten, so we didn't use all the decoration for the preschool.
Yeah. Well, that's very nice that you helped though. So they would think of Mike because his classroom is so nice looking that that now, and then he did their hallway. So now all these teachers know, like, okay, if we need decoration advice, let's ask Mike. And so any gifts that you have that you can offer to a school, like he's got the gift of decoration. He would come to my house before a party and he and his family would decorate for me. So any gift that you have, like Leo, if you're good in singing, share that. It's always good to share that, right? I don't know what my gift. My gift is gab, gift of talking. But anyhow, yeah. So do that. I can't sing, I can't dance, but I can talk. Who else? Alan, you changed your name to Alan now. Yay. Who else said something? Let me see. Suzette, Leo, you can do it. Nice. Yep, been singing in the choir in the US. Good job, Suzette. So 5 years teaching credential. Okay. Yeah, Leo said thank you. I need to bid goodbye. So he had catch some rest. Yeah, I don't blame you, Leo. But anyway, so he will get the recording of this and see that we have tried to help him or give comments. Okay, so there are a lot of new people here, but they're not volunteering to introduce themselves. So Mike, well, you're driving. I don't want to do that. Maria Lovely. Marie Lovely, were you affected with that tornado by St. Louis that happened lately? Maria Lovely's been here in the US now for nearly a year, but I know in your area, close to your area, there was a
Hello,
tornado.
Doc. Good morning.
Hey,
Good
Maria
evening.
Lovely, was that affecting you?
Actually, Doc, during the tornado yesterday, we were at school, in school, and we were. It's actually my first time to know about the news, because early this morning I watched the news here in St. Louis, and part of St. Louis were hit by the tornado. And luckily, fortunately, our area here in our apartment, we were not being hit by the tornado. So
Good.
it was, accordingly to one of my co-teachers in school, it is first time that, that happened. And when during the tornado, the alert was really surprised me, because when I look at the window, it's really dark, Doc. It's really dark. And when we go home, when we went out from the building, I saw some hail, and it's really big, Doc. And it's really my first time to witness that. And yeah, it's really, really
Is it scary? Scary?
yeah, scary.
Yeah.
Because, but our students were like saying, it's pretty normal to them. It's like they're used to it. But us Filipinos here, it's really our first time. And yeah, we
Yeah.
prayed. I actually prayed while
Yeah.
the tornado is happening in our city. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, that's
fortunately,
scary. I'm glad you're safe.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
really scary, Doc.
Well, it's kind of reminds me, in the Philippines, I had typhoon. I've experienced typhoon when I was little, and I remembered how the wind was blowing and we're peeking through, and we were seeing our neighbors, like, the roof were coming off. And so on. It's kind of similar to that,
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, in tornado is more dangerous really to me, because by the time
Mhm.
you notice those things, you're up in the air being lifted up,
Mhm.
So yeah, if you've read that Wizard of Oz with Dorothy's experience, that's it.
Yeah,
So oh my God, that's so close to you, Maria Lovely. I'm so glad you're
exactly.
safe.
Thank God, Doc, we're
Yeah,
safe. And
yeah.
but a lot of properties were destroyed. Some of
Mm,
those houses or apartments maybe in that area were blown up during the tornado. And yeah,
yeah.
and there were like trees, big trees were hit by it. And yeah, and
It's
hopeful mhm.
yeah. Hopefully what?
But some of those houses, like, hopefully not our students were hit by it. But thank God, there were like, I think there were 2 or 4 people declared died
Oh no, I'm
during the
sorry to hear.
tornado yesterday. Yeah,
Oh no, sorry to
sad
hear
to
that.
hear
We
that.
had one here close to me, 40 minutes from me, a few months ago in Cave City, and one whole strip, like one side of the road, just like
Mm-hmm.
flattened. Some
Oh,
buildings just flattened. So it's very dangerous. So take it
mm-hmm.
seriously. We have,
Exactly.
in the America, I don't know if in the Philippines if you have this, but in America we have a monthly tornado drill, fire drills, all the different
We
drills.
do.
Yeah,
We do
that's
in our
required.
school, Doc. We
Yeah.
do.
So the kids know exactly what to
Yeah, the kids know what to do, but
Yeah.
they were thinking like, is this just a drill? And then we're keep on telling them, no, this is not a
It's
drill.
real,
This is
yeah.
really, it's real.
Yeah.
And some of them are like saying, they're just joking, and one of my students saying, "I rather die."
Oh no.
Don't say that.
Yeah, I know what you
You
mean,
should be
but
serious about it.
last month I was at a school doing consulting work, and we were in the hallway, in this
Mhm.
safe tornado hallway
Yeah.
thing, that because tornado shelter they call it, because of that they were 20 minutes away there was a tornado, so we were told to do that, and then the kids were like, oh, trying to, wanting to call their parents and so on. No, we don't want to have all these parents coming in. So anyway, but it lasted like maybe an hour and a half that we were there. But that was, to me, it's just still scary, that you can hear, because with all this phone notification, you could see, like you could see the picture of the tornado that's going on and all this,
Yeah.
and it's on our news that I get notification from our weather news place.
Yeah.
So you get to see this, and then she showed it to everybody. Look, look, look! Our neighboring town had this, whatever. And so,
It's
yeah, in America, that's scary. Yeah,
mhm.
and don't let this be make this scare you to come, because that's normal here.
Normal.
No,
Yeah.
it's very normal. That's just a weather thing that happens here. Just be safe. If you have a tornado, there's most big towns or even small towns have this tornado siren. They have a sound.
Siren.
Yeah. So make sure you take that seriously, that you would hide in a tornado. You try to find a room where there's no window. So like your hallway where there's no window, like, so there's no glass that would shatter and hit you. So I will stay away from the windows with glasses. So a lot of times it will be like a bathroom, especially a bathroom that's not an outside wall, doesn't have an outside wall. It's like more of an inside one. There's a wall that's not going to the outside on one wall. And so you do that. There's a hallway in my house where I could do that. But we also have a tornado shelter, like a safe room down there in our house. So we can actually like lift up this thing on by our porch. I don't know, when you come here, lift up this thing on our porch, and then you come downstairs, and there's an actual room, like a metal room, really, really strong room. I need to fix it up. I don't want snakes or something going in there. But anyway, I need to fix up like it with like chairs and make it comfortable in case we ever have to use it. We've been in this house 5 years, but we've never had used it. Like we've had tornado warnings, but then we're able to just go in our hallway. And some, in some places where they have mothers with children, and one of the news article, they said that a mother went to this like tub, like the hot tub, and not the hot tub, the regular tub, and then they got this mattress, like a mattress, and she covered it. So she had her kids, she had her kids, and then she was there over the kids, and in a mattress above her. So they were doing that. So when there was some shattering of glasses from the bathroom thing, because that's the only place they could go, then it did not hurt them. It went to the mattress, the little mattress that's covering them, and then they were able to survive that way. But then one other news article where the kid was lifted up and was on top of the tree. Good thing he was alive. So anyway, this is so strong a wind that it would actually uproot a tree. That's how strong it is, right? You could see the trees laying down, and you can see that the roots were like coming out of its foundation. And so I'm like, oh, my God, that's really strong. You just see a path of this with a bunch of trees falling, with it being uprooted, like some giant just came in there and just got it out of its foundation and just laid it down. That's how it looks like. So yeah, that's part of the American culture. That's part of the things that we had to put up with, but that's just part of nature. We can't control that. I guess any nation that would come up with something to control that would be the most powerful one, because that is something they try to do, control the weather, and they can't yet, not yet. So yeah. So Maria Lovely, that's scary.
It is, Doc. It is. It's
Did
my
you say
first time.
you have kids with you, right? You have a kid
Not
with
now.
or
Not yet, Doc. Not
Okay,
yet.
not yet. Because if you have
Soon.
kids, yeah, it's double worry for you if you have kids.
Yeah.
Anytime that we had that before and my kids were little, I'm like, oh my God, why are we, the kids?
And my co-teacher, like, he's actually looking and checking his phone because he has kids in school during that time. And yeah, I can really feel and seeing his reaction while the tornado is happening yesterday. It lasted for almost 40 minutes, though. 40 minutes. Yeah. We were in the hallway with the kids, watching them, telling them to be quiet because some of our kids like afraid, and some
Mhm.
of them are just playing around and
Mhm.
not taking it seriously. Yeah.
Yeah. The
So
adults are good. They're gonna be looking at adults' reactions. If you look scared,
yeah.
they're gonna be scared.
That's
Yeah.
why I was like, one of my students saying, "Why are you, Miss Buenbiay? Why are you just standing there? You have to sit down." But like,
I
I'm
was the
sorry.
same way. I was
Yeah.
standing up, and finally I lay down. I sit down there with like an Indian, style, sitting down like that. And because yeah, the administrators were teachers were over there in the hallway. The kids were sitting against
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
wall. But
Yeah.
here we
Against
are
the
in
wall.
the middle standing. And so the kids were like, yeah, can you please sit down? Anyway, I think we were making them nervous. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something good to share because that is something that you could experience when you come here. So
Yes.
the lesson from that is just listen to directions on where the safety place is. And if you're in the classroom that time, follow the tornado instructions. A lot of time they might be going under a table. If there's no other place that all that they go and they have to do now, they could go under a table. They would put their hands over their head or they would have a tornado place that they can go in, some hallway or something that's safe. Okay. So that's something, in fact, when I observe teachers, the safety map thing where they would go for fire or for tornado, that's one of the things I look for. Do you have that posted by your door? Okay. So that's a safety map thing. That's what
We
you
do.
have. Yeah, you should have that. And if you don't have that, I usually make a note like you need to post it. And then I would tell the principal, "Are you not requiring your teachers to post this?" And they said, "Oh, we did." And I'm like, "Well, I see some classrooms that don't have it." So they might need to know that because in case they have a substitute would not know. They can use that to know where to take their kids, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, so those
Mhm.
are really safe. And a lot of times you have to take, if you have to go outside for fire, for example, then you have to take your grade book with you because you have to call the kids in order, make sure that you got everybody covered. In a bunch of the schools, they have like fire marshal, and the fire marshal in every classroom would check the bathroom door, all the doors, make sure nobody's left there. And that's a good practice to have your own classroom fire marshal. Okay, I always did. But anyway, so and then see, I numbered my kids. So ABC order and I assigned them numbers. So it was so easy for me to just say, okay, call your numbers in. So 1, 2, 3, and they will just say their numbers and I know exactly if a number person is missing. So that's really, if I have 16 kids, 1 to 16 in order. So I said, I want you to line up in order now. Do that. And then they would call in numbers and I know exactly number 4 is missing. Where's number 4? Oh, absent today. Okay, good. But if you have your grade book, you'll be fine too. Okay. Yeah, but don't be panicking and try to be stressed having your anxiety because you're gonna scare the kids off, and they're gonna try to, oh, I want to call my mama. I want to call mama.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yesterday I was like relaxed, and because we did some drills for such alert. So I was like standing. That's why I was telling you that one of my students saying, "Why are you still standing? You have to sit."
Yeah, he was
I
getting
was being
nervous
told by
looking
my
at you.
students to sit down. Yeah,
Yeah.
because you
Yeah.
need to be relaxed during that time. But I don't know if, because that was my first time, really. When I heard the news or watched the news before we left the building, I was like, oh, this was really happening during that time. Happened during that time. It's really not a joke. It's
Yeah, it's
really
not.
dangerous. Yeah.
That 10 years ago, it happened in our town. Okay. It happened in our
Mhm.
town. And, we live close to the airport, right? It happened the airport where my husband, at that time we had airplanes. So his airplane was demolished. It was parked right there by like a parking spot for airplanes. And it hit the whole thing. And one of that thing was my husband's airplane. And so if you Google Salem, Arkansas, Fulton County, because there's two Salems in Arkansas, and you could see a picture put tornado 2015, and you can see some blue airplane facing, and it's like standing up and pieces of airplane. That's ours. Yeah, you could Google that and see, but that's ours. And so yeah, he lost an airplane that time. And see, with airplanes, with little private airplanes, a four-seater, you don't usually you cannot insure it because it's so expensive, a year. So we didn't. So we just pretty much lost it. So that was so sad. That was sad. Yeah. But anyhow, so that happens. So that's part of America, like you do with typhoon in the Philippines. All right. Thank you again, Maria Lovely. And I want to see.
Thank you,
I
Doc.
Yeah, thank you. Dina is sharing about her trying to apply before, and she's on vacation, and she was really discouraged. And now with our Zoom that she got encouraged, maybe she'll try again. Thank you, Dina, for thinking that way. And you're also talking to Suzette. Thank you, Suzette, for answering her. But yeah, I'm so glad to hear that are you here still? Um, Talk to us. Tell us about why you were discouraged, Dina. Why were you discouraged? How many interviews did you have? Do you want to talk? Yeah, see, Giselle is also saying, yeah, that she has lots of applications, hundreds or more, but she said it will come in God's perfect time. I love that. Yeah. And Suzette said, start with reviewing your resume. Yes, I get it. I want you can send it to me and I'll be glad to see it, Dina. mcculloughmerlina@gmail.com. And I will review it. I'll tell you exactly what's missing, what needs to be added. Okay. If it's too long, usually you stay with your resume for 1 or 2 pages only. And you need to not put your personal info. Don't put age, don't put your nationality, don't put your weight, anything, your parents. No, don't call that. Just put what you will use here. Your name, of course, a picture if it's possible to put on top there so they see how you look like. And then your address, your email, of course, and then your degrees and your experience. And when you do your experiences, do not put a bunch of bullets on what you do. We know what teachers do. Unless you do something extra, then you can put a bullet there. But if you're just doing teaching stuff, do not put any bullets there. Just put, I taught from this year to this year, and this is the grade I taught, what subject, and then what school. Okay. And if you have a person there to contact, you can put it there, but you don't have to. But anyway, you can put those places that you work from what year to what year. Always start with the latest one in the top. The very first one should be where you are. Okay, then it should go back. You do not need to start for the oldest, start with the newest. Okay, and then of course your education, and then your teaching philosophy, have it there, your extracurricular activities. And the most important part that people should not miss are the 3 references on the bottom. On the bottom of your resume should have your 3 references, the 2 administrators and 1 colleague. Make sure that it has their phone number and their email, and make sure it has a title, like for example, Dr. Merlina McCullough, comma, principal. That's what they need to put the word, what their role is or their title. Okay, because they are going to want to know that you have 2 administrators and 1 colleague. Okay, Giselle, are you talking to someone, Giselle? I might have to mute you. Okay. So anyway, that's what you need to do is that references. If you don't have references, you will never get an interview, because that's the first thing they do is look for good applications, and then after that they're gonna look at the references, and then they will email the references with a survey about you. I've been getting email, those people that had put me down, I have been getting emails from schools about them to rate but 10 or 11 or 12 things there about you, your quality of teaching, how your supervision, any different things about teaching that they would ask you, from excellent to good or bad, whatever, to fair. And then, so that's why you make sure that you check that your resume had that. So 1 or 2 pages. Do not put 3 or more. And then if you have any PDs or professional development that really impacted you, 2 or 3 of them, you can put it there. Why did it impact you? Because this. So for example, for me, I attended some strategy, some people that are really big on strategies, a coaching thing that I attended, and I really liked it. And I would put it there because I said, like, for example, one of this trainer said was, as a consultant, you should never take the monkey off of the teacher's back. That means if they have a problem, don't take it on yourself. You need to help them come up with tools, in order for them, instructional tools, so that could help them instead of you trying to solve their problem. Let them solve their own problem, but be there as a guide on the side. And that's what I always try to do. I'm not gonna, don't give me a problem for me to solve. I will help you solve your problem by giving you some ideas, some tools, whatever. But I'm not solving it for you. So unless, for example, international teachers, if I really need to intervene and maybe talk to the administrator, I will. And I've done that, because if, for example, like Leslie, where she was being put in a wrong placement, it's not matching what she's supposed to be teaching, being put in high school when she's supposed to be in elementary, then I did intervene. I called the superintendent and said, you've got to have to do something about this because otherwise she'll be sent home because she'll be sent back because you're not following what the paperwork says. And so anyway, so things like that, I could intervene for those. But other things, you're going to have to solve it. You're going to have to, you feel free to tell us, but you're going to have to really do solve it. And a lot of times it takes communication with parents, takes communication with the principal possibly. Of course, start with the student, have that conversation with the student. What's going on? You've always been good, you've always behaved yourself, but for some reason this week you're not. So is there something going on at home? Is there something I can do to help you? You have to find the root cause. Okay, you do not just judge and I'm gonna get the student. You need to find out. You really care. You really want to have this conversation. Hey, so and so, everybody you can leave, but so and so you need to stay behind. I need to talk to you. And then privately you talk to this person. Is there something I can do to help? Do you need to see the counselor? What can I do? Because I want you to succeed in my classroom. I'm here for you. So I would always, I've said those things to my students. I said, well, my parents are getting divorced, or my dad got put in jail, or, it's a different things that they have. We have to move, and I don't want to move. My friends are here, different things like that. You'll know the reason why. And with me having a communication notebook every day, or they write, I always know because they would always put the things that make them happy and things that are making them sad there, in their notebooks. I get to know them, and I get to know their thinking. If they're crazy about something, obsessed about a boy or a girl, they would put that there too, especially in elementary. But anyway, all right. So Dina, you don't want to talk to us? I know you've been posting. So Julianne, an advice, I'm not confident in applying since I'm not an education graduate and receiving many, unfortunately, already. Well, yeah, it's gonna be because you don't have any education. I would recommend Julianne to talk to me. Talk to me. So I want to know your situation. Do you want to talk to us? You might want to get your master's. He's already got your BS degree. Get your master's in special ed or in subject that you already are teaching. You need to go ahead and get your master's in that area because remember, you have to have an alignment between your experience and your credential. So if you already have the experience, for example, in elementary, we'll get your elementary degree. Okay, if you're in high school, get your high school degree, whatever area that you're teaching in, get a degree on master's degree on that. Don't get another bachelor's, get a master's degree on that. And then that way you'll have the alignment. And you need a master's degree anyway, so you also will meet that part. Okay, so unfortunately, unless you apply at a private school, that's when you can get away with it. But public school and you do not have an education degree, you might struggle with that. Okay, but you will not have problems with private school because they are kind of exempted from that. They have a waiver, so they're not very concerned about that. The problem is your visa sponsors. They may have a problem with alignment, but they may give you a break when it's private school. Okay, so anyway, these answers are just based from my experience on helping others. So what did you say? Wow, love that, Dr. McCullough. What did I say that you like? Suzette. Okay, here's Julianne. Julianne, talk to me. I love your background.
Hi, Doc. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes. What's the noise from? Is that from you? Oh, you are muted. You're muted right now. Okay, Julianne might have some folks there making noises. My husband is so sweet. He's over there muting our TV. He's watching TV and he's muting it. So he's reading the captions. But anyway, so nice. Emilia said she wants to share what she learned today. So Julianne, are we waiting on you real quick? And then we're gonna ask Emilia to share what she learned. Oh, that you're intervening for us. Yeah, I do that. I do that, Suzette. 100 applications all over the states. Maria, Leonora, Suzette is saying that. Okay. Well, yes, you have, don't be discouraged with the number of applications you have because, and did not get one, because you have to remember it's a pretty competitive process, but you have to, I always say, God, I do my best, please do the rest. And so it is just like Giselle said, in God's perfect time. If it is for you, it's going to be for you. Okay, I have a situation where at a school actually waited for this teacher a whole year, extra year, in order to get this teacher because the teacher had a hard time getting visa stuff, and the school reserved that teaching spot for her. And it happens because she had really formed that relationship back and forth with a person that she's been talking to on email with that school, and they really, really like each other. And when she arrived here, that particular administrator became like a second mother to her. She would go to their house on holidays and she would, invite her. So yeah, so this administrator became an advocate for her. So yeah, that's the importance of forming that relationship with whoever it is that's been contacting you about the school. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, so Suzette, 100 of application. Okay, so let's Suzette, let's fight. We're good fight of faith that we can do it, and God will also do it for us. Good. My son suddenly cried when I spoke. That's okay. Julianne, do you want to come back, or you want Emilia to talk? I can have Emilia talk while waiting on you. Okay, so let me have Emilia share with us.
Hello, Dr. Merlina.
Hey, Emilia, you're from which part of Africa again? Ghana?
I'm from Ghana.
Ghana. That's I remember that now. Okay, Emilia, go ahead and share with us what you want to learn. Do you have yeah, there you are. Yeah, Emilia, what did you learn?
Yes, when you were, Leo was talking, it was about the demo teaching. And I also learned that we have to research what the curriculum of the states that have invited you to teach or have given you the job offer.
That's right.
So that you learn their curriculum and then you also compare it with yours so that you can explain to the panel the differences.
Very good. I love the summary that you made because that's exactly what you need to do. So you must have made notes of that, huh? Yeah.
And then also, because you don't have the students at the moment because it's a demo teaching, you could ask permission from them that you would be happy if they would accept that they'll pretend to be your student so that you can feel free and then teach. And then also, as we do, we shouldn't, although the time might be limited, we should try as much as possible to differentiate our learning and also use the formative and summative assessment as much as possible because it's an interview, we might be one way or the other, not be confident, but we should be positive and then start with something that would remove the fear so that we'll be able to have a headwind.
You're amazing. Emilia, I'm going to have to start calling you my summarizer. You are so awesome. You are great at summarizing the major points that we should have whenever you're getting a demo. And a bunch of schools now are wanting demonstration lessons and not necessarily a Zoom. They will want a video of it. So you want to, if I were you, and this is to me one of the best things about National Board was because they ask us to videotape ourselves for 15, 20 minutes, and then we have to reflect on what we did right and what we could improve and in relation to student learning. So that's what I would encourage you to do, because go ahead and prepare something, 15 to 20-minute lesson, your favorite lesson that you're going to be so good at. You don't need a script for it, so have all those pieces that Emilia said, and then videotape yourself and have a, what I did was I would look at it, and then after that I would make comments. I should have done this. Oh, I did well on this, so you can do a piece of paper and you put plus and minus, and you can put the pluses things and then the minus things that you need to improve. And then later on I turn off the volume, and then I look at my body language, just my body language, no sound, just my body language. How did I act? Did my body language match what I want, what I want to say? Like, if it was a positive thing, did I look positive, or was I mad? So I was looking at that, like what I should have done differently so that my kids would have done better. I tend to talk with my hands, so I could watch my hands, like, my hands are actually talking with me, and so that's supposed to be a sign of intelligence. So maybe, but anyhow, so that's what you could do, is watch, and then when you get brave enough, then ask somebody that you trust, that you love, to watch it.
Okay.
Please watch it, and please tell me. And it doesn't have to be educators. If you can actually ask somebody that's not an educator, you can use a lot of layman information, because they will tell you things that, oh, I did not know that, because my husband would say things like, are you supposed to do this? And I'm like, oh, I didn't even notice that. So yeah, he would watch, and comment on it very honestly. And he knew I was not going to get hurt by his comments. Just tell me what it is. And so when I was doing a national board support group, that's exactly what I did. I said, bring me a video. And if you feel safe for us, the whole group, the 20 something of us, to watch it, I'm giving everybody a piece of paper with plus and minus, no name, just your name, so we know who to give it to. And then they put their comments in there. And these are so powerful, because they were able to use it on their reflection, their what to do, and what are the things that I should have done, and all this. And I know my kids did this based on their reaction. I would see that by student N, they cannot put the actual, they can put first name or initial. The student N got it because I could see the expression of like understanding. The eyes were, you are able to explain why your kids are learning. So that's kind of how you would do a demo, is like you are self-reflecting. Did I start with an objective? Did I motivate them at the beginning? How did I cover the content? Did I stop and ask questions to engage them? And did I tie it to real life? Did I differentiate and all this, and all this? So timing yourself and all this, did I cover what I need supposed to cover based on what they ask you to turn in a lesson plan? So did you follow the lesson plan? It's another thing that you need to make sure you look at. Okay. And how did I wrap it up? Okay, just like Leo said, he was gonna open with a song. So maybe at the end, he could close it with like, in your science journal, I want you to come up with a song like I did. I did mine on the tune of Happy Birthday. Come up with a new tune for you, but then use the knowledge you learned from this lesson. That's very creative, right? And if you're a good dancer, start having, them to dance, all that, And so anyway, yeah, so it's for people that are good at drawing, have them to draw something. So think about their multiple intelligences and draw it from them. And I always have them to express it on their science notebook, or whatever notebook you want to call it, interactive notebook. You have them to express that, because that's a form of assessment. That's called an exit, so an exit ticket. So you have an entrance ticket. That's when you first come in and tell them about what they learned, and then you have an exit ticket. So, okay. So thank you, Miss Summarizer. I appreciate you, Amelia, so much. And you've been so active in Facebook. So thank you for all the comments. I was always impressed. I'm like, oh, good lady. Nice. So
Thank you
anyway.
very much for the opportunity to.
Yeah. So you have any question for us though, Amelia? How are you doing on your application?
I'm still on high. I'm praying that I'll get a job offer for an interview. Yes, that's what I'm praying for. But I've still sent you my resume and cover letter.
Yep. So you are on my list now. You just have to apply on those schoolspring.com, places. And because I think they are wanting some African teachers, because I know when I was doing one of the schools, they said, okay, we have so many Filipino teachers. We also want some, some African teachers, because especially on schools with 90 or 80 or above percent African American children, they want African teachers, that look like them, with like in California, there's a lot of Filipinos. They want a bunch of Filipino teachers because the students look like them. You want the students to relate to a teacher that would look like them. And so that's the important part of it. And they also want multicultural education going on, diversity of teachers, and you have your administrators that are very visionary like that. They would want that because that's how I know that really good administrators are asking me for that, for multicultural, teachers. So yeah, so you'll end up some food with some good schools. Okay. But I think from my friend Glenn from Minga Foundation, he said that try to apply in schools with 1,000 or more population of students and then have a good rating. So every school in America, at least in Arkansas, we have a rating of A, B, C, D, or F school. So try to be like an AB school or ABC school, not a D or F school. Okay, so try to look for the rating, or they call them a progress report. So their progress report grade would be an A or a B, or if they have a C, that's okay too, but not D and F. Okay, although some of the visa sponsors have been letting them do that just because of the population of the schools, really mostly poverty, and these kids really do not have the opportunities that Caucasian kids have, and all this. So they are a little behind. Their parents don't have time for them because the parents may be working at 2 or 3 or 4 jobs. So they are really at a disadvantage even when they first started kindergarten. They said sometimes they did a research and they said the number of words that are being learned by somebody from a high poverty, a really poor family compared to a middle class or a wealthy family is the difference between a second to an eighth grade, second grade versus an eighth grade word knowledge. So that's a huge gap. So they start with a huge gap already. You can see it as examples with like a parent that, in poverty that did not know any better because their education was also lower. They would say, stop, the student. And they would not say why. While a middle class person would say, sweetheart, you need to stop because if you don't stop, this is what's going to happen. We have this conversation with them about the cause and effect, and why. So we are using several words there to explain. So now our kids are like, okay, this is the cause and effect. So our kids are already critically thinking. Well, if you are just being stop because I said so, so and I know my father was doing that before, like, I'm the boss, like he's gonna, because I'm the father, kind of type thing. I would never do that. I would always explain to my kids, sweetheart, if you continue to do that, you're gonna fall down. And you know what? You're gonna hurt your head. You see that knit table over there? It's made out of rock table. It's made of rock. That's gonna hurt so bad. Do you want that? So I would have this little conversation with them. And then as a result, they are learning all this vocabulary from you because you're having this conversation with them. And that's the difference between the families in poverty where they're such in a hurry they don't really have time to be explaining, because they have to go to work now. So you cannot really blame them. It's just the circumstances that they're given. So as a teacher, we're going to have to understand that our kids in poverty may be doing this, because they don't really have the word. They don't have exact word to say. Why are they being mean or insulting? Well, that's what they see at home. They're emulating it, and all this. So as a teacher, this is one of our jobs is to, to inform them that is not acceptable. That is not, but we do this at home. And I said, well, I might be talking to your parents about that, but right now we need to, this is a school. You need to remember that school is a formal setting. That you have to have your formal register versus your informal register. You don't talk to me like you would do like your friends out there, may using bad language or whatever. You don't talk like that in here. Like you don't write like that either. You have to write informal and you have to, respect and so on. I respect you, so I hope that you also respect me back. I know I have to earn that. Hopefully I've earned that. So you have to talk like that, like we do with our students, right? With our own kids at home. Do you have any kids, Emilia?
Yes, please.
How many kids do you have?
3, 2 boys and 1 girl.
Oh, how old are they?
The boy is 10, the girl is 11, and the last one is 5.
Oh, you have spaced them out, girl. And you're like, okay, let me just do one more. My kids are 26 and 35. So I have done 9 years difference. The poor children, like one an only child, and then later on another only child. And my daughter was like, no jet allowed. I had this jet. You would just put a sign when she was a teenager, no jet allowed. Because he was pretty annoying when he was little. Now, no. But when he was little, he would like, repeat their words over and over again and just kind of annoy them. He was funny. But now they're the closest. In fact, both kids and their spouses are now in South Korea, doing a visit to Japan and South Korea. So yeah, so they're that close. They travel together. So yeah, so you boys you boys would be like that, and then your girls like, okay, let me do one more. Your 5-year-old. Yeah, the 5-year-old, I bet she's spoiled. I mean, everybody's spoiling her, little,
Yes.
the youngest. Yeah. But anyway, the nice thing about it, if you end up coming here, you can actually bring them. So in J1 visa, they will be J2. Once you're approved, they will also be approved. Okay. And then most schools do not pay for your kids. So you're going to have to think about, okay, if I don't have the money to pay for them, I may come the first year and try to save up so that I could bring them and then have my own place. Because a lot of times you are sharing with another teacher, right, a roommate, in order for you to help with your expenses. Or sometimes you might go ahead and do that yourself. But to me, I always encourage the schools to like try to hire two people at a time so that they could support each other and they could share a house or an apartment together. And that way they are each other's support and help each other with expenses. Because it is expensive to live here in America. And if you choose a school that is at the capital of a state, like Little Rock is our capital, and like it's expensive. Like I think apartment might be 1,500, 1,500 a month in dollars. And then in smaller places like in our area, 500, it's like a third. So yeah, but it's the same pay. Like the whole state, every teacher in Arkansas will start at $50,000. I don't know the conversion to Ghana. What is the conversion between the US and Ghana money?
I think one Ghana cedi is US 13 cedi.
$13? 13 times?
Yes, 13
Yeah.
times.
Well, you are much better. The Philippines, it's 55 times in the Philippines. So a dollar is 55 pesos. So
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So you can eat a meal in McDonald's for that in $1. I do not know how cheap being Ghana is on my actually Africa is one of my list to visit. That's when I went to Egypt. That's considered Africa, right? I mean, no, stop by in an airport. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. So you have visited it, but not really coming out of the airport. But I want to like actually visit, Africa. Wouldn't that be cool if we go and see you there, Amelia? And I can see your schools. I think your schools are looking so different, right? Are they, how's your school looking like? Like, is it the same as the American schools like you see in movies or quite different?
It's quite different.
Really?
It's the international schools that are like that. We have most of the schools are boarding.
Are what?
Most of are boarding schools.
Are boarding schools. Okay, so you are international schools then? Are you doing international schools?
I'm international school. No, I'm not doing international school. I'm in a public senior high school.
But they still have a boarding school. They have a place to stay there?
Yes,
I did
most
not
of
know
the
that. Well, that's good to know. So because they have to travel far away otherwise, is that what happens? Is that they have to have a boarding? See, in the Philippines, there's not, I don't think of any high school that's boarding school, that's a boarding, they have a boarding thing going on. It's like there's a lot of boarding, apartments and things nearby, but that's not part of the school. Like in yours, is that part of the school? Like they are more of a stay in?
yes, it's part of a school.
Wow. See here, my son experienced that there's a math and science school in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and that's just for smart kids. Like I was part of the process of reading their essays at one time. There were 1,600 applicants and they cut it into 800 and they interviewed 400, but they only had 200. So 100 girls, 100 boys, because that's how much boarding, the apartment or the dorms that they have. So my son was one of them. And so he did it on his junior year and was going to be there for senior, but then he decided he wants to come back locally. That's 4 hours from us. But then he was already driving at 14 years old. So he was one of the only drivers. Some of them like they have their parents pick them up 4 hours away. I didn't have to. He drove all the way back, and all that. So that was nice. But And he said, Mom, I also was able to drive to town or whatever. I just have to like register, whatever, you know. So he had lots of freedom because of that, but he really missed being home, which, you know, they have to do those. Like I think we were visiting the Grand Canyon that summer. And he said, Mom, I just talked to my guidance counselor and I told them that I'm moving back to Salem, that I'm not going back to Hot Springs. And I'm like, I didn't know that. And I said, yeah, Mom, we were told that we should just do these things by ourselves. We should not be depending on our parents, that we already in this year and that we should make decisions as a practice for college. And I'm like, well, good for them. Teaching you that, you know, because some kids would be like, Mom, is that okay if I do this? You know, they were asked, like, you have to make these decisions, you know, yourselves. And then, yeah, yeah. And I said, yeah, I'm not a controlling parent. I would have to tell, you know, I also trust you that you will make a good decision. That's why you're in that school. You know, you have a high IQ, you know, but that was very nice that he wanted to spend his last year in high school with Mom and Dad, you know, because I don't know, I'm gonna be gone, I'm gonna be going to the dorm. But you know what that helped though, when you're boarding school, is help them with college. Because when they went to college in a dorm, that's not a big improvement, a big adjustment for him. He was fine. You know, while I have friends with like they never experienced the dorm situation like Jet did, their kids on their first year of college were like crying to them, or coming home with their laundry. And I'm like, I trained him like, nope, you're not coming home with laundry. You better do laundry right there. Because in college, you're not coming home with your laundry. You need to be responsible because you need to know how to cook. You know, he's a man, right? But he's a boy. But I'm like, you need to know how to cook. You need to know how to laundry. You need to know how to clean house. You know, all this because you need to be a good helper to your wife or girlfriend someday. Open doors, all that stuff. You know, so I was already teaching him, even as a young child, that this is what you need to do to help. You do not just expect to like be served in the living room where you're watching your ball games. You know, a lot of American parents, fathers are doing that, according to the children's journal. You know, my mom is doing all the work. My dad just sit there and watch football. And I'm like, I hope you don't grow up that way because I'm not judging your father, but what I'm teaching you, this is what I'm teaching Jet. I'm just sharing with you guys that this is what I'm teaching my own kids. That you need to be independent. You don't just expect just because your girlfriend or a wife is a woman that they're gonna do all the work. That's like 1800s. You know, we studied history. That's like in the 1900s. But no, we are in 2000 something now. You know, so we need to be more modern and know that your wife could be working too. You both will be working. So you need to both do your part, you know. So here I was, you know, I believe in teaching, and that's what you need to do in your demo is how do you apply this learning to real world? And I always did that. You know, any lesson that I did, any social studies lesson or science lesson that I did, I always bring it. So how does this look like in real life? You know, we're studying this. So we're studying about families in the 1800s, 1900s. They were doing this. The women were doing all the work. The kids were having all these chores, and the father was doing, you know, the making the money part, right? And so how does this differ to life in the 2000 something? You know, so I always bring that comparison so that they know that time changed. You know, the roles changed because time changed. You know, I don't want you to be stuck in that kind of thinking, you know. So anyway, so I know sometimes you're not supposed to like put in your, I know I never put in my political, you know, recommendation or anything thinking to my students, but I want them to, you know, what good person is, I guess, character education, right, Emilia? Do you do that with your students? What do you teach again?
I
What
teach
grade? What? Huh?
grade 10 to 12,
English. Was it English?
science
Science.
and
Okay. So yeah, you can
chemistry.
you can do those with your science lessons. How does this look like in real world, right? Do you do that? What's your last lesson where you connected it to real world?
It was rates of reaction.
Well, how did you
Rate,
how did you make it into real world?
okay. And so I gave them some chemicals, and then we did an experiment to show which of them has a higher rate of reaction. And so with one, we boiled water, and then with one, it was just a normal water which has not been boiled. And so with the boiled water, the temperature was high. And so when we added sugar, the boiled water dissolved faster than the one that, yes. And so I told them that if they are at home and they want to prepare something similar to this, when you boil the water, the temperature increases. And so the rate at which you want the reaction to take place will be faster.
Good, very good. You did apply that when you're making tea, right? You're making tea and all this, yeah. So that's good. You're making dessert, and so yeah, that's a very good. I love that you did connect that. To me, it was automatic. I guess it became automatic because I always thought when I was doing my lesson plan and planning on what I'm teaching, I always think about, okay, so why am I teaching this to my kids? And so when I first tell them that we're studying this lesson, you know why? Because when you tell them the so what part of the lesson, that's when the students would say to their brain, hey, put this in the long-term retention because this is the reason why. This is the relevance of it. But if you don't ever say the relevance of it, the so what part of the lesson, it's going to be put in the short-term retention to be deleted immediately. Okay. So for them to remember it is they have to relate it, to hook it into something that they already know. Okay, that's how our brain works, right? In connections and all that, in patterns. And so they have to be given that. Otherwise, it's going to be deleted. And you wonder why, I just taught this on Friday. How come Monday they don't remember it? Well, you didn't make it relevant. They'll always remember when they boiled water about that sugar thing. I was boiling and this is an example I would do. I have bird feeders outside my house in the yard because I have lots of hummingbirds and other birds and I want them to drink something, right? So I would boil this sugar water and I would hang it there and so if I did like I was doing it without boiling and I'm like one day because I was being lazy and I'm like, you know what, this takes forever. If I boil this would be faster. Exactly when you were sharing that thought about that. So that's something that they could relate because how out here in the country, it's very common to see bird feeders everywhere in every home. It seems like there's a bird feeder. So if you're going to help your mother or dad to do the bird feeder, water, the liquid, then this is what you do. You could use boiling in order for it to go faster, and all that. So yeah, very good. Emilia, awesome job. My summarizer and my, world connector. Good job. Anyway, so thank you for that. And any questions that you want to give the audience or me? Any comments? Other comments? Last comments, I guess.
It looks like we all of us on the page want to thank you for this opportunity because some would pay huge sums of money for it, but you have given it to us free. And for me as a Ghanaian, I'm not even in the Philippines, but we are always ready to help.
Oh, you're welcome. You know how you can pay me is pay it forward and help somebody else. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I always say. How do I pay you? And I'm like, yeah, you also help somebody else and don't charge them. That's kind of how you pay it forward and the kindness, send the kindness, like I would, McDonald's and I have extra money. So I said, let me pay for that person next door, next to me. Those are some little things that you could do and they don't have to know that it's you. That's actually the best part of like giving when they don't even know, that it's you. Don't have to be acknowledged for it. And so this recording though is nice, right? So thank you and share this with others if you don't mind. Feel free to share my email, mcculloughmerlina@gmail. Feel free to share my ITSA group and have them to subscribe on the YouTube and all this because I would always share some things that I learned or some things that I noticed from a school visit. Like, oh, that's so cool. I'm gonna share that on Facebook, or on YouTube. So yeah, so I would always create things that I saw was relevant, as I do consulting work across, everywhere. So yeah. So Emilia, I hope to see you in my home and in Arkansas pretty soon. That would be nice, right? Yeah, cool. Yeah, I always invite people to come here. So I have this we yearly a party for my anniversary. So the very first weekend of July. So I have this big get together. My house is small, but we have a big yard. So a big yard. So we have spread everywhere. And we have this Filipino and American foods. Everybody brings something. It's a potluck. And so everybody brings something, tables full of food. And so everybody will share and taste of something. So I can't wait to taste Ghanaian food. Do you have mofongo? Do you do mofongo?
No.
You don't do mofongo. Mofongo is in the Dominican Republic, where the plantain banana. They would like mash it in a mortar and pestle thing, and they would shape it in a bowl or whatever, and then they put meat in it. So your container is like banana that you have mashed, the plantain banana that you have mashed. So then you can taste the banana and the meat right there in the middle. So it's shaped like a little container. Yeah, it's really good.
we pound the plantain banana and then we mold it and fry it. We fry ours. Sometimes
Oh,
even bake, but we don't add the meat to it.
oh, you don't. Yeah, see, they added a meat. I've never seen that until I went to Dominican Republic for a accreditation visit, and I'm like, can we try another? They said this recipe is it depends on who's using it. They're gonna make variations of it, you know. So I said, so can we go to another restaurant? I want to check their mofongo and how they do it. I got addicted to mofongo. I was only there 7 days, and I must have gotten to 5 restaurants with mofongo. Because and I think my son said, Jet, you know, my both of my kids went to Italy, and when they got back they got really crazy about cooking. I mean, they're really good cooks and good at coffee making. But anyway, so I said, Mom, I can make you mofongo. I can, you know, look that up and make you something. I said, yeah, okay, do that when I see you again. But yeah, it's I think food is part of the culture that could really be exchanged. Like if a question in the interview is like, what would you do if you have a colleague that's hard to get along with? A good part of your answer should be, you know, get to know them, ask them for help, because you don't offer for help because who are you to give me help? Ask them for help in order for them to feel like needed, and also share with them your food. You know, they've never had Ghanaian food before. So I would share with them adobo. You know, adobo or noodles and all egg rolls are very popular in Philippines. I would share that with them. Like I would bring extras and I would share it with them and the whole lounge, you know, I would share with them so they can try my food and they get to know my culture. So that at the same time, I'm also learning from their culture, because once you do that, they start doing that to you back to you too. Oh, I want you to start this, to try this cornbread. Have you ever had cornbread? I said, no. My husband taught me how to make it, but I've never had cornbread before. In fact, when we go to Philippines, we take our little cornbread meal mix with us because my husband wants to show everybody how to make cornbread. You know, and even our beans, with our beans here, that's different than the beans in the Philippines. We bring our own beans container in order for us to cook beans and ham and cornbread, you know, back to the Philippines, because we stay for about a month. And so he wants his cornbread and beans and, you know, and ham. So yeah, so those cultural things you could also answer in the interview, because they want to know, why do you want to come to whatever, you know, state to teach? Well, you also want to say, I want to learn about your culture, especially your food. I'm a foodie. I call myself foodie. So I like to try different things. And at the same time, I'm also learning, you know, from my students about American culture, that I really would like to teach my own biological kids about American culture. You know, so those are some things that you could say also, right? It's a cultural experience, especially J1 visa is actually a cultural interchange. Okay, so those are some words you could use. But anyway, all right. So thank you so much, Miss Emilia. Appreciate you talking to us. And anybody else, any comments that you have about Emilia's summarization? Um, either anything that you want to add? And it's always good to say, to add to Amelia's, you know, summary, or to add to Giselle's input, you know, you need to say those kind of transition, because it's very respectful and it's validating. You are actually validating somebody that had already said the same thoughts. So I want you to start doing that if you are not, and also teach your students that, to always validate an earlier thought by another student by saying that. Like I would say things like, hi, Mike, like Mike said, or like Giselle said, like Debbie said. You know, I would always kind of try to remember that. But anyway, we're about to be done. So if you, this will be your time to comment. Albert said, permission to leave, yes. Yeah, takeaways, okay. Try to jollof rice with fried plantain. Yeah, I would love that. I would love that. That would be nice. Excuse me. Okay, so Mike, is Mike still here? Mike, you're still driving? Jacqueline Melendez, did you want to talk? Jacqueline, okay.
Yes, Doc. Good morning.
Hey, yeah, I've seen you before, right? You look familiar.
Yes, I've been following you every Zoom meeting when I was still in the Philippines.
Okay, and you're here now, right? Yeah. So which state are
Yes,
you?
I'll be in my third year next school year.
In which
So
state? In which state?
I'm in Florida, Doc.
Okay.
I'm in a Volusia County school.
Okay. Do
Right.
you have other Filipino members of ours that are in your school too? Are you with
Yes.
Arthur and them?
Yes, absolutely. We are four Filipinos in our school.
Okay.
And
And
then
are they all members of our group?
not, it's me only.
Okay,
No.
will you share with them? I want the, I want others to know about our group because I'm teaching a lot of strategies. I'm teaching a lot of strategies in our pages. So yeah, share. Feel free to share with them if you don't mind. Okay.
Yeah, it's really like attending Zoom meeting with this Zoom with you. It really helps me a lot. Like all the questions and all the strategies, especially the classroom management. Because as we all know, when we are the first year of teaching here in the U.S., it's really a zero. Even though like we are teaching in the Philippines like for how many years, but then we will be in the first time here in the U.S. It's really zero.
Starting
Like
at zero. Mhm.
yes, like it's totally zero. And then when I was in the first year, like last year, what's really like horrible. Um,
Why?
I've been
Why?
applying since 2021. I got hired last 2022,
Okay.
and I've been like a lot of mixed emotion. I supposed to like I get frustrated, really get upset of everything since I did not lose hope. I got you, Doc. I got you in my Zoom. Like I learned the cover letter, everything, the strategies, what I'm going to like answered for the different questions that they asked me. Like luckily I had two for like 1 year, almost like 1 year and a half application process. I like applying process. I got two
Wow.
for this
Two
the
offers.
Volusia
Yeah.
here in Florida, and I got from North Dakota. So
Nice. Two
like
offers.
the classroom management really matters most here in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one that I had last school year, because I had an intermediate teacher in the Philippines. Like I taught for fourth grade until in the sixth grade. My I think the principal asked me, "What would you like to teach you in the U.S.?" I was so confident, telling her, "I like fifth grade." I
Uh-huh.
was so confident that time. So the reality, like when I came in the Florida, the reality exists that uh no, this is not for me. The fifth grade is not for me
You want
because
someone lower?
no, yes, but don't have any experience with teaching in the primary.
Uh-huh.
So since I arrived September 2023, the relationship with my students not really that strong enough. So I had a hard time of dealing with them, honestly. I don't know the classroom management, and so it's really like my principal is really supportive. Like
Good.
she gave me the coach
Mm-hmm.
in my class because
Right.
I was really afraid, mixed emotion. Like
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do, what consequences and rewards I'm going to give them,
Mm-hmm.
because I really don't know, especially if like the students will do this and I don't know how to implement that, and I'm afraid. I am a new teacher in the school, and then I don't know what to do. Like I cried all the time,
Oh
and
no, you didn't cry in front of your
then
kids, did you?
no, no,
Okay.
no, no. Just like when they left after school,
Okay.
and I reflected what to do. I searched for different professional development trainings, especially number one, the classroom management itself,
Mm-hmm.
because I really need to improve that. And also, I'm scared. Like every time the principal and the district will came in to my school, because they observe classes, and I'm afraid of that because I'm not. I feel that I'm not ready.
Ah.
Compared to the Philippines, during our observation, I need to be ready and just like make it perfect. So one time when our district um, person came in, like the science thing, um, I talked to I really talk I talked to her. I said I'm so sorry if I didn't made it perfectly, but I try my best to do it the next time. And she said, "No, no need to worry. We're here to help you. We're not here to criticize you.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell me what you need and tell me what else can I help you."
Very
So
good.
during that time,
Yeah, you have
I
supportive
built
administrators, which is good.
yes,
Mhm.
yes. And during that time, I built my self confidence. That every time they visited my classroom, I'm, I I realized that they are not here to criticize, they're here to help.
Yeah.
And
And
so
administrators in the US are 90% that. Maybe the other 10% are controlling Hitlers that would like to control every facet of everything of a teacher and would like to tell you what to do. That's about 10% or less. Okay. So 90% of our administrators are here to support the teachers. I was one of them. I always told my teachers I was an instructional coach before. I have all the training to be an instructional coach. So I've received all this training. So I would love to apply it. That when, unless I carry a clipboard with the test, with the instrument of evaluation, that's the only time that I would be evaluating you. But if I don't carry that, that means I'm here to be a coach, just to help you. What can I do to help you? What are the things that I learn from you, and what are the things that you can learn from me? I do not know, have all the answers, but we always learn from each other. So we always do the debriefing where I don't just tell them what, you know, what what they need. I also share with them, this is what I learned from you. That I love that you did this. I learned from your kids at this. I would share with them the aha moment, the special moments that I saw, all these things that are special. I would share with them. They just beam because they're like, oh, I acknowledge it, that this was something nice. I love that you use an example of, another student. I love that. And I love that you use your own student, your own biological kids example. That's what happened. And because they're the same age as the students, I love that part. So I would say that, and that's you have an administrator that are like coaches. Good
mm,
job.
and,
You're
and
lucky
also
that way. Some people are not as blessed, right?
and also my colleagues, my like they
Colleagues.
help me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, my colleagues, and then they help me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like they ask me what you really need,
Mm-hmm.
because I know it's hard that you are new in this country.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, like, since we have a group of teachers who will have to do mentoring
Mm-hmm.
for our first and second year in the school, so they are going to mentor us.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I totally ask our principal. So, because at the end of the school year, they're going to give us the freedom to choose what grade level do we gonna have
Nice.
to teach next
Uh-huh.
school year. So, last year, I asked her, please, can I like move to another spot, like for the second grade? And she said, yes, we have a vacant position for the second grade, and yes, I'm in the second grade right now, and I
Better
can feel, yes, it's really good since the students are very sweet,
and little.
and
They're still sweet.
they're very sweet, and I
Yeah.
can still hear saying sorry. I
Yeah.
can still hear them saying, yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
And then they are very like totally compared to my last school year. It's really today. It's really like I'm so
Different, like
blessed.
night,
Yes,
night and day. Yeah, but you
yes,
you shared a lot of great things there, Jacqueline, because you say Jackie or Jacqueline, really?
Jacqueline. Yes.
Jacqueline, you shared a lot of awesome things because those are common. Fear, afraid, being afraid, classroom management issues, those are really common issues. If you cry, try to not cry in front of students because
Yeah.
that's a sign of weakness. And just like a wounded animal in the woods, in the forest, they're gonna be the first, they're gonna become prey. You don't want to become a prey to your students where they think, okay, I can just abuse this teacher because she's weak. You don't want to show that weakness. That's why fake it until you make it. And so the classroom management issue, having a mentor, rely on colleagues and so on, and having, be honest to your administrators about that. Those are great things that you're sharing. So the classroom management, I do agree. That's why I got the consulting job I have, because a lot of times it's about the control of the classroom. We have Filipino teachers that are struggling. I had a Filipino teacher that struggled for 3 years, guys. 3 whole years. Struggled on classroom management, getting better every year, but still struggled. When you're dealing with high school and really senior high and junior high, where their head is so big now, we're like the king of the school. That we're the sharks in the school now. And so, and it's also when they don't seem to have earned that respect yet, from the students. So they have this teaching teaching or leadership style that's Hitler style, like I'm the boss of this classroom and you're gonna be here to listen to me. That's not working. That model is never gonna work, whether as a teacher, as an administrator, as a wife. It never worked. Collaborative. collaborative leadership style is much better. Some of the leadership style that's also good is delegative, where you delegate, but you can only be a delegative leader if you already know the folks. Like as a delegate, I'm never a delegative leader, because I'd rather do it myself. I wouldn't want to ask somebody, because if I can do it myself, I will. But I want collaboration. I want the input of everyone. I would not just like, okay, this is what we're going to do because I'm the boss. Never. Okay, everyone, tell me your input. May I know what you think about this? I'm thinking about this. What do you think? So I would always have them to tell me. In fact, I was one of the administrators that when I come in the lounge, they don't stop talking. They continue to talk and just share with me. Well, the other administrators completely stopped talking. They came like they were like they don't want him or her to hear what they said. But with me, they know it's comfortable. Marlena's not gonna share to the higher ups on what they say, because it's safe here. And I told them that it's safe here. Whatever you say here is not going to be reported to higher up, but feel free to tell me if there are some things that are negative, there are things that I need to improve, where I can do something about it. Let me know, because if we cannot do anything about it, we're going to find ways to do something, because it's all about kids, you know.
Yeah,
So yeah. So you got
ac-
that right. You got lucky too to have the
yes.
support that you have.
Actually, Doc, my realization right now is that teaching in the US is really like it's like good for me. Like everything is prepared. The PowerPoint presentation, the
It's not like
lesson.
that everywhere though. It's not like
Yeah,
that
we have already. I'm teaching all the subject areas like ELA. We have already the PowerPoint presentation made.
So
We
you have
have
coaches that
everything.
did that. You have coaches that did that.
Yes,
Yeah.
we did. The district did
District
that.
did. Okay.
The only realization is that um everything is prepared, but what I'm going to do is like to build a relationship with my students, because without that everything's gonna be not
Right.
all right for me,
That's
right?
number
my
one. That's right.
my room will be chaotic
Right. So
whenever.
also manage, yeah, your
Yes,
procedures and yeah,
exactly.
have to be
Mhm.
there, being consistent about. But do you know that you are an outlier, because not very many, not very many school districts would have that prepared. In most school districts, maybe 98, 99%, you have to come up with it. You have to be the one to do it. So you are very blessed that somebody actually did that for you, or they have adopted a curriculum that already has that for you made. But in some poorer district that they couldn't afford to spend thousands of dollars on those materials, they have to make up their own. So you got it made. That's really making your life easier. But
Yeah.
not the other teachers. The other teachers, they have to come up at, the first year is harder because they have to come up with everything themselves. But next year they can just tweak it. Maria, I know we're doing, like, for example, she was doing a lot of the warm, her 5 minute bell ringer. She did it on Canva, and so she was doing a daily one relating to her topic. And then she can just, if they're using that book for 6 to 7 years, you can pretty much just tweak it depending on your students. So your examples and other things may be tweaked, but the content itself may be the same in the sequence that you want. So unless I'm the kind that would not actually follow the sequence, sometimes I would actually say, okay, this one relates more together. So I would do that. But my administrators gave me that freedom. Merlina, feel free to do this. But some administrators do not. You have to follow this way. Or the textbooks say you have to follow this sequence or else it won't be effective. Depending on your situation. My situation was we were free to get any resource. Here are some resources we have purchased for you, but feel free to pick and choose which one you want to use, because you know your students best. So we were given that. And so what we did was when I was fourth grade teacher, I just talked to the other fourth grade teachers and say, hey, we are coming up with this unit. Which materials are you planning to use in your classroom? This is what I'm planning. And then we were just sharing between the three of us, say, okay, this is what I'm planning. Can we, we're sharing that. So our students are all the fourth grade students in that school were learning the same things. But we were planning it after school, you know.
Yeah,
So
we did
yeah,
that too. We did planning also during like
PLC,
Thursday. Yes, yeah, we have PLC
yeah,
also.
professional
And then
learning community.
yes, I like the way that's it's been very organized.
Mhm.
Like we know where to go. We know
Yeah,
what to teach.
yeah.
I like the way it
Yeah, you
is.
sound like you have a very organized and very controlled environment, and that will sometimes work, but sometimes it does not work. But obviously, they made it work in your district. So what is the school population? What is the number of students?
For me, each classroom. for
No,
mine.
for the whole school. Do you know?
I forgot.
Okay.
But I have 20.
You have 20, and how many sections are there?
4 for the second grade.
Okay, so it's not too bad. I thought, I mean, I was an administrator to where there are 23 sections. So that's a
Oh,
big school. Yeah. So but I was also one with 3, so I have been to a small school and a bigger school. So having 4 is not too bad. It's like a medium size. Yeah.
yeah. But
Okay.
I'll be working on, like, I'm going to plan for more professional development training for ELA.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, because the Philippines, our second language is English. So if
Mhm.
we're going to teach ELA here, especially phonics and grammar,
Yeah.
so I need to develop more about that.
Yeah, you're gonna have issues with some of the pronunciation because some of
Yes,
the sounds gonna be different than what we do. And so you're
exactly.
gonna have to, yeah, you're gonna have to make sure that you really enunciate it correctly because
Yes,
that's the problem with teachers teaching K2. If you're not very good with your phonics, you might want to avoid those grades because the phonics would be very heavily taught at those grades, K2, K1 and 2. And so if you are struggling with that, who's having you? Yeah.
my
Anyway, so
husband.
yeah, so if
Yeah.
you struggle with that, then you're gonna have struggles the first year anyway. But yeah,
Yes, totally. Yes. So I think I'm gonna be happy, and
yeah.
I'm so happy that the principal will have to renewed my contract because it's a yearly contract.
Oh, you're like, yeah, it's
Mhm.
mostly like that. Yeah. But you might want to, since it's your first year in second grade, you may want to ask your principal if there is a way that you could observe during your planning period. If you could observe some teachers that, the principal would recommend or you are comfortable with, or if they have a team leader, you have a team
Yes.
leader for the
Mhm.
grade, you can ask for permission. Is that okay during my planning period that I would observe and then talk to the teacher? Is that okay if I observe you at this time? Because then you need to see how they're structuring their lesson, and you cannot they cannot just share with you without having you to see it, because it's very different when you see it, how they're organizing it, what they're putting on the board, and what are the anchor charts they're using, and all the things that how they're preparing, what are the things that they got out already, what are the things that some way to organize their materials. Those are some things that you may want to ask your other 3 teachers to say, can I see your classroom? Can I, being a first year teacher in second grade, I may be trying to, get some ideas my first year. And of course, I'm willing to share whatever little I know. I would always be humble about like what little I know I would share. But right now I'm so new that I would love to learn from you. And that's always music to somebody's ear as a teacher. I'm like, oh, somebody
Mhm.
want to learn from me. Yay. you know, but
Yeah,
but yeah, so I would rather have a learner than somebody that's like a know-it-all. Like I
yeah,
said, right?
we did that talk for our mentoring, like our team leader let us, like, our principal allowed us to have a substitute for our class, and we do
Mm.
mentoring, observe classes.
Yes.
And I was very happy because I had a great idea. And then I also had the support of my teachers from the second grade, because I don't have enough, like, resources for the room decoration. So they tried to help me.
Oh,
What do you
nice.
need? Yes, what do you need? Just like one of my co-teachers from the second grade gave me $100 to,
Mm.
like, you can have this because you can buy a lot of things that you need in the classroom.
Oh, how generous is that? Well, peer observation is one of the best PT that you could ever, professional development that you could ever do. So if your school, any of you guys, if your school's not doing this, you might want to recommend to your principal or whoever it is that makes decision that you can do that. In one of the schools that I taught in, and we had one of the best scores in the state, we actually during PLC, right? During PLC meeting where I was the one leading as administrator, leading the meeting at first, and then later on I empower the teachers to be leading themselves, but I started it where me modeling on how to do it. And then later on we said, hey guys, we have learned so much around our sharing here, but I have shared with you a lot of strategies, but I would love to see them. So they volunteered to videotape themselves, and then we shared it during our PLC. And then later on it evolved to like, can we see you, can we watch you do that? So I did a modeling where I did the strategy in front of them, and then we would debrief and talk about, okay, what did you see, and what did you hear, and what are the things doing that students doing. And so then we look at at the product, at the paperwork that they produced, either a writing or reading comprehension page. So what are the things that we could learn? What are your takeaways? Is what we always said. And so for them, when they observe, I gave them like a half a page reflective, like a template. So they have to write like the name of the teacher who's observing, what date is it, whatever, from what time to what time, and then what are the takeaways, and then explain. And then I tell them that it would be a good idea to share this, what you learned from your fellow teacher, but if you don't feel comfortable, it's okay. You can share it with us administrators. Because what we did was they have 30, 40 minutes that they observe, but we gave them 2 hours of worth of PD. So we had a flex schedule of PD days, which means that if they observe 3 times, that's 6 hours, they don't have to attend one of the PD days. So that's their flex day, they call it. Okay, so that's something that you might consider because that was so effective. I mean, for one thing, it really helped with the relationships among colleagues. It became stronger and they became, really, they trusted each other. And they know that, this is a safe place. They're not going to be coming here to get me. They're here with a positive filter. They're here to get some takeaways. And then during their briefing and they're also sharing with each other. And I always encourage them, if you're observing, always brag on something first. I notice, like, oh my God, you're so organized. I love the way that you organized it. You even labeled everything. Oh my goodness. I would say things like that. You start with that, and if there's something to be improved, squeeze it in there. I wonder if what, if I do it in my classroom, I wonder if I could do this. I would kind of loudly I'm more of a loudly reflecting it, that this may be what I'll do in my classroom. What do you think? All that. But really, I'm telling this teacher that this will be something that could be improved. But at the same time, I'm reflecting on how I could use it in my classroom. And then later on, I put another brag. Same thing. You do the same exact thing when you're talking to parents. Brag about the kid. Tell them about what to improve about this kid, and then brag on the kid again before they leave. They go home happy because they learn they
That's
learn
right.
some strings and
Wonder,
yeah,
yeah, they are.
about their kids. Okay? All
Yes,
right.
yes.
So, Jacqueline, thank you. You sounds like you have really improved and learned a lot.
Yes, and I
Yeah.
also would like to share, I mean, not share, but would like to say something to the teachers from the Philippines that you don't need to give up. I know
Yeah.
there will be the right school for you, and I know God will put you in the right place wherein you're
Hey,
safe and you're
Yeah.
confident with and you're happy with.
Mhm.
Because for me, I had 1 year and a half application, but then I know um, this there will be the right school and the right time for you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that motivation and encouraging words because we need it. I'm telling you, and I do agree with Jacqueline that those are, and Giselle, that in God's perfect time, that it will happen, right? I'll do my best. Please do the rest, right? Okay, but
Yes.
it's not going to happen with you just sitting there and not applying at www.schoolspring.com. Okay, try to apply as many as you want, 8 to 9 if you can handle that every day, because they're going to have postings every single day.
I
Okay,
remember you
three
said.
to four.
I remember last time you said if you can make it 100 school a day, then you do it. I remember that you said that before.
That's too many because you know what? You know what? Gmail would stop you. They said you're sending too many. I've done that. They've stopped me because I was sending all kinds of your list of my candidates. I sent it to so many schools, and then Gmail said you have a limit. You already exceeded the limit of whatever the sending, so you have to wait so many minutes in order to do it again. And so yeah, just like Facebook, when you do the same thing over and over again, they block you from doing the same thing and have you to wait. Same thing with Gmail. They do the same thing. I discovered that. But yeah, but
Yeah.
the point is, do as many as you want. And do
Mm-mm, yeah.
not make every rejection and unfortunately comments go to your heart. Don't do that. Just say, okay, not for you. Not a good fit. I don't have the right seat in the right bus. So it's
Mm-mm.
not my seat. Yes, in that bus, in that school bus.
Yes,
Not my
absolutely.
seat yet. So if you're
I,
not the right fit for the right seat in that bus, you're not going to be fitting. They're going to know. Okay. And so God will also know, like, okay, I want to put this teacher in Florida. I want to put this teacher in
I agree.
Arkansas,
I
because this is
agree.
where you learn best. Yeah. That's what I
I
feel.
agree.
But the beauty of it is in the US, you can just go anywhere, right? You can fly or drive
Nice.
her. So if Jackie would like to drive from Arkansas, you have an open invitation for me. Come
I
over.
hope so we can meet
Yeah,
each
I have a
other.
guest house. Yeah, you could stay. Mm-hmm. So anyway, yeah, come and just let me know. Let Mike know, especially. Mike's organizing all these trips, people coming this summer to see me, them. He's gonna go with them. So do that. It's okay. I just have to be warned because sometimes my kids are home. Of course, the guest house will be occupied. But if it's not, I have as many as 13, 14 people here. There's only
Wow.
2 bedrooms. I have big couches. So they were pretty much camping.
Mm.
I have all kinds of like beddings and things that they were just camping. The kids were camping. But it's fun. It's just fun. We were doing karaoke, we were cooking Filipino
Wow. I
foods.
love karaoke.
Yeah, and some of the adults, without the kids there, of course, have some wine, whatever. But yeah, we can do. I was thinking we need to do camping, like actual camping.
Mhm.
Maybe organize that. We went on a trip to Dallas together. We had a bus and we went to
Oh.
Dallas. Yeah, we went to art museum together. So we could do more trips like that. So if I have somebody coming to see me, I always try to think about what are the things that they could do. Like an hour and 15 minutes from me, there's a really huge cave called Blanchard Caverns, and beautiful. People are flying from all over the world to come to see it. And then nearby, there is a horseback riding place where you pay $25 an hour, I think, and then you ride this horse. And these horses are trained. They're not wild. You just ride on it, and
Mm.
and there's a guide that kind of would be the lead on the pack, and then you follow 8 or 10 people riding in the back, whatever. And the challenge of that I found was my back was killing me. And another one was I got a horse that would keep on trying to eat everything. Like he would not follow, like you should be following, like, oh, but keep eating everything. So you have to pretty much pull it gently, just like, hey, get out of there. Let's continue on. But yeah, so things like that you could do because in America, like Mike, oh my gosh, he traveled 30 plus states already out of the 50.
Wow.
He's about to beat me. And I've been here 38 years. Yeah. So anyway, okay, Jackie, thanks again for sharing about Florida experience. And I miss Arthur. I don't know if you know Arthur Salem. He's also from
I
Florida. He used
saw.
to attend all the time.
I think he is in Orlando.
Orlando, I know. So
Yeah,
so
I
close to Disney
saw him
World.
one time.
Oh yeah, you saw him in person?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The
How did you see him, PD?
during the Zoom.
Oh, Zoom. Yeah, I didn't know if you
Um,
saw each other in person because
none of
Florida's
in
big.
person. But
Florida's huge.
Orlando. Yeah, because in Orlando I need to travel like almost an hour going there.
Okay, what's the name of your town then, of the state?
Deltona. I'm
Oh,
in
You in
Deltona,
Daytona. That's
Florida.
the only beach that you
Deltona.
can drive in. I love
Yeah.
that. Daytona. Yeah,
Yes, we went to
love Daytona.
like Ponce Inlet in Daytona.
Yeah, Daytona Beach, I think they have a Holiday Inn there where you can, you can just drive there by Holiday Inn and drive your car right
Mhm.
there on the beach. So that's
Yeah.
nice. Yeah. Yeah. I like Daytona. So, yeah, oh my God, you're so lucky. Your weather there is just like the Philippines, not much
Yes,
change.
that's why I chose Florida because it's just like in the
The
Philippines.
Philippines, yeah. Man, see, I'm a gardener. I love to garden, and that's one
Mm.
of the things that I want is like I can garden all year long. I don't have to worry about winter coming and all my plants are dead and then coming back later.
Mm-mm.
So yeah. So that's I'm jealous that you're there. I think my
Yes,
sister at one time, she only has one more year before she retires. She actually considered moving to Florida because of the weather. Plus, she's also
the weather.
like she all likes to garden, and she loves pickleball. And she said there's a lot of pickleballers there that they knew that they when during their vacation. In fact, she left for her vacation in Florida for a week today. Yeah, so
Mm.
she started her vacation today. Yeah. But
Amazing.
anyway, all
Yeah.
right. Well, nice talking to you. Thanks for sharing. And I think your
Thank you,
words
Doc.
would help motivate others to like not give up. Okay?
No, not to
Not
give
give
up.
up. It is not the time to give up because it's going to be given to you, but don't just sit there. Do something.
Correct,
Okay?
correct.
Do
I
something.
agree. Thank you
All
so
right.
much,
So,
Doc.
yeah, a bunch of people went to bed, but I still have close to 20 folks. That's good left. So, Walters, you're new, right? Before I go, let me see if anybody want to talk that you are here. I want to acknowledge you because you've been here sitting here for 4 hours. I would love for you all to just say hi, introduce yourself if you want or not. I would never force you. I would never force students either. Or sometimes I would say, hey, volunteer. No volunteer is voluntold. We call you. We're gonna go voluntold.
Hello,
Okay, there you go. Who's this? Who's
it's
talking?
Walters.
Oh, Walters. Hey,
Walters.
can we see your face? Do you have a Young?
Oh,
Last name is
I'm,
Young.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just sent you a message tonight in the chat group that have lighting problems, and
That's okay.
I'm finding it difficult.
Well, introduce
Yes, I
yourself,
don't know
Walters, if
if.
you don't mind.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Merlina.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I really wish to appreciate your wonderful efforts.
Thank you.
I wish to thank you immensely, as well as thank Mr. Mike and your entire team for your unwavering support you are offering to us teachers. Yeah, my name is Walters Ncham Young. I'm from Cameroon.
Cameroon, okay.
And my first time, this is my first time to attend this Zoom meeting.
Okay.
In
But
fact,
you've seen
I
our
have
videos.
been
You've seen our
following you.
videos?
Yes, I've seen a couple of them. I've seen about 3 of them.
Oh,
And I
nice.
became
Thank you.
so excited about it, and I was looking forward to this day.
Oh, good. Yeah, and I wish your camera worked so we could see you.
Oh, that is my greatest worry now. I
Yeah.
almost signed off because of lighting system. You know, us in Cameroon here, we have power failure.
Okay, gotcha.
Even now and then. Yes, so I'm sorry. Yeah, so
Well, I just want
subsequently,
to
I will
tell
do
you,
my best
Walters,
again.
if you ever get an interview, make sure that you actually would go somewhere where you will have, where they could see you, okay? Make sure you do that.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank
Very
you. I
important.
appreciate it.
Go ahead and tell me about your
Yeah.
education and experience, though.
Okay. Yes. I'm an English language teacher. I equally teach literature in English. Um, I've been teaching now for 18 years. I have 18 years experience teaching in both private and public schools in Cameroon. Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in English language and literature teaching. I'm a trained and certified English language teacher here in Cameroon. I actually have a master's degree in English and Commonwealth Studies, as well as a PhD in literatures in English. So apart from teaching in secondary schools and high schools here in Cameroon, I equally offer part-time in some universities around.
Oh, okay.
And my area of teaching in universities here include I'll take courses such as public speaking, clinical writing, yes, and freshman English.
Okay.
I equally teach TOEIC, that's the test of English for international communication, to francophone students who are studying engineering and hope to become engineers in future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Very
Yes.
impressive education.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Melina. I appreciate it.
What's your teaching
Yeah,
philosophy and why do you want to come to the US?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I believe that students or the learners are very important because they are at the center of our teaching core. So I always believe that learners should be put at the center of everything of learning because their interests, their needs are quite important. So whatever thing that a teacher does, me in particular in my classroom, I always understand that my learners are not tabula rasas. They have something to offer. So I always try to get out whatever they have in their minds and make sure that they actually participate in the learning. By this, I'm referring to collaboration in my classroom because I ensure that sometimes I put them in pairs as well as in groups so that there should be maximum participation in my classroom. And I also ensure that there is that ability of students and learners bringing out their know-how to express themselves, to be able to communicate. Yeah, because some learners sometimes they feel shy and they feel that they are less of themselves. So I ensure that that critical thinking aspect, where I make sure that elements of speaking in class, listening, reading, and writing, all these 4 fundamental skills are integrated in the lessons that I prepare. And I also ensure that there should be that maximum growth in the students, because every step as they grow, I equally assess myself as a teacher, because I don't only focus on giving them knowledge, but I also make sure that I see how far I've come. Am I improving? Am I rather stagnant? And I make sure that everything goes ahead according to the curriculum that I'm supposed to unravel to the students.
Okay.
So basically, that is my teaching philosophy.
Okay, good job. Very nicely put. Very well explained. How about your reason for coming to the US to teach?
Okay. Oh, sorry. I almost forgot about that.
It's okay.
I've spent all my entire life in Cameroon in the classroom, and I also am somebody that wish to explore, to try other new horizons, and to equally interact with teachers out there. I believe that the US is the Western world, and I'm in Africa, so the culture which I have in Africa, precisely in Cameroon, I would like to share this culture with the Americans. I would equally like to share the culture with other people, colleagues, which I will meet in America, and I'll equally learn the American culture as well. So this is one of my motivation that pushes me to want to teach in America.
Very
That's
good.
very vital.
Nice answer
Yes,
again.
thank you.
Yeah, Walters, that's
Okay.
good that you are sharing what you want to share at the same time what you want to learn. That's awesome. Yeah, very good
Yes.
reason. And your philosophy is very thorough, very nice. You actually covered a lot of the 5 core propositions. You talk about knowledge of students, knowledge of content on it. You talk about collaboration in the classroom. You talk about reflection. So you actually, maybe the assessment is the only piece that is not included there. So you have covered the 5 core propositions in your teaching philosophy. So that's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And you do have an alignment, your experience and your credential do align. So you don't have any problems with alignment. So your next step now is to apply at www.schoolspring.com. And if you have not sent your information, your resume and cover letter to mcculloughmerlina@gmail, that's mine, then
I did that already,
you will
Doctor. I sent you on the 5th of May. I sent you my cover letter and resume.
Okay.
On the 5th of May.
I have them sitting in a folder right now because I've been busy. I've had company. So my kids had been coming home, came home. So I just left yesterday. So that's why I'm being delayed on my response. Usually I respond within a day or two, but this week it may be a week late because of company staying for a few days. But anyway, but thank you. I think you are very confident sounding, right? I don't know your face, if they do, but then if your reactions do, but I would do what you just did. That you are telling about yourself, you're sharing about education and so on, and your ideas, and very encompassing teaching philosophy. Those are great stuff. Okay. And since you were talking about some of the courses that you have taken, you may want, if you're willing, since you're English teacher, you may want to say that if you're willing to, like extracurricular part, you're willing to sponsor like journalism, for example, or some kind of club that would, like oral communication club or something. You may want to volunteer that information that way to show that you extracurricular stuff. That's another piece that you might want to include also. Is the extracurricular things that you're willing to sponsor. I did chess. I did K-12 chess. That's what I did because I love chess. And so I coached that for years. Okay. All right.
Yes,
Any
doctor.
question? So they will always ask you at the end, like they would introduce themselves, right? So then they will ask you at the end, Walters, do you have a question for me? So if they ask you that, what would you say?
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that reminder. My question is this: now that I have already because I have my credentials, I have my foreign credential evaluation already done 2 years, I
Your
think
FCE,
December 2023. Yes, I have it, and I've been applying. But at one moment, I just feel that it doesn't work for me because I keep trying and it does not go. I wanted to find out if I really stand a chance to apply again And then next question is, if I apply and I'm selected, are there some professional development courses or other professional developments or means that a teacher can actually improve himself so that he can equally see how he can improve and work on the students there in the US?
So you actually asking if you have some kind of mentor or instructional mentor? Is that what you're asking? In order to improve yourself? Because a bunch of the schools here
Yes,
have mentors. Yeah. Actually, it's
yes,
required.
because okay, because I believe that every teacher is a learner. The
Mm-hmm.
day you stop learning, you stop
Mm-hmm.
teaching.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Very good.
I am
Yeah.
someone who really likes to learn. So I wish to find out whether there are on the courses, the professional development courses, or other platforms where teachers can interact and then they build and improve themselves
Very
so
good.
that
Yeah.
the
You
learners
can,
too. Yeah.
yeah, those are good questions. Both of them are good questions about PD stuff and also your mentor. To answer that question, usually your PD things information will be answered during your orientation. And then your mentor, of course, at the same time, they will introduce you to your mentor. And that is required here for new teachers. In Arkansas anyway. I'm sure it's every state as well. But they're usually, if they're not assigning you a formal mentor, they're actually gonna like tell you that your go-to person will be the team leader. So you'll have a department head, like an English department chair or head, however they call it in the school. And then that's the person that you're gonna go to, because you can say things like, how do you
Okay.
do this one here? What are the expectations? What are the expectations like on your lesson? May I observe you so that I could see
All
your,
right.
how you structure your classroom, things like that. Anything
Okay.
that you do that, you need to always ask your principal, would this be allowed? Is this okay
Okay.
to do this? Because it's going to be over their head on that decision. They're going to say, well, if the principal would let us, a lot of times a good principal would say, oh, yes, do that. During your break, your kids are not there, go and observe as many people as you can that would agree to observing. Some teachers are kind of close. They were like, I don't really want anybody watching me, other than principal.
Oh.
So it's really important to form a relationship with those colleagues before you ask them. Is it,
Okay.
hey, now that I feel like I know you, is it okay? Would that be okay if I observe you? Because I really would love to know how the American, teachers, the local teachers would structure their classroom. That would really help me a lot, you know. And so, of course, you're welcome to observe me and see how we do it in in Cameroon. You could do that.
Right.
You form that relationship, and so because they will be open once they know you, share your food if you have it. you know so if once you form that relationship with them, they're just going to be, what can I do to help you? They're going to be offering to
Okay.
help you. And of course, it's going to depend on where you
Yes.
are. When you're in
Okay.
the south part, like when you take when you look at the map of the US and you go, Arkansas and down, if you are in those southern states, they're known for the hospitality, very nice and kind. For the south
Okay.
part, for the north part, sometimes, sometimes, not all of them, but sometimes there might be some that are not friendly. They're not like, "Oh, do your thing, I do my thing." So it depends. It's a
Yeah.
personality thing, and sometimes it's a culture thing of the school. If you have a leader that's very, when you do the personality test, and I choose circle, that's me. That's like I'm trying to please everyone if I could. So if you have a leader that would make sure that they get along, that people are having good, good class, positive culture in the school and all that, then you're gonna have a better time than having a leader that would be more authoritative, like a Hitler style.
Okay.
Yeah, a Jesus style would be better than a Hitler style of leadership, but you cannot help but see that at least 15 to 20% of our leaders are going to be Hitler style, authoritative.
Yes.
And why they do that is because they don't know their folks yet, like new administrators, or just their personality. Sometimes it
Yeah.
happens because they may be collaborative later, but when they know the teachers to collaborate with, or if they're safe, they feel safe to collaborate. But then the first part that them, they may be like authoritative, like, let me control everything. And then later on, they let go.
Okay.
They're like, okay, now I want your input. Now I want to delegate, because now I know who can do this job. So just be aware of those three types of leadership style. And as a teacher, we have to
Okay.
work
That's
around
perfect.
that, right? Because we can't really tell the principal to change their style. We just have to work around.
Yes. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to work around that, and that usually means collegiality. That means forming that relationship and collaborative, relationship in order for them to know you. Always offer. I always offer for myself, like, hey, what can I do to help? Is there something I can do? Like, will you help me? And if there's something I can do to help in your classroom, bulletin board or whatever, I'll be glad to help. So anyway, I'm not very creative, but if you already have the idea, I'll be glad to help you, put your ideas to work in your on your board. But yeah, so offer whatever gift you have, to them. And that would always make your, I think, more experience better rather than be unfriendly and be a loner. If you're a loner, you're gonna want to go home because your experience will be negative. You're not gonna be happy, But if you open yourself to the horizon of friendship, and all this, and yeah, and be open, there is gonna be a really fun thing for you because 87, I came to the US. I was only 19 years old, married to an American, so I was like, oh, lost, and everybody looked the same to me. I'm like, oh my gosh,
Oh my God.
except my husband and their families, everybody looked the same to me for some reason. I don't know why when they don't. But when I first came here and my first year, I really was so lost, but because my personality is like, I want to know people, I want to, so open. So I was able to gain friendship pretty quickly. Somebody to shop with, somebody to do, to do for, do games with or whatever, coming, playing mahjong with, all that. So you just, do your thing. You just be open. Okay. What kind of personality do you have, Walters? Are you open or are you pretty shy? Or are you social? What are you?
Doctor,
I have to see your face
I
for
can,
me to guess.
in fact, this is I'm really sorry, and I feel bad, but I'm just trying to bear the situation and understand. You hope that you understand the way it is, but I hope to improve next time to look
No,
for a place where I could have lighting.
it's okay.
As a matter of fact, doctor, I'm not a very shy person.
You're
I
not.
could be technically shy somehow, but I'm sociable. I'm sociable. I'm
Okay, good.
open.
Now
In
that's
fact,
gonna help you.
I've worked in a community. Yes, I've worked in a community of people where I actually in a community of a village setting where I go into the village and I make sure that I will interact with parents. I
Mm,
interact with villagers and
mm,
make them to feel at ease
very
with
good.
me. When I
Okay,
find them even going to their farms, I accompany
nice.
them just to see how they can fit in and send their students to school and so on. So
Okay.
I can see myself as someone who is not a loner, actually. I'm
Right.
sociable
Good.
to some extent.
I
Yes,
want you to
doctor.
share that information about visiting the village. I want you to share that during your interview. Okay, because that's something we
Okay,
don't do here. And that's something that you are
yes,
already teaching them about Cameron, So you're already teaching them, okay, so this is the difference between the US teaching and the African teaching. So
exactly.
anytime, any Filipino teachers, you do the same thing. Anytime that you can tell them something different, like one of the teachers got a job because she was sharing about teaching in the village and teaching about in the country, in the, really far away, and she was walking and all this, and this
Yes,
administrator was so
I did
impressed with
that
that you do that,
for 5 years.
yeah. And then we have 60, 70 kids that we're teaching in the Philippines, and we have only 20 here or something, they're impressed about the number that you can
Oh,
handle that. What's your
okay.
number there, Walters, in Cameron?
Doctor, at the moment, I've taught a class. I'm teaching a class of 70.
70.
There's
Wow,
another
you like
class
the
of
Philippines.
yes, there's another class of 60. In fact,
Mm.
my lowest class at the moment
Mm-hmm.
is 48.
Wow, you need to
There's
share
a
those
time. There's a time
information.
I
Yeah.
Yes. There's a time I taught. There's a time I taught almost 200 students in a
Wow.
class.
Yeah, there is a
Yes,
limit of
and my teaching.
150. There's a limit of 150
Okay.
here per teacher, at
Yes.
least in Arkansas. But that might be
Okay.
a whole US limit. I don't know, but I just know it's Arkansas limit is 150 per teacher. That's the limit that you,
Okay.
yeah.
Then
So,
my experience in university, when I had a part time they offered to me, that was a couple of months ago.
mhm.
I taught 420 students in one class
Okay.
in the university.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can when you share that part, be sure that so a lot of schools here, especially if you're teaching high school, that they're doing teaching of English where they're also going to get a double credit, like they get a college credit too. And so you can
Okay.
say that, like, oh, I have experience in teaching university. So if you're a school that would do a what do you call that credits? They have a term for it, where they are getting high school credit and college credit, then I'll be open to teaching that,
All
because
right.
yeah. So that happens a lot here, where they are getting both. They pay tuition for the college, but it's being taught by the English teacher at the high school, and you are
Okay.
teaching them that, and they're getting freshman English from you from college for college. Yeah. Um,
Yes.
the goal here in America is for high school students to have at least 2 years of college by the time they leave high school. That's the new goal here.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why the prerequisites should be nearly done by the time they graduate. So they're ready to do their major if they want to do 4 year college. But if they do a 2 year college, they pretty much get their associate degree or close to it by the time they graduate from
Okay.
high school. So I don't know if that is the same goal for your country, but that's what the goal here in America. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Yes, that's
thank you
right.
so much. This is 5 hours, so we're gonna have to stop. And I just
All
want
right.
everyone
You're
to know
welcome,
that,
doctor.
yeah. Thank you again to everyone, and Mike and Debbie and Giselle and everybody, and Jacqueline for sharing about Florida. Thanks everyone, and we are seeing each other. Let me see. This is the 17th, so 24, the 31st. The last day of the
31st.
month is when we meet again, because we skip a Saturday. Okay? But please know that you are making a difference in your students' lives. So continue to do what you do best, and don't give up. Okay? All right. This is Merlina from
Yes, ma'am.
Arkansas signing off. Okay. Bye,
All
guys.
right. Thank
Thank you
Bye,
so
you,
much.
doctor.
everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
It was so nice visits with everybody. All right. So Diane, okay. Alan, Giselle, got it. All right. Goodbye. Mike is gonna end it, but Mike is not here, so I'm gonna end it. The recording. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.